Oh my god, I almost just banned. I see Kafka. Go with Kafka. Yo, what up? Kafka.
Hello?
Yo, what's up?
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing?
Good. Closing out the year. It's funny, I've been kind of like looking for a new job, and I thought that December was going
Jump
to
to
be like the slow
312.
part where I'm going to take a break, and doesn't care about the Constitution. Here's the reason they're giving, it's bad. So clearly there's something else that they're not telling us of why they
And I
said isn't justified, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there is a way that you can try to approach a conversation about why you should care about the Constitution, but it's at the level of philosophy, as opposed.
It is. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's at the level of philosophy and like emotion and that kind of stuff.
You're approaching like presuppositionalism, where it's just like this thing is good because it's good, and it's like, yeah, you gotta find the way to get them to care. But yeah, and also, hey, I didn't catch the second half of it, but I heard that you watched all of the G&G podcasts I appeared on.
Oh yeah, no,
thanks for
you
doing it.
No, but you should.
And you agreed with all of my takes. And you were so happy.
No, I don't understand this. Like, this view you guys have that like any legally valid lawsuit, you don't care if it's filed or not, or that you don't think that there ought to be ethical judgments about it. I almost think that practically every action, there's a potential ethical question that's interesting, and I just don't understand this agnosticism.
Oh wait, what the fuck?
It's not even agnosticism; it's indifference.
I think to me, bringing a non-frivolous lawsuit. We got to say it that way.
Yeah, can we just pause though? Can you explain why you would have an ethical problem with bringing a frivolous lawsuit? Why?
I think for me, with a frivolous lawsuit, there's
yeah, why is it bad, right? Because can I just give you an example?
Sure.
I just want to give you an example. So, like, imagine that Ethan did have a frivolous lawsuit against Denham's case. What would be wrong about that?
You got to be so careful asking a question like this, because if you say, well, frivolous lawsuit is bad because for not good reasons, somebody is like trying to cause pain and suffering to somebody or whatever bullshit. And it's like, well, isn't that the same as a normal lawsuit? The difference here being that for a frivolous lawsuit, like we all agree, broadly speaking, that like the law is the law. We agree to kind of like play within the boundaries of the law. We should all broadly agree to that. So there is like a difference in kind. Oh my fucking god. There's a fundamental difference between like a lawsuit that doesn't play within like the boundaries of the law versus a lawsuit that is like clearly not like filed in good faith. So the person is filing it knowing that they're lying about the claims or whatever else, which would be outside the boundaries of the rules. It doesn't matter if they cause the same thing, right? Like sending somebody to jail is bad because it makes them feel imprisoned, and kidnapping somebody is bad because it makes them feel imprisoned. But there's like, we've decided as a society that there are certain civil rules for why you can sue somebody. There's not for why you can kidnap somebody, right? Well, actually, I mean, if you're a police officer, I guess, but yeah.
Okay. To me it's him not having, he's essentially lying to employ the judicial system to his own ends, okay, without any legal basis to do so.
Wait,
right?
no, but
the government
it's
is saying
wrong.
We are permissively letting you use our power if you have these things, right? The government's saying we have a monopoly on power. We're letting you use it if one of these prerequisites exists, and if you're lying to get access to that power, then I think that is an unethical thing to do.
It's unethical, right? Because you're lying to the government.
I think it's kind of like it's a form of like corruption essentially, except that it's like of an individual rather than of the government itself. It's like an individual acting in a corrupt way and then co-opting the government's power to enforce something that they shouldn't be able to do, right? So it's kind of a bizarre, like that's how I view it. It's a person committing essentially a fraud.
I need to kill this person. Fuck me. He's upstairs? Be nice. Oh, fuck me, dude. It's because I couldn't fucking hear. I shouldn't be PvPing with these fucking videos playing.
Republicans. It wouldn't matter that driver's licenses are not speech, right? It wouldn't matter that driver's licenses are privileges and not rights. The mere fact that you are discriminated on the purpose of viewpoint, that it presents its own First Amendment issue, even though the restriction itself is not.
What?
The mere fact matter that driver's licenses are privileges and not rights. The mere fact that you are discriminated on the purpose of viewpoint, that it presents its own First Amendment issue, even though the restriction itself is not one at against speech. You understand? It's about the purpose of the law, and that's why everyone has these arguments with me about global entry, is that they're missing the analysis there. It's not like stopping Hassan from talking. That's not the issue. The issue is the purpose of the restriction, either as applied or globally, and that's the analysis. So yeah, your example is a great showcase of why we're not just dealing with the First Amendment with restrictions that regulate speech as such, but also any kind of law which has as its purpose the suppression or disfavoring of particular ideas. You get me?
Yep.
A good question.
Okay, man. Keep your good work up. I really.
Wait, who the fuck am I listening to right now? Wait, did I push a button? What time am I supposed to be at in this? $3:13. Okay.
All of my takes.
You don't think that there ought to be ethical judgments about it. I almost think that practically every action, there's a potential ethical question that's interesting, and I just don't understand this agnosticism, or it's not even agnosticism; it's indifference.
I think to me, bringing a non-frivolous lawsuit. We gotta say it that way.
Yeah, but can we just pause though? Can you explain why you would have an ethical problem with bringing? Can I just give you an example?
So
sure. I want to give you an example. So, like, imagine that Ethan did have a frivolous lawsuit against Denham's case. What would be wrong about that?
To me, it's him not having. He's essentially lying to employ the judicial system to his own ends, okay, without any legal basis to do so.
Wait,
right?
no, but
the government is saying
wrong.
We are permissively letting you use our power if you have these things, right? The government's saying we have a monopoly on power. We're letting you use it if one of these prerequisites exists, and if you're lying to get access to that power, then I think that is an unethical thing to do.
It's unethical because you're lying to the government.
I think it's a form of like corruption essentially, except that it's like of an individual rather than of the government itself. It's like an individual acting in a corrupt way.
Oh, good. That was a good answer.
The government's power to enforce something that they shouldn't be able to do.
Good.
So it's kind of a bizarre,
Pisco was looking for a way more generalized harm there, just like being mean to somebody.
To use the power of the government against another person or company or whatever.
But it's wrong in virtue of its undermining of what the goals were with respect to the legislative cause of action, or the cause of action imposed by the legislature.
No.
I think that's a fair way to put it. Sure, but the issue is not that necessarily that I'm not fixating on the person's intent as far as like their intent is to use it this way. It's the intent to lie to the government is my issue.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, you could bring a frivolous lawsuit not knowing it's frivolous, in which case I'm sure you wouldn't say that's ethically wrong. You thought it was a strong case.
Hold on, I could be wrong. Where's Kev? How do you define frivolous lawsuit? I thought frivolous is maybe that's not like a legal term, but my understanding is like if you're bringing a frivolous lawsuit. Hi, what's up? You know that that you're not satisfying the elements of whatever cause of action you're talking about. So I don't know what definition Pisco's rolling with here.
I don't think that. The issue is I don't think you could. Well, I don't know if
you would call that way. Can we just? You would not
I don't know if
call.
I call that frivolous case.
Hang on a second. Yes, you would.
If you bring a case that you don't know is frivolous,
but
I don't think I'd call that an ethical.
Right.
No.
So
If
the
you
only
don't
thing
know it is.
Yes. So the only thing that distinguishes the ethics regarding someone who brings a frivolous case is someone who someone who knows it and someone who doesn't know it is their intent and knowledge.
Intent.
Right?
Oh my God, that's so general.
Right.
Don't.
So that
no.
is in other words, it's
No,
critical
no.
to determining whether or not bringing a frivolous lawsuit is wrong. By which I mean it was a wrong act for this person to do to get into their mental head.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Basically, like, all of our
that's fair.
culpability doesn't really turn. It doesn't turn really on the fundamental legality. You know?
No.
It turns on legality plus.
He's playing a really dumb. He's trying to equate the intent to satisfy the underlying elements of the lawsuit with the intent to just like file a lawsuit. I think he's trying to equate these two things, and they're not the same here. That's what it feels like. I don't know.
Intent in this case, in the frivolous case.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Sure, yes, it's not strictly legal. You're right. It's strictly the frivolity, the frivolousness, or whatever you say is. Whether or not a case could be classified as frivolous without intent. In the context of the conversation, you would have to have the intent of knowing this is frivolous, bringing it, and then doing it. If it's a legal case, all right, then you can't. It's not possible to possess the intent that would make it a frivolous case that's unethical.
All right,
right?
so
you can't.
Thank you.
Hang on.
Thank you.
In
Good
virtue
job,
of that,
Kafka.
no, but
Nice.
let's
Okay.
just
Good job,
take
Kafka.
stock right
Yes.
there. So we're taking stock. So in the context of a frivolous lawsuit, intent is in order to judge whether it was morally correct or not to bring a frivolous case ethically. It
Morally,
requires
ethically, or
one's,
legally? What are we
assessment about an actor's given mental state. Okay. Now, I don't say that just because mental states are relevant in that situation that they're relevant in every situation, but I'm just like, I'm noting here that even in the strongest possible situation in which a case is being brought that's dead wrong, that a measure of that actor's intent is required before we assess its rightness or wrongness. And I basically think that the vast majority of moral harms or ethical wrongs are require some assessment there as to mental states.
Let me use the restroom quick. Oh, this sounds just gonna be real dumb. Hold on. I was talking to myself, not you, don't worry. Frivolous lawsuit. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not misunderstanding something. Yeah, no, okay. Pisco is using... I really don't like this. He's using frivolous lawsuit in a way that is not, like, compliant or generally, I think, how you would talk about a frivolous lawsuit. A frivolous lawsuit is one where you file it knowing that it's a bullshit lawsuit. You know, as in when we say bullshit lawsuit, we mean we know that the underlying claims aren't going to satisfy, or that the claim is going to satisfy the underlying elements of whatever it is we're trying to sue somebody for. So let's say I sue you for copyright infringement because somebody says the word Destiny on your stream. I'm like, he violated my copyright because he said my name, right? That's bullshit. I should know that's bullshit. It's so stupid. This would be like a frivolous lawsuit. Filing a lawsuit against somebody because you're really mad at them, but they satisfy the element, every single element of whatever the civil cause of action that you're citing, though. That there's nothing. That's not a frivolous lawsuit. I don't understand why he's using like the word frivolous here in I don't know, it's just crazy. Yeah.
And I'm just curious, why would you assess ethics in the context of frivolous lawsuits, but not in the context of non-frivolous lawsuits?
This is such an unbelievably dumb take, because you're talking about a different type of thing in a frivolous versus a non-frivolous lawsuit. Like if you've done the analysis and it's not a frivolous lawsuit, then you move on to the next part. But it's like a I don't know, it's like talking about like a cop kidnapping somebody because they're arresting somebody versus an individual like kidnapping somebody. Like you're starting off on two completely separate foundations.
Seems like a weird place to stop ethically considering things.
It's not weird at all because it is like I think a pretty clear definition legally, or at least understanding legally of what we're talking about, but okay.
Well, I could do so. It's incredibly difficult for me to like. Gilmore outside of the podcast, he gave me, I can't remember them, I'm sorry, but he gave me like one or two where it was like, okay, maybe that's unethical. I think you could create a mental state in which bringing a legal lawsuit is unethical. I do think it's possible.
No, that's not exactly.
It's so difficult.
Hang on a second. That's not the question. The question is, you do consider the ethics, don't you, of strong legal cases, don't you?
Well, here's the deal. The answer is yes, but 99.9% of times, I don't see an ethical issue with the case.
That might be
so you're right. I do, but there's just it's a case where it's so rare that there would be an ethical issue. It's like brushing my teeth or something, where it's just like I guess there could be an ethical consideration here, but it's so hard to imagine a time where it might come up that I wouldn't really spend time thinking about it. That's how I am with it.
Okay, I think that like. That's great. What I don't appreciate, though, is when people are like, who cares whether it was ethical to bring this lawsuit? That's what I don't understand. Why would we stop caring about it?
I think for me, I think there's a lot of ways to describe it, because like
the issue here too is that like I feel like Pisco is like intuition pumping hardcore. Like I think there is a world. Like the arguments that Pisco is using aren't like the worst arguments, and there's a world where you could kind of get at what he's saying. It's like, sure, I think it's good to consider like what is a person's motivation for bringing a lawsuit. I think that the reason why that intuition pump works is because it is something we would kind of like natively, intuitively lean into. But the issue is we're talking about a civil cause of action that overlaps so closely with our job. Everybody's kind of like on notice about what could be done. Like I think if Ethan were suing Casey Tron or suing Frogan or whatever because there was a civil cause of action that's like you can't insult somebody and then blink 5 seconds later or something, it's like a thing that nobody has ever heard of and there's like not talk about it all the time. Like then you're like, okay, well maybe we can do this analysis, but like come on, copyright infringement? Like this is like one of the most aware things, most on notice things you are like you know about as a streamer. It's such a hard thing to compare. It's like, well, isn't it frivolous because is he really allowed? It's like everybody knows that this is like a thing that's kind of lurking,
I'm not an H3 fan. I've never understood. Whenever he was friends with Hassan, I wasn't a fan. When he stopped being friends with Hassan, before he met Hassan, I've never seen anything with him that would make me want to really watch more of him. So I don't really understand that guy. And the other people that are involved with this, similarly, I've not seen anything that really makes me like those people. So it's not like either side that I like. However, I think it's easy to like look at the situation and say that like Ethan is acting in a...
What is Pisco's position even? They shouldn't be able to do the lawsuit. I actually don't even know what his full position is because nobody's actually gotten there yet because it's so hung up on like the meta conversation before that. So I don't know if he's done a stream where he's laid it out. It sounds like what he's implying though is that Ethan basically baited them into an immoral or unethical lawsuit, knowing that they would fall for a trap and knowing that they wouldn't be able to pay and knowing there'd be an undue burden on them to represent themselves in a lawsuit. It's kind of what it seems like, I guess.
Way that is like mean or callous or all of these. I think it's easy to do that. I think just for me, I think that whenever you add the layer of legality, the lawsuit itself, I don't know how much I can put that in. I can think that a lot of things he said or done maybe could reach the realms of unethical or just so mean that it's just unnecessary and therefore unethical. But I don't know. It's hard for me to look at, because here's the other side of it for me, real quick, is the deal is that he has some amount of there's some liability out there that he's allowed to go collect against that these people have incurred, and they have said we don't have that liability, and so he's here to prove that it exists so that he can collect on it. And I think that like a person bringing a lawsuit trying to prove that there's a liability just that they can collect on, it's hard for me to see that being unethical, because it's like this person is saying, I have been wronged. I want to prove it in the most clear cut and fair way that we have in our system possible. And I want to get compensated for it. And part of that is him saying, if I'm wrong, then I won't get anything. And so it's kind of a thing where like, I think that there's not like the part of it to reach the unethical aspect is that you have to kind of do this consideration of like, well, the lawsuit's going to be expensive and these people might not have the money to do it. And these people like you right. Like, is there another aspect to it that's unethical to you that you,
yes, but
that where you're coming from?
I kind of view everything you just did as a giant, and I'm sorry to be rude, a giant filibuster.
What?
Like you just said a bunch
but where's the unethical part?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to do that, but I get frustrated because everything you just said was like kind of descriptive statements about like why he would bring a lawsuit, about whether or not he has a case, about you're
asking real quick. You're asking me about.
He's wielding some of these terms not strictly correct. It's like these were all descriptive statements. Well, justifying why you think somebody ought to be able to bring a lawsuit. I don't know if I would call that strictly a prescriptive state or strictly a description. I feel like that's kind of got a prescription baked into it now. If I say like, oh, well, if somebody kills your whole family, I mean, you should be allowed to, or, you should kill, I can understand somebody wanting to kill the person who kills their whole family, something like that, right? Like, I mean, like, arguably, if you use the right words, you could kind of sort of say this is descriptive, but like, not really, right? We're talking like, he's giving justifications for some action. Are these the prickly pear trees, these ones?
Ethical analysis. I'm describing the different things that I look at, and I'm trying to find the part where this ethical analysis would bring me back a response of unethical.
Yeah.
So those are all the things that I'm looking at. So I'm not seeing it.
I'm assuming the following, right? Like, I assume you would be against a lawsuit, or your determination about whether it's ethical to bring, is somewhat dependent on its outcomes. Agreed?
Oh shit.
Tentatively, yes.
Well, I'll give you just a quick. So when you say tentatively yes, I get frustrated because it seems like trivially yes. So I'll give you the following question. If imagine you're in the room with Ethan and you have perfect knowledge that if he files a lawsuit,
you need the cacti north of Dam Map. I got you. Hold on, my food is here.
the defendants will end their lives. And he asks you, should I file it? What would you say?
Wait, what?
Because it seems like trivially yes. So I'll give you the following question. If imagine you're in the room with Ethan and you have perfect knowledge that if he files a lawsuit, all the defendants will end their lives. And he asks you, should I file it? What would you say?
Yes. Own it. Yes. Yes.
I would say don't file it.
Oh,
in virtue
no.
of what did they not file it?
Well, I place because I don't think anybody's life is worth a lawsuit. And to be clear, this is speaking as a person who has been in a lawsuit that did involve suicide on one side because of a lawsuit. So I have experience with that personally.
So on your view, it would be
no lawsuit is worth killing.
So on your view, it would be wrong in that hypothetical, right?
Yes.
In virtue of its consequences, right?
Well, yeah.
So it's not kind of, yeah, it would.
No, what is the rule that we're crafting there? Think about the rule that we're making there. So if somebody threatens suicide, you can never sue them. That becomes the ultimate defense from now on. Don't sue me. I'm gonna kill myself. Like, come on.
Be the outcomes sometimes. Outcomes are a part of your consideration regarding supporting any action. Fair?
This is such a horrible.
I'm primarily utilitarian, so yeah.
Right.
But you're saying again. I feel like this is more lining up with what I said before, where you can create scenarios in which I could have it. It's just these are so rare that it's something that I don't normally consider.
At this point, we're just talking about what goes into one's consideration regarding the ethics of a particular lawsuit, and I'm just getting clarity that outcomes are one such thing that one would look at. Right?
No, wait. Can I ask you? This is just a real quick thing.
Wait. Can you agree with that?
Based on the question you asked me.
I get
Yes,
frustrated,
yes, I can.
man. Like
I can.
people accuse me of trying to.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
But let me turn this around. Let's say you were an attorney of H3, and we can forget all the other stuff that's going on, but attorney of H3, and you believe that this lawsuit is going to severely harm the defendants, and H3 says, I want you to sue these people for me. Would you as an attorney say, no, you're going to need to go find another attorney?
If it crossed some ethical, my own personal motives, my own personal, you're asking me, would I file a lawsuit that I thought was ethically wrong?
What?
Is what you're asking, right?
Would you file this lawsuit? We can just do that. We don't need to do the suicide one. This lawsuit.
I like how he asked him a specific thing, like, would you do this? And he's like, well, if I disagreed with it, I wouldn't. Well, that's what he's asking you. Do you disagree with it? Would you do? What was the point? Talk about a filibuster.
It exists. If H3 came to you and said, I'm going to pay you whatever the amount that would, be fair to do this, and you don't have to make the Hitler petition, you can write actually a good one. Okay, I want to sue these 3 people, and this is all the stuff. And you look at it and you see these 3 people, and you're like, okay, these people are going to lose all their money, and they're probably going to have a really hard time with this all this stuff. Would you turn to Ethan and go, I can't take this kind of case?
Yeah. So in general, I would say.
Why is he saying in general? He's asking you specific on this case.
Came to me with this case, I would say. No, there are certain circumstances under, certainly not what the complaint was that he actually filed. I wouldn't put my name on that brief. Would you?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Let's be clear.
So,
no, I'm not. Obviously that's an easy no. So
That was a pivot, though. That's not about the ethics of the case. You just thought the brief was super unprofessional and wacky, which it kind of was unprofessional and wacky. But now we've moved into something completely different.
That went out because I knew that's understandably no.
Yeah, I wouldn't put my name on that complaint. If I assessed that he were doing this because he cared about the infringement of his copyright, I would file it. For this.
But his current motivations.
But on current motivations, again, there are some circumstances in which I might see that I would, but at least as I am currently, on current motivations, no. Right? It would just be like.
Okay,
so let me give you another example. Right? Like, let's say that you.
It's fine.
You knew.
I want to hear you say.
Yeah. Let's think about like the DOJ situation, right? I'm sure plenty of DOJ employees who have moral issues with some of the filings in what's going on in the DOJ, and you don't need to look to the James Comey case because I know you wouldn't put your name on that, right?
No,
and I know you wouldn't. Wait,
It's such a horrible, bro. It's criminal. That's the state going after people for criminal charges, and a lot of these seem to be completely fucking fabricated. These are the definitions of frivolous lawsuits. Come on.
Keep going.
I'll let you finish.
There's a non-trivial legal argument regarding the equitable power of the courts to order Kilmar back to the United States, right? There's a separation of powers issue about the extent there. So non-trivial arguments there. I wouldn't put my name on those briefs, arguing that, the courts can't force Trump to do anything. And so, yeah, I operate in the world subject to, I'm subjecting myself to the ethical guidelines of attorneys, no doubt, professional conduct, but also ethics have to always be present. It would be, I know you're probably taught this as well. Attorney-client privilege is very, very powerful protection, and it survives death. And there's these cases in which a client told an attorney at clear attorney-client privilege that he was guilty for the murder of a person, and someone else was being charged for it, and the attorneys showed up to that hearing because they knew the guy was innocent. They knew the guy was innocent because their client had confessed to the murder, and they were sitting in that court, and the judge in that case was sentencing that situation. And I'm asking you, if the judge would have ordered for the person who's innocent to be executed, wouldn't you speak up? It violates your attorney-client privilege, but that doesn't mean that your ethics turn off. There are some things that, that require you to take action. Certainly when it's not like required under the ethical guidelines, but there are some obligations that one have that even in the case in which the rules of professional conduct, right, need to become second next to those overriding ethical concerns. And so, yeah, what would you do if you knew the guy's innocent? They're about to put him to death. Would you speak up?
Yeah, like. So I've actually been challenged with this in my ethics class. We went over this case, and I was like the only person that said no, and I probably still would say no. I would seek pardons. I would seek ways around it. At the hearing, speaking up would be the incorrect move.
But just change it so that
there's why I said wrong is sound to me. The reason why you should not speak up is a sound thing to me. The issue there is not me not speaking up. The issue is the system is not properly aligned in.
Yeah, but I could add consequences to it. Yeah, in this case, is one person. Okay, maybe it's worth maintaining, but you can just add consequences there. And I'm sure that this is not a maxim that you would hold to, even like you wouldn't hold to attorney-client privilege if it meant the destruction of the republic. You wouldn't uphold attorney-client privilege if it meant the I'm not saying trivial concerns. I'm not saying trivial.
No, I know. But a human life is also not trivial to me. But I know what you're saying. But I'm just saying like the this one is like and I understand your appeal here to it, that there is these actions you would take outside of the ethical concern or outside of like the legal bounds of our duty, and there are these ethical concerns that must override in certain ways. I think, and I'm going to just appeal to you on this, it might be, and I did kind of start the conversation, but it might be better for us to just look at it from the view of the plaintiff rather than the attorney with the plaintiff, because my view is very strict. Because
I agree.
Because I think because I don't know if you guys discussed this in your ethics class, but there was one lecture on what an attorney is, and it's like, some people see the attorney and it says Esquire, and it's like, oh, you're this knight, you protecting these things and stuff like that, and other people look at an attorney and they say they're a prostitute because you hire them and they do whatever they want and they'll fuck whoever you want. I know that I lean more towards the prostitute side than the knight side.
So that's why I think that ultimately, regardless of where you fall on the line of the role of an attorney, whatever, and regardless of how much obligation you have to the ethical rules, even in light of overriding ethical considerations, which I don't think that it would be justified to contradict your ethical obligations for trivial or fleeting or even significant concerns. It would have to be some kind of like beyond words serious thing, right? So I'm not trying to make light of an attorney's ethical obligations at all. All I'm just trying to show is that like ethics should never be turned off. Like you should never turn off ethics. And that is true for attorneys, but I think what's the principal object of our focus here for parties, right? Like if someone came up to you with not as an attorney, but just as a friend, is this the right lawsuit to bring? You're not going to turn off your ethics radar as a friend, right? Not even just as an attorney, just because it deals with a cause of action under the law,
Sure. I think it would be like, to me, if I had like an ethical problem with it, though, it would be more of a debate, or it would be more just like testing the client's ethics. And then if they're like, this is fine with me, I'm like, no, that's probably fine with me. It could be, there are scenarios where it's not. And them committing suicide, totally, especially now having gone through that, it is not fun. If that ever happens to you, it's horrible. It's not a good experience.
You're right. So let me not ask you questions just yet, and let me just lay out the things that go into my assessment of whether something is good or bad with respect to filing a lawsuit.
Sure. First,
it's going to be, I think legality does play a role, and one's knowledge of legality does play a role. But that's because it relates to what I think is bad motive, okay? Improper motive, and intent, which are conceptually different, but are both relevant to how I will view ethics. Is what are you trying to do? Okay, that is going to inform whether I think something is ethical or not, just as the outcomes, right? If I shoot a gun into a public place, right, I'm trying to assassinate an innocent person because I'm a hitman, and I just accidentally strike a fleeing murderer. Was it correct for me to shoot that gun?
Oh, sorry, I thought it was rhetorical.
That's a question.
Sorry, yeah. No, like it
right.
Wasn't, no.
So what will factor into my ethical analysis is outcomes, is apprehension about legality with respect to filing lawsuits, but also motive and intent. If I knew that someone was filing an action to recover arrears in rent, okay? So you owe rent to your landlord. But I knew the landlord was doing it not for any purpose. They actually are planning to get that money and burn it, right? And they don't even care that the tenant is in arrears. They only care to cause suffering to the tenant and to destroy the tenant and cause the tenant to go into a spiral of depression and angst, right? Assume that fact pattern. If that were the case, I think it would be unethical to bring that lawsuit. Now, there is no doubt in the example I provided that the tenant owes arrears. They owe outstanding rent. There's no doubt that the landlord would win that lawsuit. There's no doubt that the law on contracts and lease negotiation, all that stuff, was specifically designed to deal with these types of situations in which.
Yeah, sorry. The answer on the murder thing, I'm sorry. These are all just so silly. I don't know. No, you shouldn't. Unfortunately, you shouldn't intervene. You could intervene, I guess, if you really want to, if you feel like it's morally the right thing to do. But understanding that it could come at the cost of your job, rightfully so. Like, we could back this up just a little bit and say, what if there was an attorney, and the client didn't say he killed a dude, but the attorney kind of has an inkling he probably did kill the dude. He probably did. But the client didn't admit it. And the attorney successfully defended him in court. And then another guy was being charged for the murder. Does the attorney break client privilege then? Because at some point, you're basically saying no guilty person or nobody that's accused of a crime should ever have an attorney. Because I don't know when this guy's going to have a fucking change of heart and he's just going to go and rat me out. And what's the strength of his evidence? Is me saying it to him? I might have said it to him for a million different reasons. Maybe I just don't want to argue the point. Maybe I didn't actually kill the guy. Maybe I helped somebody else do it. Or maybe I wanted to. Or, but right, it's for so many different reasons. This is stupid. But it's bad because we're comparing criminal conduct with civil conduct. So criminal is a state versus a person. You're talking about deprivation of your life and liberty, all of this. And then the other thing is civil stuff, which is between two non-state actors. There's not a prosecutor involved here with like a police and deprivation of freedoms and stuff like this. It's just so disanalogous for like 6 different reasons. It's just, yeah, I hate all of these comparisons. All of these comparisons are just so dumb.
Which tenants don't pay what they're obligated to pay under their lease. Notwithstanding all of that, if I knew the purpose here was, I'm not making this equivalent to the Eagle case yet, was some kind of purpose to just cause misery, just cause someone to spiral, we would both be against it, wouldn't we?
So
like this idea that you need to consider, well, how will this person feel if I sue them? If you're legally in the right to do so, and like obviously in the right to do so, that this is like a consequence that you like. No, this is like they should have foreseen that when they broke when they did whatever bad thing they did, right? Isn't that the point? This is silly.
I think I agree with you in that because like here's the let me say, like give you something from my end. For a long time, I had a client. I just stopped working for them. Our firm stopped working for them because they sold all their assets and dissolved the company. But they were a client for our law firm for like 30 years, and they would send us like 100 cases a year to do, and I did most of them, and it was all contract enforcement, and it was for not a lot of money. Each like the most we ever did was like $20,000, $30,000. Most of the people were dirt poor, elderly, stuff like that, and this company was worth billions. Like they literally did not even notice whether or not we got money. They just signed the checks, or they just signed checks, sent them to us for the invoices. They didn't care. It was collection work, and they were paying us hourly. And the reason though that they did that is because they wanted to make sure that people knew if you didn't pay your bill with them, they were going to sue you.
Yeah,
right?
I understand that because they cared about the underlying deterrence. They cared about the underlying infringement, the underlying arrears, the underlying debt.
Sure.
Yes.
Well, they cared about they wanted to make sure people were scared of them so that they would fulfill their contractual agreements. Sure.
Because they cared about they cared about the maintenance of those agreements.
But the actual explicit part of the lawsuit itself, they didn't even think about. They didn't even know about them, really. They didn't care. They just want to make sure that the lawsuits were happening, and if they win or lose, they didn't care. They didn't care about they didn't care about the people's names or what they did, anything like that, as long as it happened, right? I'm just saying, like, there's this, it's not them doing it as spite and trying to hurt people. That's not what we're saying. But I'm just saying, this is people that they know they are hurting people. They know they are hurting people that are hurting a lot, and if they didn't do this, those people will be fine. The company itself will be fine, but they still want to do it for their own ends.
Yeah, for long.
I don't know if it's necessarily the same as a person trying to enforce any other contract, like normally would enforce a contract. I don't know if it's necessarily the same there. But do you think it's just the same as anybody enforcing any other contract?
Just the same as anyone? I don't even know the question. I'm sorry. Just the same as
you break a contract with me. I'm coming to you. I want the value of that contract paid back to me because I want the value of the contract. I don't really care about sending a message. If I enforce a contract with you, you owed me $100,000. I want the $100,000. I'm going to sue you under the terms of the contract, get the $100,000 back. Great, I'm happy. Do you view that as the same as the client that I just described to you, or do you think there's a meaningful difference between the two plaintiffs, their motives?
I think there are different. Yeah. So what you're describing is, the value of enforcing the particular contract. It might even be negative because the attorney fees are more than the value of the breach, right?
Right. Yes.
So, but there. we're dealing with, yes, two different situations, but two what I consider to be proper purposes.
Where is the cactus?
One proper purpose is to extract value as relates to the breach, and the other is to deter future breaches.
Okay, I just want to make sure real quick because, and I'll admit I have not listened to the majority of the combos around these, around this stuff. I've only heard bits and pieces here and there. I just want to make sure that your position was not so strict as to be. No, and I didn't think it was. I just wanted to define it and make sure that that's what we're talking about.
Because people mischaracterize me. I think that there are a set of proper purposes and there are a set of improper purposes. And my scale is such that even if you have some of the improper purpose, I'm not going to say it's per se bad, okay? Because most, and people, again, they lie about my belief. And they say things like, oh, he says that if you have any spite whatsoever, that the lawsuit's illegitimate. That's not my view at all. It couldn't be farther from my view. What my view is, though, is that there are sets of proper purposes and sets of improper purposes, and that those bear on the ethical question, okay? Do we agree on that?
Fair. I think that's fair. And let me just say real quick, I am going to try really hard here because I think for me, as far as, I don't know about anybody else that you talk to, but for me as a lawyer, I definitely pull back a lot on ethical. I think just like I do have a lot less ethical judgment around people that bring lawsuits, just because the way that I interact with them is different in the sense that, like, this is a business. I'm here to do stuff for other people. I also do not have as close of a like connection to the lawsuit in the way these people do. So for me, like, any one of my clients might have an unethical purpose for bringing a lawsuit, but I might not even know it because they might not even tell me, right?
Yeah,
they might just be like, "This is what I want to do." Right? So I'm like, I will say I do need to. I need to put myself in that position.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
If a situation, it's impossible to assess the purpose or whether there's an improper purpose or a proper purpose or whatever. I'm not saying that therefore it gets resolved as improper by default. There can be situations
Holy
in which
shit, it takes so long to get anywhere.
Of an improper purpose or whatever. But I just want us to
these
agree that there
convos.
are such things as improper purposes in bringing lawsuits. Things that are wrong to be motivating the lawsuit. That it's wrong for the intent to be it. Right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And that'll bear on the ethical question. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that when we're assessing why a lawsuit is being brought, that the presence of an improper purpose is not by itself per se make the lawsuit being brought unethical. That's part of the reason why, when I started this whole thing, I wasn't against the lawsuits being brought. Is because I recognize that there's almost certainly a spite, but who cares? There's a significant non-spite purpose behind the lawsuit, or a significant proper purpose under the law, such that as long as you have that, then the presence of the improper purpose is not going to, I think, decide the case, except to the extent that I can see like foreseeable harmful effects on society. And here, this is kind of coming no matter what. Some kind of reaction fight is going to come, and I happen to think that there's a lot of infringement. And so I don't even know that it would be so wrong if there's deterrence in the future.
When these first came out, I remember I actually came on your stream briefly, I think for something else.
Yeah.
And you had been talking about it. And I remember you say, we talked briefly about it, we were like, these are fucking crazy, right? And we were both like, yeah, these are crazy. But I remember you saying at the time, I believe, you were like, not saying these are bad lawsuits, just I can't believe you fucking filed.
My position has.
That's what I remember.
Yeah, my position did change.
Okay.
My position used to be like weakly in favor of the lawsuits, then to more agnostic, and now to being against them. So I did change. By the way, that goes to everyone who says I never changed my mind. I did change my mind on this, in that I think I gave Ethan far too much credit at the start of it.
You're dug it even harder.
What I'm trying to tell you is, I think that we agreed on that basic layout. That outcomes are informative of whether or not we think that there's ethical violations and states of mind, specifically with respect to lawsuits, improper purposes in bringing a lawsuit. Though I don't take an extreme view that any presence of an improper purpose de facto makes a lawsuit unethical, but it's just part of the consideration. I don't know that I can put
prickly pear.
Exact categorization of whenever I think a lawsuit is
another one
bad to bring.
Another one.
At some level, there's some threshold, okay? And my position is here. This is kind of an easy case in my mind. I basically think that you don't have a single proper purpose that is significant.
What?
That the evidence show that Ethan actually holds.
Okay.
And I'm struggling to come up with a proper purpose by which I would that I would.
You know what's funny? I bet he's going. Okay, prediction for this conversation. Okay, when it comes time to evaluating whether or not it was ethical to file the lawsuit, right? He's going to take every single stated intention from Ethan, which has nothing to do with the actual elements of the lawsuit itself, and he's going to evaluate how moral or ethical it is on those parts, right? However, When it comes to stating the intentions of the defendants, he's going to, whoa. Intentionality is not a relevant part of copyright infringement. Whoa. Show me on the statute where intentionality says, or where it has to be an intentional copyright infringement to be bad. That's not a real thing. That's not legally relevant, which he's kind of right, but it's the double standard. Now, maybe he's wrong, and maybe he'll impress me, and he won't do that at all, but let's find out.
Attribute to him. And therefore, I think that what's left over is largely improper purposes. So notwithstanding the legal validity of the lawsuit, I think that there is no way to say that it's motivated by the proper incentives. And I can talk a little bit about that.
Jesus, we didn't just talk a little bit about it?
So, just a real... Okay, before we do that, actually, let me ask you this, just as a framing for what you're about to talk about with me, so I can kind of put it against it. If someone were to bring a lawsuit like this, what do you feel like are proper motivations for someone to bring this type of lawsuit? Just so that I can understand, because I think that is going to be important for me kind of evaluating, because what I don't want to do is you tell me the reasons and then me just apply it to my own ideas and be like, that's wrong. I want to hear what you think and how you kind of got there to where you think it's wrong.
I think that a proper purpose to bring a copyright infringement case, there's a bunch of them. One, it's to stop infringement, number one.
Right.
Two, it's to recover damages, make money. Okay. Three, it's to deter future infringement. Okay.
That's the same as number one, but okay.
Four, it's to protect the integrity of your work. Okay.
Okay.
I can keep going.
It's kind of like 1
5,
and 3,
to
but okay.
establish a license scheme. 6, to protect future derivative works you might want to make. Basically, the incentives that are wrapped up in the protection in the first place, the ones that were envisioned in the regulation of copyright in the first place, and then of course, money.
Okay.
Those are all things that I think are proper purposes, but it doesn't seem like any of those are motivating Ethan.
You don't think this isn't going to severely reduce the amount of coverage that Ethan's content gets on streams related to Denim, Strogan, Casey Trent? I feel like it's probably going to stop that, and probably a lot of other people. Be my guess. I could be wrong. I'm not.
Okay, so to me, right? Okay, actually, okay, good. That's fine. Now, what do you think his motivations are that don't map onto those? Right? We're saying he doesn't have any of those. Okay, that's fine. What do you see as his motivations in bringing these lawsuits?
I think his motivations are to damage a set of actors who he feels have wronged him.
Abusing his copyright.
Wronged him regardless of outside of an infringement of copyright.
Outside the context of infringement.
But the wronging came as part of the abuse of the copyright, right?
To make them hurt without any of the proper purposes.
Oh my
under
God!
The,
but it
under
is. But it totally under my vision of it.
To deter such sort of conduct in the future. A lot of which is
don't take criticism. No.
Conduct that taught me.
No, this in absolutely no way curtails legitimate criticism of H3H3 or Ethan Klein. Come on, if you want to criticize him, what, you're worried you're going to get randomly sued for copyright infringement? I would argue it's not even going to seriously deter people who make transformative videos, people who are, making it heavily edited, because other people are still doing this. The idea it's so silly. That's silly.
So
like calling him a genocide denier. Like
right.
calling him
oh my
shill.
God,
These are all things
no.
that
This is cringe. This is brain rot.
Okay. So then I think I see what you're saying in this.
No.
This lawsuit should be about protecting the copyright or protecting his ability to make money off of his copyright, those kinds of things. Now, just a question: you don't think that their critique or their we're not going to talk about any of the things that violate his copyright. You don't think that any of that maps onto the same type of harm that exists by a person infringing on copyright, right? You don't see that as a similarity such that him bringing the lawsuit fulfills that purpose, right?
Right. So there could be overriding reasons why, notwithstanding the uniformity of improper purposes, that it's still justified when there's some overwhelming or significant other societal interest at issue. So irrespective of, I'm willing to grant and have always granted that even if all the motivation is improper, if there is a particularly good social reason to do it anyway, I might be in for it. And examples of this might be like, if
like maliciously, intentionally, and knowingly violating the statute. If there was ever a good reason to bring a malicious lawsuit, if there was ever a good reason to bring, if we care about law at all, if we care about civil cause of action at all, it would be that. If it was, this is the cause of action that I could be sued under, and I'm going to knowingly break it in the most malicious manner possible because I don't give a fuck. If there was ever a reason to bring a lawsuit that we might say is ethically dubious because we think it's going to super negatively impact the people involved, which lawsuits tend to do, by the way, it would be that.
If this actor, think about like Al Capone, right? No one really cares about the, right? So he is going around doing all this, right? So there is a level of misconduct of defendants that I would accept as a justified reason to bring a lawsuit, notwithstanding predominated improper purposes, okay? And the lack of any proper purposes. The ones that people have pointed to all post-date, or largely post-date, his stated plan of the lawsuit. CPS call that March 2025.
Wait, what?
Skulls after the plan as well. And so you need to assess his purposes and plans at the time he sets the trap. And even if I were to grant culpability, which I don't grant for the intentional, malicious phone call.
Wow, nice job.
As to these actors, there's a time linearity problem.
Well, okay.
But we don't know that. We don't know if he would have continued with the lawsuit if the malicious actions hadn't continued after he'd set the trap, right? Like we can't know that. Pisco can't know that. He can't assume that. Like there's a world, regardless of how much you think whatever, where there's a world where Frogan or Denims or Case Star's like, I'm not talking about Ethan anymore. Like fuck this. It's whatever. You know, we're just gonna. I don't care about Ethan anymore. After she's already sprung the trap, and then Ethan's like, whatever. She doesn't care for my shit anymore. Who cares? Whatever. Like that's possible. That could be possible, right? I don't know why Pisco thinks he gets to just make this assumption here.
I think the whether I need to, because to me, my understanding is, and the only reason I know this is because I was in a discussion. Oh, I can't remember where it was now. In some Discord where they were discussing the time. It might have been in your Discord.
Not anymore. And by the way, guys, the rules.
It was prior.
I know, but I just want to say the rules as follows in the Discord, and it hasn't changed by virtue of the conversation. So I really hope people aren't talking about it in the Discord.
Yeah.
No more.
But prior to the rule,
lawsuit
there was just a
drama,
discussion
guys.
around the timeline itself. Because my understanding is we have the nuke in January, and then there was that was the trap,
Right.
And then we've got the call in March, and then we've got the lawsuit in June.
Right.
That's whenever it was initiated. That's whenever it was filed.
Right. And the stated reason in the video doesn't relate to the call, and the trap happened before the call. The trap was laying when he registered for with the Copyright Office. That occurred in January. And in addition to that, it's not a stated reason in the video for his motivation. And so that leads me to believe, right? You would grant this, given the time problem of when he that you can't get over, and also the fact that he doesn't state it's the reason for why.
Wait, was the lawsuit filed before or after the CPS calls and before or after the skull calls?
He set the trap. It cannot be the explanation for the lawsuit.
Well,
Do you agree with that?
So the lawsuits were filed after the CPS call and after the skull. Okay, yeah, this is dumb, I think. Whatever.
We can agree on that. The CPS call can't have been the reason for the trap.
Not for the trap, but for the lawsuit. Yes, that trap was set such that theoretically I could have fallen theoretically into that trap because he registered it, and I'm pretty sure I watched that content stream. Anybody, tons of people watched it. He picked 3 people though.
No.
Agreed?
No, I agree with you.
Okay.
Would you agree with me that the CPS call is categorically and in kind, in type and kind, whatever the term is, I can't remember now. It's too late. I'm too drunk.
You're drunk?
As well.
Based king.
4 or 5. I'm fine.
Holy fuck!
But no, I'm joking. It's fine. Do you think that do you think the CPS call is outside of the norm and the pattern of behavior that we have seen from this group of people regarding H3 in the past, even before the nuke? Do you think the CPS call is outside the norm of their behavior?
Yeah, it's
Or do you think
different,
that
right?
it aligns with
No, it's not. No, it's not. Pisco's going to want to hyper specify the CPS call, but the reality is it's been a pattern of abuse. It's been a pattern of harassment of not just Ethan and H3H3, but of all the people around them too. I know because I've been subject to all these same wonderful tactics. It's all like Olivia and all these other AB and all these other people have been harassed and pressured and all this shit. It is a pattern of abuse. To try to make this ultra specific about just the CPS call is bullshit.
It's different.
I don't know. I genuinely want your assessment of it.
Yeah,
How
I
you
haven't
feel about it.
Based on my conversations with everybody, it seems like that and the skulls were different in kind than what happened before.
Oh, okay. Okay. Because I think I would say probably to me, and I think to most people that are like getting mad at you or whatever, they view the CPS call and the skulls as in kind with the kind of harassment and behavior of these people towards Ethan Klein, such that the nuke was done to prevent or to attack or whatever, to pull people into this trap that were doing that behavior.
Doing
and
what?
The call and the skull were
Organized, coordinated harassment for months and months.
Criticizing him for sure. You're right about that.
Of
But I think
him
that he
and the
felt some
people
level of
around
harassment.
him.
He got some level of personal attacks or some kind of.
Pisco's gonna say,
being
"Oh,
unsafe
so
from these
criticism
people,
is
people
harassment
that
now?
are intentionally trying to
Criticism
cause
is
him to,
abuse? They can't
lose
criticize
business,
Ethan
lose money,
Klein?
I'm
just
That
kidding.
by itself,
things like
hang on.
I'm just
That
kidding.
by itself,
Maybe not.
like, so causing him to lose money, that is in the realm of harassment. I mean, that's done whenever people like unfollow this guy. You know,
there
that
it
it's
is.
morally wrong too.
Based. There you go.
Okay,
We got him. Good
this
job.
could be
You got him.
Me having a lawyer brain here, specifically around antitrust. If you were doing behaviors outside of a market to affect someone's success within a market,
Torturous interference.
yes, definitely that could be constitute harassment.
Wait, no.
At least not to create a legal claim, but that definitely, in my mind, constitutes a form of harassment. Yes.
Wait. So saying you should stop
One
listening
market
to
actions to affect markets.
So are you,
Sense.
So we
everyone
can't
who's saying
criticize
stop listening to
anybody?
Pisco, he's a socialist. Grifter.
Yeah.
They're harassing me.
Wow, that's harassment? LOL? Wow. LOL?
I think that, well,
That's all
I
they're
think that
doing,
you could
right?
feel
LOL?
No, that's what I'm asking.
form of
Sorry.
harassment in a collection of other behaviors.
So this is what pisses me off, right? Because people accuse me of being weaselly and being used to debate things. Did
You can't
hear
even
me
define-
asking a question about how I would feel. I'm asking you a question. It's so frustrating, dude. Like, I'm asking you a
Well, I
direct
told you
question.
how Ethan felt. I
I'm
didn't
not
say he
talking
was
about
bad.
his feelings. He is taken as
I
given.
would.
So why would you ask about his feelings?
Because his feelings are why he started the lawsuit.
Well, no, okay, they're relevant in that respect, but in terms of assessments
Yes.
regarding harassment, they're either true or they're untrue. I mean, they're either justified or not. And I'm asking you a question about harassment.
No. Harassment. I'm not using the legal term harassment right now. I'm using the colloquial term of harassment. To
So
me,
do you
this
think that
person
when people
felt
say
people
so
were-
when people
yes,
say
that could constitute a form of harassment. Yes.
so you
you
think
could feel harassed by that.
Say all criticism is
I'm not
harassment.
asking
Say
whether I
it.
would
That's what he's
feel
building up to.
harassed by someone.
Please say it. Please say it. All
get
criticism
that?
is harassment.
I'm asking your
Harassment requires you to have felt it. You can't be
Really?
harassed
Without
and not
feeling harassed?
feel it and then go, this is harassment. This is harassment,
that's-
even though I never felt
that's
it.
not
Doesn't make it
misspeak.
back.
true.
It doesn't make
Crucial
sense.
That's not true.
It doesn't make sense to me.
What do you mean it
Crucial
doesn't make sense? No, I'll
mistake.
give you one example, and if I give you
Okay.
that example, I think you have to give it up, right?
Uh-oh.
So
Maybe.
if I, with the intent to put someone in fear of imminent sexual touching, I'm not gonna say me. If someone,
There you go. Let's depersonalize this.
okay, someone's on the street, they see a woman walking down the street, and this person takes their penis out, put that woman in fear of an imminent sexual touching, but that other woman, she doesn't take it that way. She's just a very strange and eccentric woman. Is that person harassing the woman? He tried to make her uncomfortable.
That's a really hard
Yes.
question.
Yes.
I don't know if I would easily
Could you
say
arrest
this,
that
but I don't
person?
know.
Did you arrest that person for harassment? You could.
You're getting into a legal.
I don't. Yeah. No, dude. Kafka, where are you? Is Kafka? Where he's not here. I think that standing is a question here that is relevant. Okay, when we talk about like harassment in the civil sense, right? The only party who can sue for harassment is the party being harassed, right? So within the civil definition of a lawsuit, I feel like it's kind of baked in that you have to feel the thing. Otherwise, why would you sue for it? Oh my God. You know what a sick fucking flip question would be on Pisco here would be? Let's say like, okay, well, actually, fine. If the person doesn't feel harassed, it would still be harassment. But didn't you just say earlier, if that person were to sue somebody for harassment, even though they didn't feel harassed, but you just said that the other person wasn't intending to engage in harassment, would that be an ethical or unethical lawsuit, right? But what I don't like is Pisco just did this thing again, and I don't know if I'm just being too anal about this, and maybe lawyers do just conflate these two different things back and forth. But like, I do not like the mixing up of civil and criminal things. Criminal shit It doesn't really matter how you interpret a fucking thing. The criminal law is the criminal law, and the state is the body that brings this stuff as a case against you. It'll be the state. You don't have to say a person has to feel harassed for the state to bring a charge against you if somebody beats the shit out of you. Now, there might be weird things where it's like, well, if you guys are in a boxing match and you guys agreed to box and you signed some indemnification or whatever bullshit like that, or like obviously like, oh, well, it wasn't rape because they agreed to do some crazy kinky sex play. But like in general, like the state doesn't necessarily need the victim to like consent to charges for the state to bring charges. The state, in matters of criminal law, the state has standing to bring a prosecution against you. For civil matters, it's the two parties involved.
Question here.
Right,
I'm
no.
not discussing
Okay,
it.
so in what sense are they not harassing? Or if you,
He's not getting arrested. Clear. He's not getting arrested for harassment. That's not what's happening there. Okay, he's getting arrested for attempted sexual assault, or attempted flashing, or indecent exposure. Right? This is not harassment that he's getting arrested for. I understand what you're saying here.
So
You can attempt to harass somebody, but if that person does not respond that way, if he did that and that woman turned around and then started performing sexual acts on his exposed penis, would you say that that woman is harassed, or would you say that maybe she consented to all this now and everything's fine?
She just wouldn't bring the
harassment
case.
Occurs at the time of the conduct. Agreed?
I personally,
Oh my
I would not
God.
put it that way. I would say that a sexual assault happened. I could say that indecent exposure happened. Harassment, to me, requires the harassed person to feel harassed, or else it is not harassment.
Or they wouldn't bring the lawsuit. It's a civil suit.
Definition in view of it, but that is how I.
That doesn't make any sense.
Why not? I'm trying. I promise. This is a good faith question. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from and understand your perspective on this. This is not me trying to win an argument here. I'm genuinely trying to understand your perspective on this.
So we measure whether something represents.
Hold on. Was that a person shooting me or a robot? The damage was weak. I think that was a robot, right? Oh, it was. It was this guy. Sorry, Jesus.
That core. Listen, the harassment is a word. I know. I understand that you want to use a more colloquial definition of it.
Oh my
It is a legal term,
God.
but
Yeah. So if we want to get away from that legal term and say he felt under threat, you can say that.
I want to finish this harassment thing. Why do you want to
That's
get
fine.
off of it? This is what's
Because we're having trouble with the word harassment, and I don't have an issue using it. You are saying that for you, the definition is creating a lot of questions that I'm not trying to make. I'm not trying to compare it to this legal stuff. I'm not trying to bring that in. I'm trying to say that to him, he felt as though the environment of these people were such that he felt like he was in some kind of danger, whether that was economic or otherwise. There was some danger coming from that community, such that he created a trap so that he could bind them to some liability, so he could sue and harm them.
Why are we even having this conversation?
And I think that is. I think
Do you understand?
agrees with what you think.
It is so frustrating.
Oh
having
my
these conversations.
God.
And the minute we're trying to get clarity on a view, the person I'm talking to just backs up.
The minute I'm trying to get clarity by introducing criminal concepts and criminal law and criminal activity in talking about justifications for a civil law, it's just like, come on, is this so ridiculous?
Explodes the nature of the inquiry such that you just gave a rendition of like overall how Ethan feels. The whole point of these conversations is to try to get clarity. And it seems like we are trying to drill down on the kinds of conduct that could have motivated.
Okay, but whose fault is that? If you're trying to get clarity over and over and over and over again, and this is why I leaned in a lot to the way that he treated Hutch, right? Kafka is clearly good faith. He's trying his best to understand Pisco's point. Hutch is good faith. He's trying his best to understand Pisco's point. If you're having trouble getting your point across to these people, you're failing. The failure is almost certainly on you. It can't possibly be that you've spent months talking about this topic, and to your most good faith interlocutors, they still have no fucking idea what point you're trying to get across. That has to be on you at that point.
Him to sue. And it seems like this term harassment is important to people's notions. And rather than take the time to get clarity on what you understand harassment to be, you just stopped doing that, threw your hands up, and just gave up.
Oh my God.
Why'd you do that? This isn't
Because I
concept
told
to
you
people.
what I understand harassment to be, and you said that you're going to argue with me about the definition of harassment when I'm telling you how I am using it here.
Okay,
You're saying this is what harassment means, and I'm telling you, Pisco, when I said harassment in the situation,
Okay,
I
so
was
let's
using
get,
this
so let's get
definition,
clarity on
and you're
your,
saying
so let's
that
get,
definition is not correct.
Okay, so let's get clarity on your view. Okay, why not do that then? Let's get clarity.
Think that guy's gonna kill me? What's he doing? He's not looking at me, he's looking at the other guy up there, right? Okay. I just want... Oh, shit, I can't kill that.
I still don't understand. I'm going to ask you what you mean, because if this is an important concept, shouldn't we get clarity on what it means?
If the definition that you've provided me is one that
Forget
I am
about
not
my definition.
willing to
Forget
use,
about it.
Okay,
Forget about it.
Then why can't we just use the one where I just said he felt like he was in danger? That's what I was trying to say by using the term harassment.
Okay,
is that a bad? Is it not usable now?
Yeah. So because if what you mean by harassment is he felt in danger, and that's all you mean by harassment, it's going to be a huge issue, man.
But he would
Okay.
never bring a
You don't
lawsuit
think
if he
felt like
didn't
was in
feel that
danger?
way.
I'm
No.
not saying that. You understand what the issue is? If what you say harassment is.
Do you think that I was giving away some kind of like
Pisco's
subconscious
getting mad.
like assessment by using the word harassment? Do you think that that's what just happened? I had a Freudian slip. I said harassment.
No, I'm not
I didn't
saying,
mean to.
Bro.
Then
When I'm just trying to get clarity on the view. People say harassment, and if what you mean by harassment is only, maybe you could say it's not only. I'm just trying to understand this concept because you agree this concept is important, right? Harassment.
I think it's important in some conversations. I do not think it's important in this conversation. I don't know how it's
true.
important.
It's not.
Because all it
If
means
it's the
in
basis-
context of what I said.
I think at some point too, and I've started doing this with some people. I think I might even did it with Dinesh. I don't know. I just tell people, let's just talk about the thing. Don't do a hypothetical. No analogies, no hypotheticals. Let's just talk about the thing. And then if we can't understand the thing, then maybe we'll try to lean into some hypotheticals or analogies to illustrate some underlying principle or concept better. Because more often than not, sometimes you shouldn't combine those things. More often than not, it seems like these introductions of analogies and hypotheticals are literally just obfuscating the issue, which is the exact opposite. They're supposed to provide clarity. And if every single time you're leaning into some hypothetical or analogy, you're finding things are getting more obfuscated, more unclear, less clear in the conversation, then something is going off here. You're not. It's literally the exact opposite reason why we use hypotheticals.
Is that it means that he felt like he was in some kind of danger. Do you think that a person that is being harassed feels like they are in some kind of danger? Do you think that's part of harassment?
Not necessarily. No.
Okay. Then clearly
That's
I
my
used the wrong word.
you know, that's my understanding. But I just want to get clarity on your view, and I'm asking you basically: is the concept important to you in how you assess what's going on? Is the concept of harassment important to you for the purpose of analyzing it?
Did I check
no,
these?
it is not.
Okay, so then you would agree, therefore, that someone being harassed on your view, that would not be a justification
Oh no.
to do the lawsuit we're talking about.
I think.
Because you're saying it's not important. If it's not important, why should we assess it? Why should I address
Oh,
it?
I thought he was talking about the old hypothetical. Never mind.
I don't think you should because it's not the right word to use in this context.
No,
Instead, the
I
word
just
I'm
want the
going to use is
concept.
he felt like he was in danger.
Okay, so that concept is important. The feeling of being in danger, right?
Yes.
Okay, that concept's important. When you say danger, you mean physical danger?
Possibly. I don't know what messages he's received.
No,
I would bet
I'm
a
asking
lot
what-
of money he received death threats. So yes, I would bet he felt some level of physical danger.
I'm not asking what he felt. I'm saying the concept that you're deploying, that someone feeling in danger, that danger encompasses what exactly? The danger of physical harm?
Physical, monetary, psychological, familial, all of these things. All of this form of danger.
Okay, but that can't be a basis for the law. Yeah, that by itself, as you described there,
That's not
if
by
one of those
itself.
interpretations that it's psychological danger,
That's not by itself.
if that is the mere basis of a lawsuit, the other problem is going to be, subjective assessments as to psychological danger. Yeah, so I could give you a situation in which someone
I would also argue, I would say fuck all this too. I would argue, Pisco, you have the burden to present a positive claim here because the lawsuit is substantiated based on the fact that the infringement happened. The elements of the cause of action have been satisfied. Now, you know what? It's on you. You need to say why it's wrong rather than like trying to build all, because you're in a weird world where it almost feels like in these debates or conversations or debate perverts, whatever the fuck this is, it almost feels like the other person is somehow on the defense trying to justify the lawsuit when the burden should be on Pisco's side. The lawsuit is justified. Again, it's like prima facie, all the prerequisite elements on first glance are correct. They're there. They seem to satisfy the elements of the lawsuit of the civil cause of action. So Pisco should be the one fighting on the other side instead of making the other person like try to build an entire fucking moral philosophy to say why you should be allowed to sue somebody who did a thing that a law exists to literally punish somebody for doing.
Subjectively feels that the criticism is being generated on political things is psychologically damaging them, and that's all it would take for you to be okay with a lawsuit that has nothing to do with that. Then we're just it's too loose, it's too broad.
What? Like, wait. So you're saying it's wrong? So like someone gets harmed, is feeling psychological harm, and so they're using like a lawsuit to try to get people to fuck off. Then you think that's wrong?
On issues unrelated to the source of the harm, right?
The consumption of the
I feel,
content,
for example,
though.
right? Take the bold
It
guy
is.
video itself.
It's
You're not.
related.
No, you're getting disconnected from the argument I was making.
Uh-oh.
The argument I was making is that he felt like the actions that they took post nuke, like the call and there's other things, were a continuation of the pattern of actions that came before it.
Yeah, but Pisco's saying that the harassment, those actions necessarily need to be tied into whatever you're suing the person for, is what Pisco's saying.
Right.
You just
And I think
backed
that a
up
lot of
again,
people
man.
feel that way.
Yeah, you
I
just
said that
backed
at the
up.
very beginning of the argument.
So you just backed up again.
Backed up.
The whole like
At the very beginning of the segment, I said these are a continuation of a pattern of behavior in the minds of the people that disagree with you, and I would say likely in the mind of H3.
I'm trying to respect your view.
Oh
right?
my
I'm
God.
trying to respect your argument. And if I can't understand what is causing you to have a disposition one way or the other, it's impossible for me to be respectful to your view. And so when you back up and talk about course of conduct before we've understood the full implications,
I wonder if something that could explain Pisco's pattern of behavior. I wonder if Pisco spent a lot of time like personally like circle jerking this with people in his Discord or in his personal life or something, that he's like, because if he spent a ton of time like personally circle jerking it, then I could understand this a bit better, because he's like, well, when I talk to, you know, these three people who all agree with me, like everybody seems to know exactly immediately what everybody's talking about. Like it's the most obvious thing in the world. But then when he's going outside of that group of people, now it's like really difficult for anybody to understand. Maybe that could explain it, but...
Or even meaning of this feeling like that they're in danger, then you understand that it makes the conversation futile. I can't... This concept is clearly important to you, and I can't address it because A, I don't understand it, and B, we don't have like a full elaboration of it. So backing up and talking about the course of conduct is just a way to filibuster. Unfortunately, I'm not saying that's your intent. I'm just
God.
I am trying to be respectful.
Well, like what are you trying to cut to that this is getting in the way of?
What I'm trying to cut to is that the mere subjective beliefs of a person can, with respect to the danger they're facing on collateral issues, and if that danger includes things like psychological damage, that if that were a proper purpose to bring lawsuits that are totally unconnected to the source of that harm, then that would justify pretty much anything. It's too loose.
It wouldn't justify anything because they'd still have to be
It's
violating the
basically
underlying
your
civil cause of
subjective
action.
feeling of harm. It's basically rebranding and reconstructing moral faults from other actors. And instead of thinking about the intentions and dispositions of the people who are at fault for those moral wrongs, it's all about the subjective head of the purported victim. And no matter how well-meaning, I'm not saying they're well-meaning, but no matter how well-meaning the critics are, they are going to be subject to certain tactics, even if they're doing nothing that's morally harmful. I'm not saying they're not in the real world, but your standard of subjective beliefs of danger is untenable. There needs to be some way to incorporate the culpable conduct of others, separate from the subjective view of the victim.
Where's Kafka? Is he in chat yet?
Pisco, I love you, and I'm sorry if this is about to end this conversation because genuinely, what you just said to me sounds like such a filibuster. You were telling me that people coming to the legal system with subjective beliefs shouldn't bring lawsuits.
That's not
when
what
the
I
whole
said.
point of the whole point of a lawsuit is that you have a subjective view of a situation, and you need a third party fact finder to sort it out and tell you if it's good or not. That is now you can tell me. Well, there's a subjective view that's not related to the lawsuit, and so then that's the problem that they're bringing. Okay, fair enough.
No, wait,
but like,
Kafka's kind of missing and kind of hitting it, I think, but not really. No, actually, I shouldn't say that. He's like 90% there. So what I said before is that like the subjective feeling on the side of the aggrieved, on the side of the victimized, basically has to be there. Otherwise, they would never bring a lawsuit, right? So you can say, for instance, like, well, it only counts as this if the person feels harassed. And what if they don't feel harassed? Well, then they probably wouldn't file the lawsuit. Much the same if somebody tried to harass somebody, and the other person didn't feel harassed, even if the other person had the intention to do it. Well, in terms of civil liability, it really doesn't matter because they're never going to get sued because the other person didn't feel the threat, right? He is with family. Oh,
subjective
that's
ideas
not
are
what
the
I
basis
said.
of lawsuits.
No, do you think we're talking about what descriptively is the basis of lawsuits? What is it that you think that we're talking about?
Right now, we're talking about why H3 could have brought this lawsuit and whether it's good or not, and whether it's an ethical thing for him to do or not. And
Right,
I'm saying, I think he brought this lawsuit because he felt some level of danger towards his ability to make money as an online streamer. I think that's true. And I think that is sufficient for him to bring a copyright claim in this manner. That's it. That's A to B to C for me.
So you don't want to actually have the conversation. You just totally mischaracterized my view about
I just told you my view.
Yeah,
That's what I did.
So
If you have a problem with that view, you can internally critique it.
I do have a problem with that view. Okay, so does the feeling that the subjective feeling that you're, why did you laugh there?
No, I'm just. Oh, no. Whenever I said okay, and I laughed. Sorry, I'm a little amped. So we're conflicting with each other. So
Does the subjective
see.
Does the subjective feeling of incoming financial damage from true and vicious critique that is accurate, right? This is a hypothetical.
Okay.
And the desire to silence that true vicious critique and silence future criticism, does that justify, on the basis of potential future monetary harm, this lawsuit?
Okay.
Right. So the example I'm giving you, because you said subjective belief as to harm regarding monetary compensation with their streams, does the pure motive to silence critics that would have an effect on bottom lines, would that justify this copyright lawsuit?
I need prickly pears.
For just silencing critics, no.
Well, but what if the theory? What if someone says to you, the reason I'm silencing the critics is because if I don't, they will hurt my business.
And now he's turned it into just a critic argument. Oh.
Because in that scenario, what I would say is those are actors acting within a market, affecting you be tools of the market,
Yes.
harm your performance in the market.
True.
And that's just me being lawyer brained on antitrust. But if you're acting within a market, you don't get to use a lawsuit to stop them from doing that. I think that for him, the monetary harms were not that these people were out competing him. I don't think that these people were somehow coming up with ways in which to better market to his audience to steal it. I think they were acting in ways that were counter or outside of market purposes.
Ooh, like the
And
DDoS kid.
lawsuit is
Base!
the correct avenue to
True.
correct those things.
True.
That is literally.
Can we
the
not
basis
back
of
up?
copyright law.
So if Ethan had said like these people are harming me with their criticism and their lies about me, they're like hurting the business. They're telling people that I'm in favor of genocide. They're lying about.
Oh my God, I lost all my
but all stuff
candleberries.
that's protected. Okay, these people who are lying. These people who are spreading narratives about his political beliefs.
Lying is not protected. You can sue for defamation for certain types of lies. I don't know why I said that.
These people who are snarking him with respect to criticism. If all of that were true, and Ethan says, "This is being the reason I'm doing this is specifically to get them to stop the criticism because it's hurting me psychologically and it's hurting my bottom line. And the way I'm going to do that is punishing individuals who are part of that criticism, part of what's saying if.
If all of it's true, if everything they're saying is true, all right, and it's only the criticism, and he's saying, I hate that, so I'm going to assume to try to get him to stop. That's what you're saying. This hypothetical is.
Yes.
1 second. I'm just thinking about it real quick because I want to give you the answer that I genuinely feel. So let me slow down and think. I think in that scenario, I think it would be an unethical thing, especially based off of that motive. Okay, like we know the motive there, and we're saying he's trying to silence good faith detractors who are bringing true criticism.
No,
against him.
my example, it's lies. My example, some of it's lies.
lies?
Yeah, some of it's
That's
lies.
not protected then. That's not even
No, but
protected.
it's protected. It's part of the.
I don't care.
Lies?
I don't care about whether that's protected speech or not. He's not suing them for their speech. That's what the protection did. If it wasn't protected, just sue them for the speech.
Right.
It's protected, so they're lucky. They don't get sued for that, but then they do some kind of behavior that makes them vulnerable to liability. He can sue them. That's not, but fine. Okay.
We're not
And
asking,
guess what? They keep saying it.
we're not asking can he sue?
No, I didn't say. I said it was fine. I said it's ethical that he sued. I didn't say can. I said it's good.
Correct.
Yeah, that's ethical.
So if
Those people throughout the entirety of that lawsuit and after that lawsuit will get to keep saying those lies about him. So their ability to use that protected speech hasn't gone away.
Exactly.
that would be true of the case in which they were saying true criticism, trying to stifle those. In that hypothetical,
How is it? How is he stifling the lies? How is he stifling the lies by this IP lawsuit?
You're now asking about the actual case.
Sure.
Why are you doing that?
listen,
Why do you
asked-
keep
said,
doing this?
If people are criticizing him with lies, is it okay to bring a lawsuit against them for IP infringement?
No,
Right? Is that not hypothetical?
I'm trying to distinguish your view of when it's acceptable as a motivation to have silencing criticism to justify the lawsuit on the sort of idea that it would harm your bottom line and psychological damage. And you seem to grant, there's two cases, right? That it would be improper in the case of like true statements that are accurate and good faith, but it
Yes.
would be justified if it's like bad faith criticism. And I'm seeing like,
Yes.
what is the difference? Why are those different?
Because in one case, people are acting in an unethical way against you. And I prescribe to the theory of tit for tat. And this would be a tat.
Trigger
You're acting
word.
unethically at me.
But that
great.
doesn't-
I'm going to
No,
act in a
no,
way that
it wouldn't
harms
be-
you to get you to stop acting unethically towards me.
So why wouldn't that justify doing the frivolous lawsuit?
Because that's outside of
Because
the
I think
rules.
frivolous lawsuit goes beyond and is now acting in a way that's beyond the bounds of these actors.
You have a legal remedy. You don't have to use an illegal remedy.
It's not enough. That's what I mean. It's not enough to say that one side is doing one to another. You still have to make some sort of argument about the response.
You have proportionality does come into my understanding.
Right.
of how stuff works.
So just saying, well, they're doing something bad against him doesn't resolve the issue because that would be true of a frivolous lawsuit. It would be true of hiring a hitman. It would be true of doing reverse CPS. It would be true of spreading lies. Like you wouldn't justify. Do you think it would be justified? I'll ask you this: to spread lies about denims?
Would H3 be justified in spreading lies against denims?
Yeah.
No.
That's as tit for tat as you can get, right?
No.
Well, it is tit for tat. I would
No.
say when it comes to lying, no. I also put lying pretty high up.
Yeah,
on like
so
a pretty unethical.
this is
thing.
this is like what I don't understand, right? Because
Filing the lawsuit
everyone
is
kind of
unethical,
agrees
though?
that, or I think people agree that it wouldn't be justified in response to lies, criticisms. Again, a lot of that's subjective in terms of the criticism with respect to the political stuff. But even assuming that's a lie, nobody seems to be willing to bite the bullet that it would be justified to lie in response. Some people might.
Yeah, but right. Okay, sure.
Right. So if it wouldn't be even justified to lie in response, why would it be justified to lie about a lawsuit and then actually file that lawsuit against that person? In what respect is that more proportional than just a direct lie?
Bro, these are such horrible comparisons. It's not illegal to lie about yourself. Well, I guess in some cases, I guess it could be. Like if you were like lying about your income on like a credit card application or whatever. But generally speaking, like lying about your motivations for filing a lawsuit, there's no law against this. You're not violating any kind of like civil code or any code that we have in terms of how one ought to act in society with respect to civil litigation or any of the legal system that we have set up. This is not the same thing.
Wait, what do you mean? So what?
Right,
so,
so
now,
you-
wait, this is a fact question. This is a fact question.
Yeah?
Where the lie about the lawsuit? Tell me what you view as a lie about the lawsuit.
Wait, no,
Wait,
wait.
This is
Yeah, okay, we will definitely.
Right, are you, is this a hypothetical or are you applying it to
So
the facts?
I think you actually lied, but getting into the facts now, the reason why getting into the facts now will confuse the issue is we won't know your test. That's why we're using these hypotheticals, is to not establish some kind of like ad hoc test, but some kind of principled test. You want a principled test, don't you? You want a consistent framework, don't you?
For the most part, yes.
In what respect don't you want a consistent framework?
You might want one that is a framework that is loose enough that allows a case-by-case basis where you're merely balancing
Right, but
a
applying
number of factors.
Yeah, but applying a consistent set of factors that are apt in the case and that are consistent across like cases, right? You don't want some ad
Yeah,
hoc
sure.
hodgepodge.
Sure, but I'm speaking more of like kind of a concept of equity that goes beyond merely a rigid structure. I'm a big equity guy. I believe that there are, while rigid structures are good in a lot of ways, I think there are times in which they are not
Right,
beneficial.
So getting into the facts right now and me talking about what I think you lied about is going to confuse our actual
Oh my
test,
God.
whatever our framework that we want to apply is. Because right now, the reason I'm throwing all these hypotheticals is to try to build out a structure before we apply.
Before we
facts.
talk about anything.
I want to know what this is why I get so frustrated with people who are like trying to say this is all stupid. Is it would be like going into a legal analysis without knowing what the test is and trying to apply it. We need to know what the test is. We need to know what our rule is. You know?
You sure? Yeah, fair.
So that's why I'm saying that's why I'm trying to keep us to the dialectic that we're doing so far. What we have so far is the hypothetical in which there are a bunch of people who are saying bad faith criticisms and lies about a creator. And you just said, right, you wouldn't support as ethically correct lies in response from the creator. So that would be, you wouldn't support that. You would say that was wrong to do. Just because Venom's lies about you, you don't think that it's justified to lie about her. And that is, I think, if that's the case, I'm going to give you a kind of greater includes the lesser argument, which is if it's not even justified to lie in response to lies, how would it be justified to lie about a lawsuit, assuming you did, and then file?
You can lie about a lawsuit, and you could even grant, although it's stupid, you could even grant to Pisco that lying about the lawsuit is unethical, but that doesn't make the lawsuit itself unethical. What the fuck is going on down there? Dude, these motherfuckers are killing each other. Hold on, I gotta go suicide real quick with my shit-ass fucking bullshit-ass pistol. Oh, he's fighting the Spider-Man.
Hey there!
I helped. Watch this. Okay, I'm done helping. He's gonna think I'm trying to steal the loot.
Bro, why are you stealing his loot?
I would never.
So, Pisco is a smart guy. Why is he so hellbent on Ethan bad?
Hello, Raider! Okay.
Why is he so hellbent? I think it's just audience capture, just the current audience that he has.
Do you think he's like, I don't want to use this word, but like,
brain
drifting?
broken? I mean, never underestimate a smart person's ability to bullshit themselves into something. I don't know if I would say grifting. I don't know if he's like fully aware of how like weird his opinions are.
Have you had a talk with him about this particular thing yet, or no?
No. Or we kind of did.
Because I don't think Pisco is retarded. I mean, he went to a university that's really good.
Hold on, wait,
He
1
got
sec.
a law degree.
Are you done looting this?
Leaper pulse unit. Here.
Wait, why are you giving me this? Oh, are you sure? Okay. I didn't even help him that much. Now I really did loot jack him. I didn't want to fucking jack that shit.
Did he give you the leper unit?
He gave me a leaper thing. Maybe he just needed one or something.
Nice guy.
Yeah, maybe he needed one. Yeah, the Pisco is much smarter than these arguments. But I don't think he's like intentionally like, I am bad faith and I'm going to argue whatever to maintain my audience. I think he's just kind of gotten like mind
He believes
fucked.
it.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I think, yeah.
Maybe this is a hot take. I don't think there's that many people out there in the world, even, who are just being bad faith about what they believe. Am I naive there?
In the whole wide world, correct. In the media world, sometimes it gets a little dicey, but generally speaking, I think even in the media world, I think correct. Or rather,
Usually what
or
people say
even
are
when they are, even when they are being bad faith, it's not as bad faith as it appears. So like when I look at like somebody like Candace Owens, like I would say for Candace Owens, like this is the ultimate bad faith person. But the reality is that like even in Candace Owens' mind, my guess is that she's thinking like, yeah, I'm definitely being hyperbolic or maybe even lying at some points or, you know, whatever. But everybody else is doing it too. So this is the only way that I could even get my message out there. I have to do it this way. It's like a person who starts hacking. Like you have to hack because everybody else is hacking. And that's the only
Everybody
way to
else
even...
is cheating. I gotta
Yeah,
cheat
exactly.
too. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't even... I guess Nick is a bad example, but I think people who go online and say abhorrent shit, like sadly, I think most of them actually believe it.
For a lot of people, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and then also, I think that Pisco was severely bothered by Ethan's, oh fuck, negative comment about him.
What did Ethan say?
He compared him to Mike from PA.
Oh, I'd go on a fucking tirade against his ass too. Fuck him. Yeah, I get that. Okay, now it's all coming together.
Did you have a good dinner?
I did.
I did too.
I just wanted to call and ask about the Pisco argument. I don't want to derail his shit.
No, I wanted to add to that very quickly and say I think it is naive to assume that he's not aware of the fact that his viewership and money comes from him specifically having a adversarial take on things that Destiny has one way. Absolutely across the board.
So there's no way to prove what Dan is saying is being correct, but one of the reasons why conflict of interest is such an important thing is because sometimes it becomes impossible to evaluate that. There's really no way to say whether or not what you're saying is true. But if Doobie's literally out here giving... I can't believe that Doobie just basically admitted to trying to buy off so much of like the minor politosphere. That's really fucking weird. That Doobie even openly stated like, yeah, I'm just not going to watch you if you're doing anything like talking to Destiny or having Destiny stuff on or whatever. But I am going to watch you otherwise, and I'm giving hundreds or thousands of dollars every single month to all of these other smaller streamers. That was a weird thing for him to just be so open about, and for nobody to take issue with. That's super crazy.
Well,
Did he? I didn't hear him say that in the argument that I saw him
Who?
tout. Doobie?
When Doobie was talking to, I think, Wick. Oh, because Doobie tried to ask Wick a freebie. Doobie was like, well, I've never pressured you about any political beliefs or anything, right? And then Wick was like, well, actually, yeah, you did say that you weren't going to watch me if I had Destiny on or whatever, and you do donate like lots and lots of money, which Doobie does. And then Doobie had to try to fight on that point. But Doobie acknowledged all of it. He's like, well, yeah, I'm not going to watch you if Destiny's here, and I do donate a lot of money to a lot of different streamers, and that's a really weird, yeah.
Yeah, because then it's literally for Wick. It's like, well, if I have Destiny on, Doobie's
Exactly.
not going to give me a fucking $1,000.
you can't look over the you can't like I don't care how much you're like, oh no, Pisco's like a good attorney or whatever. You cannot look over the fact that like, hey, if I don't do this, I'm like my audience is going to start like being like wrong, spamming the chat saying that, and I'm not going to make money. Like that's just it's
Sure, but you could argue the other way. If he was always on Destiny's side, he would absolutely have a lot of viewers over there being like, oh, Pisco's really
but he can't, right?
Why?
Because he made his choice, and his whole thing has always been like very direct, and you know I do it even if it's unpopular and I stick with it. So he's there. We've seen how long he's stuck with the Hassan TSA story, even though that's like the most like retarded thing to stick with ever of all the stuff to hold it to. So I think he can't. I think he's I don't want to say anti-Destiny, but I would certainly say that he's like inclined to take the opposite view of any take that Steven takes, would be my guess.
Yeah, maybe. And whether or not you're right or wrong, it's very, very, very difficult to evaluate as a result of like Doobie's behavior.
Yeah,
Well, it's not
you do
just
have
him,
the
it's other
Doobie thing to
people.
point to.
Well, I don't know if
Well,
I'm only pointing out Doobie because the Doobie guy legitimately donates like a lot of money. Like, I'm not gonna make
How
this.
much are we talking, like, monthly?
Well, when I was arguing with Pisco last time, I think he donated $1,000 just in that
Yeah.
one conversation.
That's a lot of fucking money.
God damn it.
Is there like a YouTube tracker, chat, to see how much like X account is donating monthly or whatever? Because I'm curious.
I'd be curious
How
how much
many
he's making
streamers he's
in
going
super
to.
chats. Super chats plus other shit, right? There must be a super chat tracker.
Must be.
Okay, I'll listen to more of this.
That lawsuit again for all the for things that are collateral to it. It seems like the greater includes lesser. One of them is just lie, which you say is unjustified. The other one includes a lie, but then it also includes a lawsuit on the collateral issue for which the person doesn't care about the underlying infringement. It just seems like the greater includes the lesser there. You
I'm
understand?
not sure I follow you. I understand what your argument is. I'm just trying to not follow you to that conclusion. I think that lying regarding your motivations for bringing a lawsuit, I don't know how much ethical way to put on that compared to lying about a person specifically.
Exactly, yes,
Well,
correct.
I mean, really? I mean, like, so
Correct.
lying about something trivial about that person as opposed to lying about the major thing you're bringing a lawsuit? I mean,
Doesn't matter. There's nothing illegal
I don't
about
know,
that.
I don't know what value.
There's nothing illegal about that. He's correct.
What harm is being done by a person
Exactly.
lying about
Exactly. What's the
why they
harm?
bring a lawsuit
That's why you
to
can
the
lie about
public
yourself. Who
with no
cares, right? Yeah.
Entitlement to the knowledge of why they brought the lawsuit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like
don't
that's
think
kind of a
that's
lie
a
where it's like, what's
What's the harm? What's the harm in lying to the general public about
why I'm bringing a lawsuit against another person?
Correct.
I think it's totally appropriate for people to lie about why they bring lawsuits all the time. Of course.
You think it's
If someone
appropriate?
walks up and
You
asks,
think it's appropriate
Yeah.
to lie about why you're bringing a lawsuit?
It could
Do you think
be.
it's appropriate to lie to the police? If it, yeah.
In general, no.
What? If you're talking,
You think it's appropriate to lie to the
if I could be
police?
harmed, if I could be harmed,
No, you just shouldn't lie to the police. You just don't have to talk to the police. No, no, no. Oh, no, Kafka,
you can just say
no.
nothing.
Why is a lawsuit taking harm? You could. Hey, guess what? H3, it would have been a better move to say nothing.
In virtue of what would it be
Is
better?
H3 lying
In
about
virtue
his
of,
lawsuit
in virtue of what would it be better?
better than? Because you shouldn't talk publicly about lawsuits that you're undergoing, and especially ones in which people have an invested interest to try to undermine and harm in ways that are against your interests. So telling the truth or lying publicly would have been was a worse move than saying nothing.
I don't understand how. So, like, by this view, like, why would it be wrong for Hassan to lie about Collargate?
Why would it be wrong? I mean, I think that one is more
Well,
about
I'll just
considering-
ask you: was it wrong for Hassan to lie about Collargate?
Yeah, no, yeah, that's pretty clearly wrong for him to do that.
Okay. Was it wrong for Hassan to lie about how long he was detained in by CBP?
Yes.
Was it wrong for Ethan to lie about if he did lie about the motivation of the lawsuit?
I mean, like, yes, but I would say I'll say yes. I won't give you qualifiers. I'll say yes, and if we want to get into the differences, we can. I'll just say yes.
Okay. So it is a self-standing wrong. There's no, like, unless there's some overriding good reason to lie. I will admit that there are some lies that are justified. I'm not saying every lie is unjustified, but unless there's a good reason to lie, we're going to say in general lying is wrong.
Sorry, fuck. He should have pushed back and was like, let's say that Hassan walks into his room and let's say that he kicks his desk on accident, he stubs his toe. Let's say that Hassan lies to his audience, like, this really fucking hurt. It hurt me a lot. Okay, I just got so fucking hurt. I think I'm going to get rid of this. I'm getting rid of this desk because of how much, when I kicked my foot on the desk, how much it just hurt. But let's say that's not the reason. Let's say he actually just thought that it was an ugly desk. He just wanted to get rid of it for a long time, right? Has he committed like some kind of, is there a moral failing there? Is that like a severe wrong that he's committed? Did he owe his audience the truth for that it didn't actually, like, not really. Like this, it's not really a fact of the matter about a thing that would significantly, alter our, like course of action or whatever. Like if he lied about how much it hurt him to kick his desk and said that like the desk was like a particularly injurious desk and then he was trying to like fundraise maybe for it or something, then that might be the case.
What I was gonna ask, yeah.
If Ethan was fundraising for his lawsuits, I think you do have a greater obligation to tell the truth, which I think that would be fair, not to the general public, but at least to the people that are donating money to him. Hold on. But to say that every lie is necessarily like some huge moral wrong or all the same, I don't think that logically follows.
Hello? All right. Hello, Raider.
Jesus. I will get these prickly hairs. Did you get 5 mil? Yeah, duh, we got that. We smashed that. That was child's play.
Right?
Sure.
So it's not enough to say, well, you lied about the lawsuit or lying to the police. That doesn't make it, that's not by itself a good enough reason to lie, just because it relates to lawsuits or it's to the police.
Right, but in both scenarios, I would sit there and wait to hear the justification before saying whether or not
Right,
it's
so
wrong.
assuming Ethan did lie about his motivations, what would be the justification for it?
There's a very large amount of people online that he feels like are endangering his ability to make money, his physical health, his mental health, his family, his reputation. So
And that
being
justifies
honest with the
lying
public-
about, and that justifies lying to
Oh my
people.
It
god.
could. It very well could. He might have reasons to think that doing so was to his benefit, and it would justify him lying about it. Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
If Hassan sued Loanerbox or copyright infringement and lied about why he was doing it, would you say the same thing? And Hassan thought that Loanerbox was generating like hate brigades at him and generating
Before, in the realm of speculation about whether it was ethical or not, yes, I would say I'm going to withhold judgment on whether or not it's ethical or not until without pretty concrete proof that there was no justification of him doing that.
No, we would say it's wrong. Of course, it's wrong for Hassan to do that. We would say
For him to lie about it?
Yeah.
I mean,
So Loanerbox almost certainly has infringed on Hassan's copyright. Agreed,
Okay.
right?
He hasn't, or he
No,
has.
he almost certainly has infringed on Hassan's copyright from a legal perspective.
I don't engage a lot with Loaderbox's stuff. I would
Okay.
grant, yes, sure.
Yeah,
I don't
okay.
know. He seems like a great person. I just don't great engage with his
I like Loanerbox. I like Loanerbox. I like Hutch. I'm a lib, all right? I'm a fucking lib. But apparently, I'm the last samurai lib, principal lib somewhere. Anyway, so Loanerbox is almost certainly infringed on Hassan's content. If Hassan sued Loanerbox and then said, "I'm doing this to protect and to bring in like the proletariat revolution or something," and so he's clearly lying because any loser knows that a single copyright infringement isn't going to bring about the socialism, right? If he did that, we would all say, "What a lie! That's wrong," and we wouldn't have any kind of like credence that, well, because it might benefit him to lie, therefore he should.
Right. I think, well, I agree, but I'm agreeing in that fact scenario because you presented a fact scenario which is very easy to agree with that. I think that doesn't take away the fact that there could easily be scenarios in which it makes sense for him to lie about it.
Yeah, no, so these are scenarios in which I think it would make sense to lie about his motivation. If lying about his motivation were necessary to...
I'm just curious. Has Pisco had a single conversation ever where he actually describes or talks about any of the merits of the case? Or is it always like the meta conversations constantly? I don't know if I've ever heard him get to the actual fucking fact pattern of this case ever. But
Well, that's because
Keep his
that's the
children-
boring part, right? That he can't really fight on. Like they
maybe,
did do
yeah,
copyright
unironically,
infringement.
yeah, probably. That's what it feels like.
It's like, what are you gonna fight on? They did it. They did that shit.
If lying about his motivation were necessary in order to prevent some kind of like horrible public policy or some significantly bad public policy.
Sure.
If lying were necessary in order to, I don't know, to obtain, I don't even fucking know, to vindicate some larger community interest, such as for the protection of the React community or something. I don't know. If lying about that would actually cause the React community to be protected, maybe I could see some benefit. Okay, if you're going to do this lawsuit anyway, might as well get some benefit out of it. But none of that exists here.
Like, I think that one connection that Kafka could draw, and Pisco could almost be correct in bringing this argument up, except the principle fails immediately on this fact pattern, is that you could argue that suing somebody, and Pisco kind of laid out the principle, Kafka's just not connecting the dots here, in my opinion. You could lay out the principle that, like, suing somebody for something that is just completely and totally unrelated to the issue that you have with them, maybe we could argue that this is some form of, like, immoral or unethical, even if legally justified suit. But the fact of the matter is that the consumption of Ethan's content is pretty directly related to like the harassment, right? They're harassing him over the content. They are consuming the content while harassing him. They have the malicious stated goal while consuming the content of using that consumption of the content to contribute further to the harassment. Like, I don't like that Kafka let him get away. Hold on. I don't like that Kafka let him get away scot-free on that, saying that like these things are totally unrelated, because they're not, right? If it was the case that, again, that there was like some, you're not allowed to say like fuck you and like wink twice or whatever, and Ethan would have found out they did this like when they were at the grocery store and he was suing them for that, maybe I still think you're fighting uphill there if they actually broke a law or violated something. So you're still fighting uphill there, but you've got some ground to stand on, whereas Pisco's just on a muddy hill right now. He has no traction.
And question, just because he settled the Casey-tron lawsuit doesn't mean that that is actually going to help his future cases, correct? Because it's settlement, it's not a court ruling, so it doesn't like create a quote-unquote precedent around it?
Precedents can be helpful in swaying judges when they have to make decisions of like matters of law in cases. There are other ways, though, that settling a particular lawsuit could help you. So, for instance, let's say that Casey-tron has more information about Denims and more information about Frogan and their motivations of the things that they've done. It could be that, kind of like how a prosecutor might give a plea deal to somebody that they're charging with a crime in order to get more information on other criminals.
Yeah.
It could be that you agree to settle one case for more information about the
That was
litigants in
spelled
the
out,
other
by the way,
ones.
completely in the thing. It says Casey Tron agrees to help with future litigation on this
Sure.
matter.
Yeah.
And
But-
does she have to do that if she doesn't want to?
Yeah, if she doesn't, then the settlement terms are moot, and then she has to pay the full amount.
Can you
Yeah.
really compel someone to go and testify?
She doesn't have to,
I mean,
but
it's
then
not-
the settlement deal goes away, and
Yeah,
she has
you're
to pay the
making
whole thing.
part of the agreement is going to be there's going to be terms outlined saying these are the things that both parties have to do, and if you violate that, it's either going to be penalties built in that you've agreed to by signing it, or
Or right back where we started, we're going to court?
yeah, basically, yeah. But there's probably going to be built-in penalty. It's not going to be go back to court. You're going to get fucked because the judge is going to see that you've literally violated the terms of the settlement. And if I had to guess, this is probably one of the things the judge would hate more than anything else in the universe because you guys agreed to settle your stuff without taking it to trial, without wasting more time in the court, and now you're bringing it back to court because you violated the terms of your settlement. It's probably one of the worst things you can do in the eyes of the court, would be my guess.
Can you make someone like get a deposition in order to do the settlement and then have that deposition as like evidence for future cases?
Possibly, I guess. I don't know what the structure of these agreements has to be, but that would be my guess if you promise some information. It wouldn't be like a deposition per se. It would just be information that you're agreeing
Info, et
to
cetera.
hand over, yeah.
Okay, can I ask you a hypothetical real quick?
Yes.
Okay, what if Ethan Klein wants to get to the mods of some of these snarker communities, or hire people larger than the people he's suing? And the whole point of these lawsuits is to get to discovery and dig through their messages and things like that to try to find connections to these people. And if he comes out and says that, he is worried that some amount of spoliation might happen to where he'll never be able to find that connection. And so that's why he's going to lie about his lawsuit motivations, and that's why he's not going to be honest with us about it. In that hypothetical scenario,
Oh, I got a dog collar.
that be still, you would say that is not an ethical justification. That's not a justification that
it's-
removes unethical law.
Yeah, it gets to the same underlying issue, which is you would need to show that these snarkers are like some kind of societal blight with respect to. I understand in the colloquial sense they're a societal blight, like all Redditors. Okay, what I'm talking about is the
Oh
creators,
my
like,
God, the
social concerns
generalization
regarding, like,
there.
Al Capone level. And all you have right now is the same kind of underlying.
One thing that bothers me, and I'm not saying this to encourage harassment, I don't even know why I bother qualifying because I don't think Pisco gives a fuck to do it on my end.
They're gonna hate you anyways.
No, it's because I don't think it's whatever. But like, I feel like this sounds mean. Pisco is like hard when it comes to conversations or whatever, but I feel like he's a little bit soft when it comes to criticism. Like it feels like some criticism like very heavily bothers the fuck out of him. And sometimes I feel like for somebody who is so bothered by certain types of criticism, for him to like be so crass or careless when it comes to how other people deal with criticism, like just that equivocating on what it means to be a snarker, to try to equate like a snarker to just like a Redditor in general, lol, is like, I think that's bullshit. That's a really stupid statement to make, and I think that's insightful a little bit to Pisco's state of mind, that these people at the end of the day are just like memers, and it's all the same shit. Ethan's just trying to silence legitimate criticism, and that's it.
Do you think
Malicious
Pisco
siphoning.
goes into these conversations with like the goal to like gotcha people, or do you think he's trying to have a good faith conversation and his mind is just fucking broken?
I think at the start, I think he's generally trying, but I think as he gets more and more frustrated, as the person's not getting what he's saying, I think he switches a little bit more to attack dog mode. But I think he tries at the start to lay things out in good faith, but he's having trouble communicating some things, and then when the other person isn't getting what he feels like he's putting down clearly, then he switches more to attack dog.
I think he's bad faith with a lot of this shit, tremendously, absolutely, and has to tie himself into fucking knots to even come across. Like, even the best thing here is all the intentions in the world matter for Ethan, but they don't for the other people. I mean, you said it the same. You literally have to be fucking delusional to think otherwise. He knows what he's doing, and he does it anyways. He's just fucking, like, he's broken inside. That's it.
Wait, hold on.
Completely.
I'm just looking for prickly pears right now.
Oh, you're looking for the old bears?
Wait, you what? Oh,
Good luck, brother.
I need some of those
Be
pears,
careful,
by the
babe.
way, if you get extras.
okay. Yeah, true. Okay, I'm playing this again.
Or
what?
I'm just saying, he hasn't earned good faith on this stuff. Like, maybe originally he has. He's long past that. Now you have to assume, based off his actions, that what he does is bad faith, because that's all that there is to go off of over the last, 2 to 3 months. There's no more, well, I can see why he would do this because in the past. He's like, no. He's completely fucking brain broken and can't see reality, because if he does see reality, he's going to look retarded. So he has to come up with these very detailed. It's like, well, what do you mean by harassment? What's the technical? Let's look up the dictionary word, because all of a sudden you give the dictionary word and it's like, oh, well, that's not the legal definition. It just fucking, the whole thing is psychotic.
It's
If
possible.
Pisco wants to have a conversation, would you have one with him?
Yeah, I think we've talked about it once before, yeah. Or, well, we had a meta conversation about it, I think. But, okay, going back to this.
Rationale, right? And so, unless you have some kind of purpose related to these specific actors, again, the mods of this community, that is tangibly related to culpable conduct of the type we're looking for, you're just running into the same problem, which is the same problem is absent some kind of, and this is even for the discovery rationale, absent some kind of showing of culpability, we're going to want the lawsuit to be tailored to specific conduct at issue, absent some showing of huge moral fault of the snarkers to the same degree, right, the Redditors, of the as the streamers. And right now, I definitely am seeing intentional malicious siphoning from the Redditors or whatever that is shown, and I always assumed. But you're just running into the same kind of substantive issue. But I would grant if these Redditors were, if these specific Redditors were encouraging terrorist activity against him, if they were like, I'm not sure, attacking his family in the real sense, not just in criticizing, if you could show that they coordinated the CPS
They're just
call, maybe it would start
criticizing,
to
LOL.
get there.
Jesus.
Okay. No, I do. I don't know. I feel like this feels like, on the one hand, there's such a lack of available facts for what we're discussing, or at least my knowledge of the facts, that I don't know how I can engage with that. And two, I think also you should have a much higher bar when it comes to suing people for outside the norm of a motive for a lawsuit than me. Mine is very low.
Mine is low.
You just said Al Capone.
No, you're not understanding. That's not my standard to sue. You think that's my standard?
That's your standard for suing with a motive that is outside the intended motive of the law being brought.
So the Al Capone thing is, that's my standard for suing when you have no proper purpose, only improper, right? But only an improper purpose, and it's collateral to why you're suing. Then you have to show some kind of like broader interest.
Okay.
That's in the case in which there's no proper purpose. I do not have a high standard before I'm going to think a lawsuit is justified. It's a quite forgiving standard.
So do you think that H3 has no proper purpose in their lawsuit?
Yeah, I don't see one.
No proper purpose.
There's theoretical.
Okay.
But
So
no
that is
proper
your standard
purpose.
that we're discussing.
Well, no.
For the H3 lawsuit.
No, it gets him into the there's two boxes, right? In the box in which I think that there's a proper purpose and at least some significant proper purpose that's actually motivated an individual, the presence of improper purpose in general isn't going to knock it out, okay? And so absence of showing of broader societal harm, I'm going to assume justified, okay? That's in the case in which there's at least a significant proper purpose. In the case in which there's no significant proper purpose, in general, I'm going to assume wrong, if unrelated to the issues, right? Collateral issues. I'm going to assume wrong unless you can show some.
Could you steal man Pisco's
predominant
argument?
social
I'm not
interest.
really interested in doing that, no.
You understand that? So in one case, the default assumption I'm going to say is justified, unless you can show some societal harm. And in the case in which there's no significant proper purpose, I'm going to assume wrong unless you can show some, predominating social interest in it. Does that make sense? And that's what that's why the Hutch conversation went that way, is because I think that the proper purpose is out the window, because everyone assumes he wants the infringement. He doesn't care about it. He doesn't care that his property has been infringed. He doesn't want to further deter infringement in that sense. All he wants to do is target these people because they're these people, and he's lying about his motive. And so the only thing left to talk about relates to whether there's a societal interest or moral culpability for these actors, such that we would, notwithstanding the presence of improper purposes and no proper purpose, consider this to be worth it. You understand? It's about where the presumptions are. If I thought he cared about enforcing his copyright in this instance, I would say I have no problem with the lawsuits.
Okay.
Because I assess him not to have that purpose, and because I think that he has basically all improper purposes, and because I don't see the case for overriding moral culpability or social interest, I'm defaulting to that. I hope that analysis makes sense to you.
It does. Okay. I understand your analysis and how you're doing it. So that means, right now, to me, the difference that I'm seeing here is that what I described as there being a pattern of behavior,
Oh, Jesus.
putting himself and his business and all stuff in danger, and then continuing after the nuke, including but not limited to the CPS call and the skulls, are all his justification in filing a lawsuit. Whether you agree or not, we're not going to touch that right now, but I'm saying all of that looks to me like a proper purpose to bring this kind of lawsuit. If all of that assumption, that argument that I made is true, do you still not believe that it reaches a proper purpose?
No, I don't think it's a proper.
Okay, then one second. Then, as you have said before, there is not a discussion to have. Because the issue is not, to me, that, we need to discuss all these different things. It's that I see there being a proper purpose. You do not. And so if you don't see there being a proper purpose, you're looking at that second category that he feels there's a threat to his ability to make money.
No, but that's no.
Okay.
That's why we went through all this, right? Like a subjective belief of financial threat, okay,
Yes.
In the main run, we're not going to say that's a proper purpose for a lawsuit that isn't related to that. So the example I gave was
that is the entire point of an IP lawsuit, is to protect your ability to make money. Now, it might be related to this one thing.
related to the infringement, related to your works,
Sure.
not related to criticism. And I gave you the example of a person whose only motivation was to sign.
I didn't say it was related to
criticism. Okay, hang on a second. So let's just deal with it, right? Ethan wasn't under threat financially from infringement, right?
My understanding is, well, actually, yes, he was.
In what respect?
Was it significant? Was it significant?
He was not under threat. No, infringement or no
He
infringement.
literally suffered because
That isn't what we're talking about. That, I mean, that's true of any. That's true of anybody.
No. I'm saying it's beyond a threat. It is no longer a threat. He was materially harmed by their actions.
No, but he wasn't.
It was materially
His financial security wasn't threatened by
It was in connection with the consumption of his IP on stream, though. Kafka will get here. He will get there.
infringement.
Financial security, sure. That's not what we were talking about. We were talking about whether or not he was threatened, and then I said he was materially harmed. That's all I said. I didn't say he was, his security was different. That's why I'm saying you can debate whether or not the significance of it. But he did suffer
Material
harm to him. Yeah.
But that's just basically saying any infringement is by definition justified. Any copyright law is justified. But
Yes.
I thought we agreed that's not true.
I think that almost. I think that, as we said, there are very remote scenarios in which that it could not be true. But as I said at the very beginning of this, 99% of the times, I would say that it is ethical. Such
Okay, so,
that I barely.
so I want to hear you say it. I want to hear you say it. If Hassan sues Lonerbox for copyright, you're going to say that that's good.
If Lonerbox was literally just sitting there AFK playing his shit, like, does Lonerbox even consume content this way? I feel like Lonerbox doesn't even consume content this way. I don't even know where this example is coming from here.
I would say that is an ethical action. I don't know if I would say that was like good.
You just set out a standard, and the minute I give you something that applies to a lib, you're not applying your own standard you just set.
I mean, what was Hassan? Why is Hassan not ethical in enforcing his copyright against Lonerbox? I don't understand that.
No, you just said I don't know. Did you say that it would be good for Hassan to sue Lonerbox?
It would be ethical.
Would it be good ethical?
Good,
Yes.
ethical action.
These are all.
I don't view
these are all
ethical
synonymous.
and good as being a synonymous word. I don't use those words.
Okay. Wait. Okay, so whatever we're applying to Ethan here, let's apply to this case. So you do you think that Ethan's lawsuits are good?
He's playing such a dumb word. When Kafka just said, I don't think that ethical and good are the same, what Kafka means is when somebody says is something ethical, what they're generally saying is that, like, is this ethically permissible? When somebody says, is this good, somebody's saying, is this, like, virtuous? So, for instance, if I were to masturbate 400 times in a day, and you would ask, is this ethical? Somebody's like, well, yeah, I guess. Nobody's getting hurt, right? Sure, it's ethical. But if somebody's like, is it good to masturbate 400 times a day? Well, good? Probably not. There is a difference in terms of, like, common parlance, like how these two terms are used. In terms of moral philosophy, I don't know if there's a distinction between a virtuous action and just things that aren't bad. But, like, obviously there's a distinction here that is very obvious.
I think that they are ethical. Good, I don't know. I mean, like, if we're gonna just use them synonymously, sure, they're good. In that
No.
sense,
What
I
you
don't
mean?
really-
You're the one who brought up this distinction. So do you think?
I don't think I would. Yeah, I don't know if I would put a good or bad label on it. That's not how I use those words.
So I'll
I
just
use
ask you:
good and
Do you
bad.
have a view about whether Ethan's lawsuits are good?
No, I think that good is a broad term and that ethical is a precise term. So I'd rather use a more precise term. I don't think good is a word. Good is the right word to use here because it brings in a bunch of normative loading that I would not want to put onto.
So if someone
I don't think that Ethan is a good person. I don't think that the people he's suing are good people. No, I know. But I'm just saying, if I use the word good, it implies that there is a good person involved here, and I don't want to make that implication. I want to talk about the specific action of this person, whether or not it's ethical or not. That is why I'm using a precise term. I'm telling you why I'm using the word differently than just as a pure synonym for good or bad.
Okay,
that's why I'm doing it.
So if someone said that Kafka thought that the lawsuits were good, that wouldn't be true because you don't have a view on that.
You are correct. It would not be a correct statement.
But it would
be a good lawsuit.
But it would be accurate to say that Kafka thought that the lawsuits were ethical.
Yes.
Okay. By which you mean morally ethical.
Sure. For the sake of this conversation, I will go along with that.
Morally ethical? What other kinds of ethicality are we talking about here? Okay.
I don't like using the word moral that way, but it means morally ethical.
In what other sense would it be ethical? I hope what I'm trying to avoid is the notion that you're just pricing in like ethical under the rules of professional conduct. That's what I'm trying to avoid.
No, not that. I mean,
He's clearly not
I would say
saying
they're
that.
morally ethical in the sense that, like, I don't think that they violate any moral wrong. I don't think there's any moral wrong that exists here, and therefore they would be morally ethical. I guess. So we can say it. I don't think there's any moral violations happening here, so I guess it would therefore kind of default into a moral ethical.
No, there's a difference, right? Because something could be ethically acceptable and ethically not acceptable, right?
So moral or immoral?
And you're on the view that it's ethically acceptable.
I am.
Oh, shit.
And you would also say,
Just real quick, just small, very, very, very small comment, real quick. I view discussions of morality to basically be like a presuppositional thing that's just super personal, that creates that you're always going to be using a ton of personal language, and they're a cancer for discussion. So I just really don't like
you don't like to
discussing
talk about
morals very much. So like my apprehension comes there. It's fine to discuss. I'm just letting you know, that's where my apprehension.
No, but that's not true.
I don't mind talking about ethics, but morality is just.
Oh, man.
you take a view on ethics.
I think morals are.
Every time you talk about
ethics,
Trump,
I do. Morals. I have a very hard time discussing with people. Is what I'm saying. Ethics are fine. Morals are something that I feel like you get into theology, you get into a lot of presuppositionalism, you get a lot of weird personal language that I think is not very helpful to a discussion. I think ethics are a little bit more easier to discuss because they're more about the interpersonal nature of actions and how they affect people and how they affect society as a whole. I think ethics has more to do with that, whereas morality has a more internalized and personalized view of the world that can really get into some sticky territory that has a hard time aligning with each other. Even though we might have these extractions that look like they're the same, you get just tied up into bullshit tangents that no one cares about. Sorry.
So
that's why I don't like talking about morals.
If you're saying something is unethical, it's not equivalent to saying it's immoral, right? Something can be unethical and moral.
No. Oh
Something
God,
could
what are
be
we
unethical
talking
and moral.
about?
I think
Oh
that is
man.
possible, yes.
Can you think of a single example of something that's unethical and moral?
Yes, I think speaking up at a hearing in which a man is about to be accused of...
No, but that's equivocation. That's equivocation. Because then it's just
No,
saying...
that's an explicit... I think it is moral to stand up and say that. I don't think it is necessarily ethical to do that.
No, because the ethics there, this is what I'm concerned about.
Oh shit, I didn't think you'd be able to think of an example. That would be true, actually. Yeah, I guess you could argue that. Yeah, true, actually. By Pisco's own statements, yeah.
I'm concerned about that equivocation. The equivocation is between something ethical in the sense of oughts and ought nots, and ethical in
I think he means equating here, not equivocating, but whatever.
the sense of rules of professional conduct.
We all
That's
love our
what I'm trying to
equivocation.
avoid.
Why
I'm trying to
use
avoid that
big
confusion
words?
by using
small
a
word good.
set of
True.
nomenclature that makes it clear that what we're talking about aren't the rules of professional conduct, but have to do with our sense of right and wrong.
Okay, if we want to only talk about things that are like purely right and wrong outside of kind of these other ethical considerations that you described, that's fine. I wouldn't really take a position on that about this lawsuit.
Oh.
I don't think that this lawsuit has a real moral consideration for me. I wouldn't think about it really in those terms.
Oh, so you have the view that you don't have a view on the underlying rightness or wrongness from a moral perspective on the lawsuits.
I think that I could receive enough facts to have that. At this point, I probably wouldn't. No. But like at best, I would say that the most I would say is I don't think that H3 is committing a moral wrong by bringing these lawsuits. But also, I believe that there are morally neutral actions.
Wait, you can't say that, can you? You said you don't
I
have a
believe
view on
that
morality.
morally neutral actions are possible.
No,
I believe you can be right, wrong, or morally
okay,
neutral.
so you do have a view on the moral action. You think it's morally neutral.
Well, that's what I've been saying. I wouldn't create like a moral distinction of like good or bad on it. I would keep it.
Does this
like, yes,
debate
it's
go
morally
any
neutral.
further, or is this
Okay,
the whole
it's morally
conversation?
neutral
How much longer does this go on
He
for?
has at least some plausible,
Brother,
it's a
it's
legally
gonna loop
valid
6
claim
times.
for which there can be some compensation. Therefore, it's morally neutral. That's all it takes.
I think that's the vast majority of it. Yeah, because I think that the moral question for me would be like, are you abusing the system?
Did he
to
take all
harm
the
people
fucking
for your own
mushrooms?
benefit that you shouldn't
Fucking
do?
better
I think that's a
not.
moral question that I would be answering there.
Yeah, I think that is exactly my point. That's
Right,
why
I
I'm
don't-
looking
I don't
at
see him doing
purposes and reasons and intentions. That's what I'm trying to do. But you're saying like, oh, well,
Sure.
it meets this threshold of plausibility with respect to the claim, and some trivial amount, or at least I don't know, some nominal amount of harm done, and therefore it's morally neutral, and nothing I do in terms of purposes and intent gets you over the line the other way.
No, you motherfucker.
Yeah,
He did. take
Essentially,
mushrooms.
nothing. There are scenarios in which you could. It's just they're very remote. They're very hard to bring in and show. I like it's.
Yeah, so
I've
why-
just never seen. I don't know if I've ever seen a lawsuit like that. Actually, well, no, I've never seen a non-frivolous lawsuit like that. I personally have not. I'm sure there's some out there for an example, but I just haven't. It's just not something I experienced or currently experiencing.
Damn, man.
I mean, is it your experience that this is like a super common thing that we should always be considering it and worried about this as a thing? Because like, I don't know, I haven't.
I think
because
people
also the
all,
other side of it-
yeah. I think people
The
all the
other
time
side
consider the morality of bringing lawsuits. They always do that. If you, in every lawsuit that's like
What?
major, people talk about like, is this right? Think about the defamation lawsuit with Amber Heard. It was so.
Okay.
It wasn't just legal. It was ethics. About just desserts. About
I didn't-
justice.
I didn't follow that
About who deserves.
super well.
Okay. Same thing with Kyle Rittenhouse.
No. I never heard somebody debating the ethics of whether or not it was right or wrong to bring the lawsuit, notwithstanding the claims. The arguments were always over the claims themselves. Like, is Johnny Depp lying about, or did Amber Heard lie about Johnny Depp? That was what it was over. Unless I missed these conversations where people are like, well, yeah, there was a lot of defamation. We all agree with that. But like, should he even be suing her? I don't ever remember this being part of the broader conversation. My understanding from what I heard on this is the conversation of the right and wrong was always surrounding the facts of the actual case. Who's the one who told the lies? Did somebody make something up? Did somebody really poop in somebody's bed? Or did somebody really beat somebody up? Or was an alcoholic? It was always over the facts of the case itself.
It wasn't just a legal answer. That's important for sure, but it's not only about that. It's ethics. People say, that lawsuit, that indictment, is based on like fundamental morality. I mean, think also about the Letitia James case and the Comey case.
Indictment? It's a civil suit. There is no indictment. And then Letitia James, to compare this to the criminal stuff.
I mean, the grand jury actually did charge Comey with in that first attempt. Now there were other legal issues, and likewise with Letitia James, the sandwich thrower. Right? You think the sandwich thrower indictment was correct? I'll give you this example, right? The sandwich thrower threw a sandwich at a cop under then existing and the current existing assault laws. it doesn't take a lot for you to get to offensive touching against an officer in the exercise of their duties. But for me, it's just kind of trivial that throwing a sandwich at an officer when they're doing their duties would constitute assault. Okay, and so there's a more than plausible claim to bring against the sandwich thrower. Was that the right decision to bring that indictment?
From a moral consideration.
From a moral consideration. He threw the sandwich at the officer.
With this, in this administration, I'd probably say no. In other administrations, possibly yes.
But this isn't a perspective on the act itself. This is really a broader political question, right? Like, this isn't, like, given the exact same fact pattern, but a different set of political beliefs, I think almost every single person involved in this case would 180 their opinion. If it was a MAGA person throwing a sandwich at a female police officer who was there to arrest Roger Stone for, you know, harassing Hillary Clinton or something, I don't know, something like this, I think almost everybody would flip on this immediately. This is heavily informed by your politics, partially because of the Trump admin. I think it's to blame because they made it political by, you know, the deploying of ICE and everything else, doing this outside of like congressional consent and all of that. Jesus. Partially to blame on them, but like, these examples are so bad. These are such bad. They're just so disanalogous for so many really essential reasons that like fundamentally change the nature of the action.
Like if it happened under the Biden administration and there was some officer that got a sandwich thrown at them and they brought the lawsuit.
Good. Yes, exactly. Yeah, we would feel completely different about it. Good example, Kafka. Yes.
It might actually.
Isn't it kind of stupid to bring a felony case for the fucking sandwich?
Did they charge this guy with a felony? Was the indictment for a felony on the sandwich throwing? Does anybody know? Is assault a felony? I feel like that would have to be. You'd need aggravating.
Assault's usually a misdemeanor, I think.
Yeah, it'd have to be like assault with a deadly weapon or something. That'd be my guess. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. Look up DC assault, whatever.
Feel that way. Well, like for Trump and them, yeah.
Oh, maybe if it's a police officer, you might get some auto upgrades.
Probably.
That could be it. Okay, that might be the case.
It does, because I think that in the scenario in which that sandwich was thrown,
assaulting a peace officer is usually like a
scenario they were
fucking
making, that they're
bad,
using their powers,
deal.
these things, this kind of stuff.
But there's a valid claim. There's a valid legal
Sure.
claim. There was some. I mean, what don't you want to deter future sandwich throwers? What, you're gonna just throw condiments on all of our fucking officers?
In these scenarios, I think it's appropriate.
Like, we don't agree with the sandwich thrower. We just really don't agree with ICE being there. That was the point. I don't like how Pisco's trying to downplay. The guy did like assault the officer. He did throw a fucking sandwich at him. We all saw that. That is true. But we just really disagree. We just really disagree with the weaponization of ICE or the National Guard, or I guess in that case or whatever, the federal police in these circumstances. That's why we had the feelings we did about it.
The scenarios it might not be, and it might not be immoral.
What about the Judge Dugan case? Definitely.
Well, you and I disagree on that case. I am pro Dugan. You are anti Dugan.
I'm not anti Dugan in this. I don't think they should have charged her. I just have a different take on the legal, some of the doctrines, like the judicial immunity stuff.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but like I don't think they should have charged her.
That's what we disagree on. Yeah.
But she definitely tried.
Well, I mean, like,
she tried to obstruct that administrative warrant. You're not gonna make a good argument she didn't.
I can't see in her mind. She's a judge. Her thoughts are beyond me.
Dude, why are you fucking buying these like level 1 arguments from the people who say, Pisco, you can't read minds, so we can't do intent? You know that's stupid whenever they say
That's true. Everyone judges. Pisco, you know judges are just.
Yes, Livingstone-esque. That's one of the reasons why I keep bringing this up, and why I said earlier I don't like the comparing of the criminal cases to the civil cases. Isn't it weird to compare cases brought by a prosecutor who's supposed to be impartial with a civil claim brought by an aggrieved person? Yes, I think that these are like, it's a difference in kind. Like, we're talking about a very, very, very different thing here, and I really don't like the comparisons between both.
They're too smart for the rest of us.
Those are level 1 arguments, Kafka.
No. Because I mean, no. I mean, like, again, if this is a matter of administration. If we were in a Biden administration, yeah, sure, charge that bitch, like whatever.
Oh my God.
But in Trump.
So,
yeah,
so,
no,
so I kind of view how you just did that. And listen, I will definitely put some like extra sauce in the Trump enforcement stuff, okay? Because I think, but the reason is, why do I put so much negative inferences on Trump lawsuits and Trump indictments? Why? Why do you think I do that?
Intent?
Because they're abusing.
Because of the purpose, because of the intent,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Why is Trump trying to do what he's trying to do with like the universities? He's trying to silence opposition. You know, even though he might have like the collaboration with the universities, he might have a valid claim to stop the funding of the universities, right? He might have a valid claim to like initiate monopoly actions and stop monopoly actions against some of these tech firms. But notwithstanding the validity there, it's the purpose, it's the motive.
There's just like it's just such a, like, to do this is like saying there are two kids on a playground, okay? If one kid calls another kid a fuckhead, and the other kid calls the first kid a fuckhead, is it okay Well, you know, is it like... Would we say it's like virtuous? Probably not, but like the other kid called him a fuckhead first, so you know what? It is what it is, right? Or let's say that a kid gets in a fight with another kid, and then the other kid, you know, punches him back and he hits him, you know, or maybe he probably shouldn't hit, but like it's going to be hard to like have a huge level of moral condemnation here, right? But if you were to swap out between two children, and we were to say, well, what if one is a kid and the other is a teacher, right? Let's say that a kid calls a teacher a fuckhead, and then the teacher calls the kid a fuckhead. Are we viewing that in anywhere remotely comparable in terms of like it's still a bad thing? You shouldn't call a teacher a fuckhead, right? But like the teacher calling a kid a fuckhead, the teacher has a whole different set of roles and responsibilities and expectations, right? Different role in that it's the teacher. They can fucking put you in detention. Different role is into the federal government. They can deprive you of your freedom, put you in jail, right? They've got a different set of obligations and responsibilities, right? We don't expect an individual to sue every single time they're aggrieved by some party. We do expect the state to pursue criminal stuff because there's a public interest. There's no public interest in one person suing the other person for rent. There is a public interest in preventing crime. That's the thing that we all are interested in. We want to see the state pursue those cases. It's just, and expectations, like you wouldn't expect a teacher to just go back and forth with a student like that. You wouldn't expect the government to operate on this personally vindictive level. Like I just comparing state charges, comparing criminal charges to civil cases is just such a bad, it's just so bad.
Quick derailment.
Derail.
Do you think the California shoplifting shit is retarded?
Yes, but I think they got rid of most of that in San Francisco. I think they lost their last DA over it because everybody was like, this is fucking retarded.
Yeah, because you should not want people committing crime, even if it's like small amounts.
Correct.
But, okay,
That's retarded. Yeah, 100%.
Intent. I'm going to take that. Like, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to actualize? What is your perfect world? That's going to do a lot of heavy lifting for me, and that's why I take such a negative inference on what Trump is doing all the time with his shit. And I would apply that to the benefit of libs all over. Because if some fucking dipshit, tanky socialist, some kind of loser who believes that we ought to be a Marxist society, some Hassan fan, tries to lean on libs, do you think I'm going to be on their side?
I don't think so. No, I haven't seen evidence of that.
And when that day comes, when
Could you not argue that there is a public interest in civil litigation occurring? It's the same as criminal litigation to prevent people from committing wrongs. I think the core distinction lies in the difference in severity of crimes versus civil wrongs. There is some public interest, but like the public interest is so large for criminal stuff. Think about it. If you scam me for rent, not scam, I'm sorry. If you do something and I don't pay you rent or whatever, I just don't pay you rent and I leave, right? Who has the opportunity to pursue that case? The landlord does because you owe him. And then maybe, and then I can fight it in court if I want to, right? But that's it. Those are the only two parties withstanding to bring a case there. But if I punch somebody in the face and I walk away, and even if the person who's punched is like, whatever, fuck me, I guess, and walks away, we're saying in that case, excuse me, this is such an egregious action, socially, that we don't want this in our society. The state can come in and charge you with a crime. I don't give a fuck if the person who was hit cares that you hit them or cares that you went and charge them. We don't care. The state is going to bring a charge and a case against you, and the state is going to pursue that because we think that's so important. The state is standing there to bring these criminal charges against you. It's a fundamentally different type of thing. I'll be back 1 second.
Did he get up? Why is my stream so far behind? He's gone? Jesus Christ.
Because the dipshit won't fucking share his screen. You have to watch and unmute and mute and unmute.
PSA. There will be no more gambling. I am turning down like $300,000. So I hope you guys all stay safe, and I'll see you every morning now. Forever.
Mr. Newton can't escape me.
I'll see you forever, guys. It's gonna be me and Dan. 10 years of me and Dan every morning. 10 years. 10 years in a movie.
He was gonna escape in 6 months, but now he's mine forever.
One movie, 3 TV shows, 7 seasons, 10 years, everyone. 10.
See, now DGG chat is calling you stupid. Now I don't know what to feel for you anymore.
Well, I mean, it's shrimple as. It's over. It's done.
It's done. It's like the funniest part about the whole thing is like, Mr. Mitten, you're gambling money. Can you please go back to the murders? Like, come on. What is wrong with you?
Come on, man.
You're so fucking immoral.
The goddamn murders
I want to
in
see
the
some people get
bag,
fucking
dude.
killed already. What? Like, are you serious?
Just put the fucking murders in the bag, dude. We don't want to watch this fucking slot shit. We don't want to watch anybody doing fucking poker. We want to see people getting murdered, man. Explain why. I just feel bad. Shrimple as. I just feel bad. I didn't feel good while I was doing it. I didn't have like a lot of fun.
I would have had
just
fun
feel
if it was
bad.
poker. I don't think there's a way. I don't think there's a way to do poker legitimately. You know, I think if you want to.
No, there's not, and it would be boring otherwise. But yeah, no, fuck it. We're done.
Well, anyways, that's that, Mr. Mitten.
Dan will be streaming solo on the 24th and the 25th. Thank God I got a Jewish co-host. I'm taking those days off to spend with my wife, and we're gonna have a nice little Christmas. I'll probably post my gifts on the Discord.
Notice that I've been here for every day of Hanukkah, by the way.
Nobody gives a fuck about that holiday, though. So
My wife. Jader, we're not doing it because you said something. You were like very aggressive, and when
you
we
did
saw
this,
you,
Dr. Fernanda.
when you were like really coming after us a lot, like I think
Yeah.
I felt it the most.
And
from
you know,
Ruben.
I'm starting to think that Steve's not going to be able to pay you. I don't think this month, J. Dr. Fernanda. Times are tough.
That's true.
Times are tough, man.
I had good Hanukkah food. Yes.
For Christmas, we're gonna make a sick breakfast, and then for dinner, I'm gonna make a duck. It'll be my first time cooking a duck. What's up, Zip Zip?
Brother, you're turning down 300,000?
Yeah,
No
easily.
way. I mean, good on you, bro.
No,
Sticking to your
don't.
principles.
Better morals
no,
than
I have no morals.
he just has
I'm
a
I'm
gonna-
gonna
really thin
drink.
skin.
I'm gonna drink on stream tomorrow.
Really thin skin. That's all.
You
Actually,
can't do
Mace?
that. People are alcoholics.
what we need to do is Peach. I'm glad that you're here.
Oh.
There was a debate me and Lucas had earlier this morning, and that is if you put the collar on him, turn it to max. Now the
Yeah.
question is, can he open a drawer, take out like a hairbrush, and point it at you and fire while you're holding down the bad mutant button? Do you think he can do
I
it
think
or no?
so.
You think
I
he
think
can?
so.
Because he was rolling around on the floor before.
He was.
Couldn't
Yeah.
even remember his safe word.
Well, we've been using it, Dan. I've
Yeah.
been putting the shock collar on every night. I'm building
His
up an immunity to it.
tolerances-
Yeah, but it's different
Yeah.
when you put it on your balls versus as opposed to your neck.
That's true.
Well, we're gonna be getting him the shock collar chastity cock cage. So I mean, he's gonna build up his tolerance to that as well.
Big time. Yeah. How much would I fuck a dog for? It depends on the breed, really.
No.
This has also
okay.
been answered also.
It has been answered, but my number would absolutely be way less if it was that like
Nobody knew?
Stop.
Afghan hound. Holy shit.
Well, it's got to be the private,
Hound,
the
okay.
private one.
I know what breed we're never adopting. What the fuck?
Dude, Peach, look at this fucking dog.
So we know Darius's dog,
You're not
and we
gonna
know your dog
convince
now.
me that a
Look,
dog.
no, look at that dog.
Someone uploaded this dog with Gal Gadot's face on
Is
it.
this supposed to be sexually attractive to me? What the fuck? It's just a dog.
Look at this fucking dog, dude. I mean, what do you want me to say?
My love, that's not a human being. That's literally a dog. It looks just like a dog.
If you block, I
love.
swear to God, if you block out the snoot and you just see the hair,
This
come on.
My love, this. Do you hear yourself?
This
Come
one's
the
gonna
fuck
be-
on,
The
man.
Well, how are you
All
gonna?
I'm hearing is
how-
that Moon loves blondes. I don't know.
Well, you're gonna be tapping this from behind, Mr. Moon. You're gonna be holding a dog. Yeah, exactly. You're not gonna be. It's not gonna be like a woman's body. Yeah, exactly. Oh no, not good.
Not good.
I mean, this is what I got to do now. What do you want me to say? This is my life.
I mean, but
I
there is.
can't
yeah.
compete with that. I'm not a dog.
No, you can't. Look at the fucking hair. I mean, beautiful.
10 more years? Yeah, 10 more years, probably. Yes. Thanks a lot, guys.
10 years, 7
Don't
episodes.
forget, hey, look at the second top in bed. It's XQC. I wonder what he's up to right now.
Oh,
Not
shut
gambling.
up.
Sorry.
Is Baby
Not
Peach,
expecting
are they
you
the
guys to
one in all of
Hogwarts.
the fucking screenshots that were getting touted
What?
about, and everybody kept DMing me and like, dude, your wife. Is
Yes,
is it
right.
that Baby Peach?
Yeah. Yes.
You-
that's the
you
one.
ruined
That's not
me.
your wife.
Yeah, well, months ago.
What?
Do you
Just don't
not
worry about
remember the link? We were getting links of like, it was like, look at what Peach is saying, and it wasn't even you. It was like another Peach.
Oh, I do remember
That's the Baby Peach in DGG.
I don't remember what they were saying.
I don't remember either, but I do
But I
remember,
do
me
remember-
having to be like, "That's
yeah.
whoa, caught. That's not my wife. that's another Peach. I don't know what she's talking about."
Can we get your thoughts on him declining a 300K contract? Can I speak?
No, you can't.
No.
Just leave it there.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just gonna leave it there.
Just say you're proud of
Silencing
him.
women.
Just
Wow.
say I might be streaming 7 days a week. Well, we're gonna have to figure it out. I'm
Just
sorry,
say we're
conductors.
doing mornings and evenings now.
You know, conductors.
making
You
up the
had
difference.
Saturdays,
but I don't know anymore.
Are you finally?
That's a joke, by the way.
Are you finally gonna decide to stream over the Olympics now to make some more money?
Absolutely not.
Oh my god.
I want nothing to do with those
Based.
people. I want them
I
to have
will.
their fucking event.
God,
And I
just
want them to
fucking
have
get
a
it
good
over with
time.
so we never have to fucking think about
And
it.
then-
can't wait.
God.
I want them to
They're-
have their fucking event.
God. Yeah.
And I want it to be good. I do. I genuinely do. In my heart of heart, I want their event to be good. I think that the DGG deserves a good event, and I hope it's good.
But it
It will
won't
be
be.
good. Will be.
I am excited to cover that event, and I hope that it's really good.
Mr.
Me
Merton,
too.
how much do I have to pay you to be like on the rotation for anything else?
Hold on. You got money? I mean, because this is something we can very easily
I got
sort out right now.
I got some deep Ethiopian pockets. I got the entire Ethiopian GDP in my back pocket right now.
Well, I mean,
Like I'll
have a
do it for
15
free.
minute-
I'll do it.
well, for free,
yeah.
yeah, I bet you would do it for free. No, hold on. We want to get paid here. Hold on.
Okay, wait. Just like one day out of like the 7 days. I'll promise I'll be good content. Please. I just want to hang out with you guys. You have to tier 1 and they let you call in.
Yeah, you can call in. You can always call in. We do
okay.
call-ins.
Yeah, we're not gating
Okay,
that.
thank you. I'll sub for you guys. That's all I just wanted to say.
Thanks. For
Oh, so
so $5,
$300,000
I'm a
is
whore to
crazy.
you. I'm a $5 whore. Sorry, a $4.90 whore.
I'll fucking tier 2 sub. Like goddamn, bro.
That doesn't exist. There is no tier 2 sub.
Oh Jesus! Fix your
They
shit.
should
I don't
do
know. That's not my
tiers.
fault.
Yeah, they should.
I'm surprised they don't.
I'll PayPal you $15. Just let me call in, dog. I just wanna talk to you
All
guys.
right, hold on. Now you're speaking
Well, hold on,
the
now we're
language of
talking.
Lucas.
Oh yeah.
By the way, Luke, I need
fucking
access to your PayPal account there. You know, just I trust you and all, but now since money's gonna be a little tight, I need to do some reconciliation of those donations that come in because I'm not always up when you're getting those early morning donos. You know.
Yeah, you know. I mean, I'm sure we'll figure something out, Dan.
No, well, Dan, something that you don't know is that Mooton's such a good guy that in the mornings he says, no, don't donate. Keep your money. Spend it on the homeless instead. So
True,
he
true.
actually doesn't get any
He has
donations.
never
in the
said that in
morning.
the history.
Now,
of
what
this
I'm going to
thing.
start doing is I'm going to
say
start
that.
going out and I'm going to start handing homeless people machetes. That's legal, by the way. And I'm just going to let them figure it out.
Did you see my solo stream, by the way?
No, but my phone was going off and that was making me horny.
Dan, you should
What?
learn to type faster, low key. That was kind
Oh,
of
here.
kind of
I'm putting the clip in chat for you to watch, Mr. Man.
I think you might be money sexual if that made you horny.
Oh, I beat you in type racer.
Yeah, but watch this one. This is.
You said you could type at like 120 words per minute.
I can. I was having bad
bro
luck.
was pulling a good like 40 words a minute. It was kind of rip. No flame, of course. I love you, Dan.
Dude, you're cooked.
I got
I'm
fucked
cooked.
there, and I broke my keyboard.
Oh no, Dan.
Welcome to DuckDuckGo AI.
Pepe. So you see the food shop stream? Is that bad memes or?
Brother, are you trying to start drama?
I swear I'm not. I don't know. I was watching that while I was doing my final assignment for uni, and I was like, damn, this is crazy.
You watched it while you were doing your final
what was
exam?
crazy about it?
Well,
Go ahead.
I
You wanna
watched
bring it
Destiny
up?
stream while I do my. No. I'm not gonna bring it up. Now that you say that, I'm not bringing it up.
No, what was
but
crazy about it? I'm just. I mean, you wanted to talk
I don't
about
want to say
it.
anything. I don't want to say anything. It's okay. I watch Destiny streams while I do my essays too. Like, I sometimes like whenever I take a break from my essay, I just turn on stream and I type Pepe in chat. That's what I
Did you
usually
say
do.
when I take a break from essay?
What
Essays
fuck?
like
What the
no.
heck?
Oh
Who's
my.
saying?
Oh my god, dude, how busy are you
That's
with that stuff?
sick
You got to
that
take
you
a
feel so comfortable that you would say that out loud. That's fucking
You know,
sick.
I'm
that
just
it's so
according
normal
to
to you that
the-
you would come on to here with thousands of people and just say it out loud like that, like it's normal.
Well, I am Muslim, so you know, like the Swedens, like the Britain. You know what I'm talking about.
I don't
I'm joking.
listen. We don't know
no.
you enough to be able to do that yet. I can barely do the I'm Jewish jokes. I don't know if you're allowed to do the like I'm Muslim, so we're molesting people thing. I don't think that's gonna fly.
I come from.
In fact,
a
I'm
religious
sure
family.
it's
I
not
can say
actually.
that.
No, well, we need to see like a hand. What did we used to do back in the day?
I can
you turn
turn
on
on my
his camera?
camera and
we
I can
need-
show.
You turned on
I
his
have
cam
like
last time.
7
He's black.
Qurans. Yeah,
Okay.
I
It
am
was
black.
confirmed.
Okay, if it's already been
Let me
confirmed.
turn my camera.
Okay.
My bed is.
No, well,
No,
we're good. We're good.
Wait, back in the day, if people wanted to say slurs, they had to send a photo of themselves?
They did hand photos.
Yeah, they did. Those are good times.
Oh, wow.
No, it was crazy. People in chat were calling me white. It was crazy.
You know, I'm best positioned, by the way. If we see someone come in and fucking blow Destiny's head off with a shotgun, I'm going over that studio so fast. I know I've said it before. I just want to let you guys know. I'm going over there
What the
so
fuck?
fast. I'm getting those fucking those black magic cameras. I need that code for DaVinci Resolve. I need the GPU rendering. Okay.
You have
Dude,
to.
that's kind of fucked
You
up.
probably beat me because you're closer, but I'll be racing there too. So.
What the hell
It's
is
like
he
when you
doing,
third-party
man?
someone.
There'll be
Yeah, but-
nothing there by the
Jesus.
time you get back. By the way,
Probably. It's probably true.
The
I'm gonna
police show
fucking-
up.
I
think you're greedy enough to
the
want all of them,
apartment's
so
like
yeah.
empty.
I'm gonna strip that place down to the fucking bones. Get back there.
You're
I'm
gonna be
definitely
like
taking the
dragging his
RAM.
computer over his body.
Well, no, that's it's in another unit, but I'll be very quick
Okay, fair.
and efficient.
Oh wait. So you're not going to Destiny's yet? Okay, so I know what I'm doing if that happened. Okay.
Sure.
Lycan beats you. He's not in the building anymore. Lycan moved away with Straight Raid, the tanky queen.
Lycan's my go, guys.
Oh, are they
I love
dating?
Lycan.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yes, big time.
Or they were. I don't know if they still are, but I assume.
Wait,
Okay,
is that not known?
Bye.
Did I just?
Is what not
No,
known?
that
No,
was
no,
known.
people are
That's not a
slugging
secret.
me.
That's not a secret.
So
What's
I think
happening?
it's very
Okay,
well
that was known. Okay,
Yes.
Wait, what was known?
that Lycan and
Straight
Straight
and
Raid.
Lycan we're dating.
Yeah.
Is it a Mexican Coke?
Why do you mean that?
No, that's a Barks root beer.
Huge. I love root beer.
Root beer's disgusting.
Agreed.
Dude,
Okay,
people
we
were
should leave,
linking
we should
me.
leave. Yes, to do content.
Go ahead.
People were linking me the fucking pictures from this lady who's doing the mediation. I can't talk about anything happening in the mediation or whatever, but because it looks like I don't even see pictures, but it looks like
That's
a
the one?
faith healer or something. Or I don't know. It just looked very interesting. Just the things that I was sent, but I didn't dig too much into it. This lady is
Like hippie?
something like that. Yeah, this lady is like, I don't know if she's from the Midwest or from the South. She is like a very super blunt, super frank, super funny. It's just,
Is there any? Can you decline to go to mediation? Like I don't know any of the intricacies for your case, but I imagine for you, and I think what I've told other people, even though I know nothing about the case, I always say, Steve's not settling shit. This thing is all the way in until the end because there's no point for him to settle, no matter what. Not for $1. Like he would never do it. So why even do you have to do these things?
Yeah, I think the courts want you to make as much. 39:30. Wait, how long do these events last? I think the court wants you to do as much as you can to settle the case outside of court. So like that's why like generally do you see somebody and you haven't even sent them a cease and desist, like it might be looked down upon by the court. And then I don't know if it's for all civil cases or if it's just like Florida or this circuit or whatever, where you have to I think you have to attempt mediation. Like so there has to be like a mediator you agree upon who has to try to it. It could be that like either side comes in and says like, I'm never settling, I want to go to trial, like I hate you. But there has to be like some good faith effort made to have the conversation at least. Yeah.
Really? Well, I take it that there was no mediation done today, huh?
Well, we had our appointment, but I can't talk about any of the details of it because it's all.
Well, I mean, the court is still ongoing, huh? Is what I would say.
He can't talk about it.
I mean, theoretically, we solved it
Maybe-
all.
maybe in the
We
morning
could say
we
we've
do
solved it all,
file
and we just haven't like finalized the agreement yet. But I can't talk about any of the details of what's going on yet.
Okay, gotcha.
Bunch of things you need to
Why would I
activate
want
to
you
access
to?
a bunker. A bunch of loot. Lots of people camping the bunker in trios. Gotcha.
But also, even Dan, there's obviously like there would be some amount of thing that Destiny would settle for, but it's something
No, I
that
don't think so.
he would never agree to. Like a full apology, retraction, everything. Destiny, you would agree to something like that, right?
No, I if he
What if the
did,
other side
I would
offered
say
me
that
$1
he-
billion?
Oh, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
yes.
Got him.
But
Got him.
aside from that, he would never, because you know what everyone would say if he got
Okay,
any
stop.
settlement whatsoever.
True, but also stop. Okay,
Yeah.
Can
True.
we stop talking about
Yeah.
this?
Stop!
We can't talk about
Stop!
it. Let's go
Yeah,
next.
fuck you, Hussein.
Ooh.
Now you got to
Zip
do
zip, you fucking
oh,
retard.
God.
What the
Whatever.
fuck did I do? What the fuck
Sorry,
did I do?
my bad. Zip zip. Okay.
Oh, now that's racist. Dom.
Hey, I didn't bring
you,
this
you
shit
took
up.
it in the
You know,
black
I
guy?
like you. I like you, Hussein, because you didn't say anything. Zip zip.
I didn't bring this shit up.
Okay, just
Okay, playing.
I stand shoulder to shoulder with
How
Liz.
much
I want
longer
it
is
to be
this, guys?
I think people need to be principled. And maybe that's naivety, but that's what I want.
I've always said that about you, and I've always known that about you. We discussed it
Okay,
for
I'm
sure.
moving now.
And I think
Deal.
that's like,
Destiny.
I don't know if I see any like, I don't know. I've never been like against you on your position on H3 stuff. I think it's fine that you're discussing it and you want to have the conversation with everybody, but I've never like been like,
No, but
he's got lunch on this.
you brought it up.
Like, we might just disagree.
No, but you brought it up in the context of your podcast. This is why this just came up, by the way. We're relapsing into it because I heard what you guys were saying. You're like, I'll never judge, or I'll very seldom judge the ethics of a lawsuit. And I just think that is so wrongheaded.
Yeah.
I understand the legal part of it is super important. I don't doubt. I love the legal part of it, and that is so juicy and good, and we need to have that 100%. But like, we can never turn off our ethics brain. Ethics always has to be on. Okay, it always has to be on because the minute we drop it, I think we're hypocrites. We can't do that. We have to always have a framework.
I think that's like a fair, like, yeah, that's fair. I understand where you're coming from on that, and like, if we were in Kamala Harris's presidency,
Kamala, you sound like
sorry,
a MAGA.
that is a genuine, that is just a genuine mispronunciation.
All right.
If we were in the Harris presidency right now,
You don't trust
I'll
yourself to say
probably
it.
start talking to it. I know, because I genuinely, that's how you know it's a genuine misspeak and
I
not
know.
I'm trying to be mean to her. 'Cause I like her. But if this was a Harris presidency, I at this point would tell you, Pisco, it's great that you think that way, but we have a system, and we can exist in a system where ethics are kind of the going way of doing things. And while there might be times we need to do this consideration, I'm gonna probably default to just assuming things are ethical. And you can go back to that's wrong. However, in our current system, you are of course right. And I think that
No,
it's
that's
totally something to keep in
this
mind.
is like the Biden rose glasses too. Like, I'm a Biden stan. I fuck with his administration.
He's gonna bring up the pardon. He's gonna bring up the pardon.
Like, I get so much shit for criticizing the pardons. I get so much shit for well, actually, I stand by Merrick Garland, so I get shit for that. But like, I get shit for talking bad about Biden immigration stuff. So like, this isn't just a woe is me, but like, I think you need to keep him honest because like, when they don't, you have someone like Bill Clinton, and Bill Clinton, I don't know like how he did it. He kind of mesmerized a bunch of Democrats into like accepting bad conduct, lying like under oath, shit like that. The whole scandals. Now I know there was a witch hunt, surely, but he definitely did stuff that I think was impeachable. That's Bill Clinton.
Did he?
And yeah, so like, I just don't think that we can ever because then we're no better in many ways than MAGA. If you just say like, oh, I'm going to assume morality of the government when the Democrats are in office, that's like what the MAGA's people think. Okay.
Well, no, I would have probably felt that way. I wasn't a lawyer at the time, and I wasn't aware enough then. But like, I would probably say I feel the same way in like under Bush or under
Dude,
a Republican.
no,
That's not.
no,
I probably have
no,
that feeling.
no. George W.
ethics
Bush.
or something.
No. Why? Why do you assume in the George W. Bush era, just like trust that ethics are happening in government, bro? You don't believe that?
Yeah, no, I do, because again, it's the default belief. With Trump, I do not believe that he's acting ethically. In George Bush one, I would have the default belief of that. Now,
Why?
I can see things that would make me because
Bush is significantly different. That presidency is significantly different than Trump's presidency. Come on.
And I wasn't really paying attention to legal shit. So maybe there's a whole lot of things where maybe I should not have that view. But I feel like if there was any Republican president that wasn't Trump, I would probably have a lot more grace, or at least default, like, all right, let's just like go into this assuming it's true, and if it turns out not, where with Trump, I'm saying, no, I'm not giving you the benefit of the doubt. You need to show me that this is an ethical.
I think you should always be skeptical of government.
Oh my God, that's not what he's talking about. Skeptical. That's not what we're talking about. What?
Of whether or not this is an ethical thing. I think it's generally a good idea to have a benefit of the doubt. This is an ethical thing. You can be suspicious. You can be skeptical. That stuff. I think outside of the Trump administrations, it makes sense. Within the Trump administrations, I don't think it makes sense.
I guess if all you're saying is that you, by default, distrust whatever Trump does, I mean, I grant that. But if that's all you're saying, and that's different than other presidents. Okay.
Yeah, kind of sure. That's fine. We can put it at that. It's more of like, what are these people doing with the power they have? What's the government doing here? What are they trying to do with it? And do I trust? Yeah, do I trust what they're doing? Yes or no? I don't really trust Trump with it. I like I'm not going to see like if I'm not believing that things are ethical to the point that I'm not even like that I'm just gonna like ignore evidence of them being unethical, right? I'm not ignoring things, but I'm just sitting here. I'm not saying that like there's a threshold that needs to be met, and then okay, now I think something's ethical, right? I think it's appropriate to assume okay, Ethan Klein is brought.
Fuck, hold on.
Attention raiders, the south antenna has just been activated.
How the fuck did this guy try to kill me? Don't do it. Just go away, bro. Just go away, bro. Okay, he's gone. He's not coming. No. Mushrooms? Oh, I already got all the mushrooms. Okay.
Brought this lawsuit, and he's got a legal claim, and there's an ethical like it is by default ethical for him to bring it.
Why?
Now, I don't
Why by
see
default?
why not. Why would I not like? Why am I having so much suspicion of a private actor bringing a lawsuit against other private actors?
If it's
who acted
prima
in a way that
facie
imposes on
valid,
them
then yes.
for their behavior.
Kafka's
Why would
100%
I-
correct.
Okay, if you have a reason
Prima
to
nocta.
look into it, and
What?
Prima nocta?
Good one. Rape jokes. You think that's good? You think that's cool? Thought so.
I feel like you started this conversation saying you generally trust me on constitutional issues. You don't think I'm stupid, right?
I do not.
Don't you think that the fact that I'm talking right now, someone who is I'm liberal, I am a capitalist, always be a capitalist, not going to be a socialist. Fuck socialist. All right, I said it.
I don't think there's any kind of ideology.
Given that I
after
said
thing.
it, doesn't the fact that I said it give you some reason to look into it?
I mean, it gives you a reason to like have this discussion with you. But like, as far as
I don't think I could I'm walking away from this conversation. I don't know what your opinion is. I couldn't summarize it.
the feeling is neutral.
You don't feel like you could summarize it, in my opinion?
No, I don't know why you think H3's lawsuit is unethical.
Okay, here we go.
Okay,
Are we
I don't mean
finally
to
gonna get there?
I will try to say
on
it.
multiple levels. I don't understand.
Okay, so I will try to concisely say why I think it's unjustified, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Notwithstanding what I think is its legal validity to the Ethan Klein copyright lawsuit, I think that the predominating influences improper purposes, that is to say, spite and going after people for the purpose of damaging them personally, that the presence of those motives and the total lack of presence of proper motives under the copyright statute cause this to be bad, and there are no overriding sets of moral culpability or social goodness to compensate for that fundamental lack of proper purpose. Does that make sense?
Cringe. Cringe.
Okay, that makes sense.
Cringe.
Now, let me give you mine. I think Ethan Klein felt like there was some kind of danger to himself, his family, his reputation, and his ability to make money doing what he does by these people. That continued past the point at which he set a trap for them to impose liability. And then he used this lawsuit to sue those people that he thought were putting him in danger. And I think that is similar enough to an IP lawsuit's goal that it really doesn't bring in an ethical question or an ethical negative here.
Which IP goal?
Of being able to maintain your ability to make money in the market.
With
That's
respect,
fine.
wait. With respect to
No,
copyrightable
I don't
works.
share that. No, I don't share that.
So you
I'm
think?
telling you.
Wait.
No,
Stop.
wait,
This is so insane. So you think that the purpose of a copyright statute is to protect people from financial harm?
I just let that guy live. I let that guy live. He needs to be grateful that he has his life. That guy's not going to shoot me, right? I could have trashed him. I didn't. He must have seen. Surely he saw me. Okay.
Unrelated to copyrightable works?
No, I didn't say that's a purpose. I'm saying that this is close enough in purpose to me. He's saying this person is acting liable. I'm going to go after them because they're harming me, right? Whether that's because of the IP or not, that's fine. I am okay if someone is saying there's another harm that's motivating me to do this. Now, if that other harm is like this person cheated on me, like
Yeah, why
a
not?
relationship.
Yeah, why
I
not?
would say like that's that's.
Wait, why
that's
not?
is a
Why?
different kind.
In virtue of what?
Of a different.
Wait, no.
kind.
In virtue of what? That's perfect. I mean, you just.
I don't
gave
think that
it
there's a
away.
I don't think there's a market here. There's a monetary issue. here.
No. This person was cheated on. This person or was abused or whatever it was
It's
in
like
a relationship.
interpersonal harm.
Yeah, some interpersonal stuff, and it's psychological damage. In virtue of what would that lawsuit be unjustified?
I think the nature of the interpersonal nature of the fact that it is not this kind of thing that's affecting his
Right. So if it's not related to money, right?
That and the interpersonal nature of it's both of them.
Okay. So now you agree, don't you, that this lawsuit Ethan says is not about money at all? Not about making money. He said that.
Well, like he's not about making money off the lawsuit. Sure.
No, it's not about damages. It's not about money. He said that.
It's not about making money off the lawsuit. Yes, that's how I take that. That statement sounds to me like I'm not here to make money off this lawsuit. Sure.
Yeah. So it's not about putting him in a better financial position. That's on all fours with your example.
Oh,
No. Him making money off the lawsuit will not put him in a better financial position. Him showing people that he will rat fuck you if you go after him.
No, but that's not his purpose
will
either.
put him better.
No, that's not his. No,
How do you-
but, hang on.
Why? How is that not?
Wait.
Rat why is he talking about it publicly?
Wait a second.
Why do you put Hitler in the petition?
Wait. No, because it's not motivated by the copyright statute and it's motivated by other stuff. That's why you put the Hitler in the picture. It answers itself. Your question answers itself. But why is it the kind of deterrence that he's doing by the copyright infringement lawsuit in the context of the interpersonal situation between the boyfriend and the girlfriend? Why is that like? Well, I'm trying to deter future cheating. I'm trying to deter future misconduct within within relationships. Why is that not the same thing? I don't want them to rat fuck me in the context of a relationship.
I don't think that an IP infringement is related to the type of harm that results from a person cheating.
Okay, we're almost there. So what you're saying is that the disconnect between what IP is designed to do and the motive behind the lawsuit is factoring into your analysis. That's what you just said.
Yeah.
So if someone is not actually motivated by the cognizable interest recognized under the copyright statute, that is to say, dealing with infringement, dealing with artistic licenses, dealing with trying to protect your work, dealing with recovering damages, dealing with deterring future infringement, if none of those interests are activated, we would tend to see a problem. Just like in your example, okay? Relationships, the copyright statute is not here to vindicate relationship interest.
No, it's here to vindicate infringements on a copyright.
Right.
Yeah, what he's doing, and
How much longer, guys? I can only listen to this for so long.
No,
Just like
no,
my
he's
client.
not.
Oh my God.
No, he's not. Wait, no, he's not.
You don't think so?
You think he's doing this?
You don't think there's any economic harm that's come to him by this community?
That's not what I said. No. But that's not what
I'm just asking a question.
No, but hang on. So I think that there's probably some in terms of they stopped watching his content and have said bad things about him, which has probably caused subscriber losses and all that shit.
It caused the end of his podcast with the
Yeah,
song?
no, but that's not the sort of economic harm that is vindicated by the copyright statute. Agreed?
Sure.
Right. So it's not.
But that doesn't mean that
part-
he can't get that value out of it.
I'm not asking whether he can get that value out of it. The question is whether, I mean, the example that you used, the relationship, they could get the relationship vindicating value out of that lawsuit.
Right.
Right, so it doesn't help.
It's not unethical for him to get that out of it. But how's that unethical?
No, that's the whole thing we're talking about, right? So we're trying to, that's begging the question, right? The whole question is it ethical? In the context of the relationship copyright infringement, you said it's unethical in virtue of the mismatch between the purpose of the lawsuit in the context of the relationship dispute and the purpose of the IP statute. And that was enough for you to say this is wrong. In this context,
Yes.
the same logic should apply. And so you should compare the rationale.
I don't agree. I think
why?
Yes, I know.
That was your
Because
logic.
I view the harm that is being done to him to be in a kind with IP issues.
How?
There's a market force because there is issues of market actors and non-market actors and how they're acting and what they're doing in a way that harms your ability to act with
Which market? Wait,
That's
which
how I
market?
view it.
Wait, which market?
His
Market
ability
actors?
to live stream and make money as a streamer.
I don't
Denims and
understand.
them are harming his ability to do that with the snark people. They did it one by infringing on his IP, and they did it two by all of the other shit. And that's what he views. And he can't get to them for all that other shit because it's protected in a lot of ways. And he goes, oh, you know what? I'm going to go after you in a non-protected way. And guess what? I'm going to make sure everybody knows that the way I'm doing this is not just because of this. It's because if I could, I would sue them for this other shit. But I can't. So I'm going to use this to one, go after them the thing that it says, and for the other stuff. And if everybody else tries this shit, guess what? I'm going to do the same to you.
I'm trying to.
That seems totally appropriate.
I'm trying to understand the disanalogy here. Okay, I'm trying to understand the disanalogy.
Okay.
You get me? So you're saying
Sure.
the disanalogy between the relationship case and the case in which we're talking about has to do with, well, there's just no proximity between the relationship and the kinds of things that the copyright statute is meant to protect. And the kinds of things that the copyright statute is meant to protect are like economic relationships in general or something, and markets.
Sure. If Ethan stopped live streaming and being a public figure, do you think the snark people would keep going after him the way they were?
I have no idea why that you think that that's relevant to anything.
Okay. Then you should easily be able to give me a yes or no then.
But I don't know whether or not.
If you don't think it's related, you should be able to easily give me a yes or no. Because you're obviously not getting baited into anything.
I just gave you an answer. The answer is I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. I think it's a pretty easy guess to say that if he stopped being a public figure and stopped live streaming and making money the way he is, those people would go the fuck away and stop bothering him.
Wait, no, but
Stop acting like
all you have to do is change the hypothetical of the relationship problem to have some sort of causal nexus to the copyright issue, and then I'm going to be able to make.
Do you think that a person
I will
suing
be able
someone
to.
for leaving them?
Yes. Wait, no, hang on. I will be able to make a hypothetical that construct it in such a way as the relationship issues are bound up in the copyright. Yes. Do you doubt my ability to do that?
I think you could, but it would be so remote as to not be relevant.
I don't understand how. Like, you're saying the thing that's relevant, right? I'm saying I'll create a hypothetical in which we'll do it, and you're like, well, who cares if you do it? Because I just won't agree anyway. But then why give me the
Right,
rationale?
because I'm talking about a situation of real life facts in which I can say this is a pretty easy conclusion to make, and you're saying, well, I can
Yeah,
go
you're
up with
fighting the
a
hypo.
hypothetical that's.
Yeah, you're
Sure,
fighting-
because
you're
I think the
fighting the
hypo's
hypo.
not relevant. Just like you wouldn't answer mine, you were like, oh, I don't know how your question is relevant, so I'm gonna say I don't know, despite the answer being very clearly no.
I mean, so basically,
Or basically they would fuck off.
So have you ever had those like Jack Bauer situations, moral issues, and like you're like, well, do you think it's good to torture this person to save the world? And you're saying like, well, I won't answer that because it's so unrealistic. Are you one of those people who like doesn't answer hypotheticals that aren't realistic?
I was 100 points off. Are you serious?
I didn't say I wouldn't answer your hypothetical. I said it was irrelevant. If you want to spin the hypothetical out, I can give you yes or no to it. I'm telling you whether or not I think it weighs on this conversation or not.
If it, because it is relevant, right? Because if you say that yes, you would be against this lawsuit,
I'm not a Sith, Pisco. I don't deal in absolutes.
if you said that this lawsuit in which the issues of the relationship are bound up in the issues of copyright or the stream or whatever, in the same way that the issues of harassment are bound up in the stream, if you say that, notwithstanding the fact that they are bound up, that nonetheless you would be against that lawsuit, then it's clear that the bounding up isn't what's causing you to have the difference of opinion. Because if you keep it the same thing, it doesn't change anything. So there's something else going on. That's the value of the hypothetical.
If the person, well, here I can short circuit it, and let me see if this helps. If the person who is suing under an IP statute because of a cheating situation would then no longer sue them after that point, if that person could, like, I don't know, went back in time and didn't cheat on them, then I guess so. But what we're talking about is like the ending of the behavior of those people. You can't. The problem is that the cheating thing happened in the past as well. And it's not like that is going to stop. That doesn't. The harm doesn't end there, right?
No, I'll give you the hypothetical. All right. So this person.
I guess if a person's ongoingly cheating and you want to stop cheating, so that's because you.
Yes, I have another one too. If you don't want to buy that one, but no, but let's use that one.
That's fine. We can talk about that one.
Yeah,
that's fine.
They would stop being unfaithful after the lawsuit.
You want me to wait?
So if that person was just
justified, right?
Now.
Oh wait, hello.
Hey.
Oh, what's up? Fuckwad.
Hey.
Got him. Sorry.
Damn it. Not much shit lib. Ha.
Whoa.
Reversed.
Okay.
You want to wait
quick.
till the end of this because he kind of really goes in at the end.
Sure. Just as like a quick thing, in the future, I think that in almost all cases, unless there's like a highly exceptional special reason, I don't think that any analogy should ever be used between criminal and civil cases. They're just so dissimilar in different ways, like principally and fundamentally, that I just don't think it's a good idea to ever like. For instance, when you talked about like that example for harassment, like when you talk about like, is it important for a person to feel harassed in order for like there to have been harassed? That's kind like in a way, it's a different question morally and procedurally when we talk about civil versus criminal, right? If you kill me, it doesn't matter if I feel like you've killed me, or if you commit like sexual assault against me, it doesn't matter if I feel that way. If the state has a compelling case against you, the state has the standing to bring that suit against you, right? Whereas for civil stuff, it's kind of baked in. Like if I'm going to sue you for harassment, I probably had to have felt harassed to even want to bring the suit. Theoretically, like it's kind of baked into it, you know, a little bit, right?
Yeah, that was the argument I was making.
Sure. Yeah. I think you guys kind of got there, but I think I would just say in the future, don't ever draw these like criminal comparisons to these civil comparisons, because it just all of the intuitions get so cluster fucked and so like the wires get crossed. It's so stupid. I think. Yeah.
I agree, and you know,
Let's move to that location.
just as a disclaimer at the beginning of this. I did not go into this conversation with Pisco intending to have this conversation. I was talking about something totally different, and then he forced it. So I was not ready for any of this, or even like hadn't even thought about this before this conversation. One, but two, I'm not sure what Pisco was really referring to a lot of there, because harassment isn't really a crime. Like there's stalking, or there's, you know.
Sure, I'm sure there's some state that has a misdemeanor harassment or some bullshit. Yeah, but
sure. Whenever I was discussing harassment there, I was actually more referring to it in a civil manner, where he felt harassed. There was ongoing behavior. He said he didn't want to keep going, things like that. But even still, trying to sue somebody over civil harassment isn't also very much of a thing in my experience outside of like the workplace.
Sure.
I was truly just using it in the like.
Yeah, no, yeah, I understand that. You weren't looking for a specific thing. Yeah,
right?
yeah. But
you are correct in saying a comparison of criminal to civil is rarely appropriate.
Yeah.
Which is why I don't ever make any of those comparisons here. But no, I think it's totally fair for you to feel like, oh, this is.
I also think it's a little bit bullshit that
if I did that, I wasn't.
Yeah, no, I don't think you were doing it. Pisco was the one who kept bringing up these examples of comparing it. I also think it's a little bit bullshit to go so heavily. Like, remember when Ethan was talking about why he brought these suits, right? We were never even remotely allowed to consider the intentionality of the people who were infringing on the copyright, because that wasn't prima facie required to even establish the case. It's not an underlying element. Malice isn't a part of. It's not constructed. There's no part of it, right? But for some reason, when it comes time to file the suit, we have to do all this legwork to establish Ethan's intent, and you don't have to have any kind of intent. You could literally just be an asshole, and you just want to make everybody's life fucking miserable. It's not relevant to the court case. It might view the way the judge views you or something, but like.
I also, I think I let this get away from me in two ways, what you're talking about, where like one, when we are talking about it, when we're talking about bringing a lawsuit, he is adamant that we're doing it on an ethical matrix and it has nothing to do with like legal requirements and stuff. So if that's the case, then why is there any kind of restriction on how I'm evaluating it whenever you know what I'm saying? Like whenever, like I for some reason can't look at the intent of all the different parties and things like that. Like who cares about whether I'm supposed to or not?
Yeah.
I can definitely talk about malice because we're not talking about the legal standard because he doesn't want to talk about that. He wants to talk about the ethical one.
Yeah.
For one, and I shouldn't have let that get away from me. But two, that was kind of where I was going with this pattern and practice thing, where I was saying like, there is this pattern of behavior and the copyright infringement is within that pattern of behavior.
Yes.
I kind of said that the CPS and the skull stuff was, but I didn't get to the point where I got to say, and the IP infringement is part of that pattern. So like,
yeah, I think there's a thing that Pisco is looking for here, and he's pretending it totally doesn't exist. And he never clearly enunciates it, but it's an obvious point of disagreement here. Is Pisco is making it seem like the copyright infringement is in a whole other universe of action, behavior is totally disconnected from the actual underlying cause of action, or that the IP infringement is totally unrelated to the harassment. So it like comparable to like if it was illegal to wear a dress to school, and you were to like dig through these people's personal lives, find out they wore a dress to school, and you try to sue them for it or some bullshit because you were so mad about them harassing you. Now, you could argue whether or not that's ethical or unethical. I think even there, I think you said at one point, if prima facie the elements of the statute are met, you would assume it's ethical, and then the other person would need to argue from the losing position. They would have to argue their way to it.
Right.
However, one thing that I don't think you guys ever clearly hit on, and maybe you will soon, is that the copyright infringing part is like literally kind of part of what we're talking about. Like them harassing Ethan Klein is all happening. Hold on. Oh, is all happening while they're watching his shit, while they're infringing on his copyright.
Yeah, and I don't know if I said it. It might be after this part, but he's like, oh, this doesn't like financially affect him, and I was like, excuse me, he was factually, materially harmed by them doing this. You can say it's like maybe not substantial, and he'll survive
a small
it.
amount.
But there was a monetary harm done to Ethan. So like it's this thing where like he's supposed to it's like if someone is like, oh, it's the blade of grass all over again, right? Like, yes, technically I'm not harmed by you harming this blade of grass, but I have the right to do this thing. And I think he's trying to like kind of make that kind of comparison, when in reality it's more of a like, no, there's a measurable harm, and there's no reason why he can't use the legal system to go get it. But I mean, the ultimate, like, because I've already looked, I didn't think you were gonna watch this today, so I went back and watched it myself, just kind of like, because I thought I did a lot worse than I feel like I did. Looking back over it, I'm pretty happy with my performance. But the thing in it that I kept seeing is like you said, like, oh, I didn't get there, or I didn't say these things. I feel like if I was in a conversation with somebody who was trying to like collaboratively understand each other's positions, he could have asked good questions to help me pull out my entire thing and like what I'm trying to say. And I don't feel like that really happened. I think there's a part where he was trying to do that, and I feel like I did that for him a lot.
I think Pisco's conversations start that way, but then after he gets frustrated when the other person is not intuiting or immediately understanding like what he's trying to get across, or not agreeing with him really, then he starts to switch to like attack dog mode, I think, which is where shit starts to get really dumb.
Yeah, that is what it feels like a lot, especially on the receiving end of that. But it was just kind of frustrating too, in that it is that like I feel like at least once, I thought twice, I like just pretty clearly stated both of our positions, and like it seems like we just disagree on this thing, and I don't really see how we're gonna. It's just it's a matter of what we view as being ethical or not. It just seems like a very personal,
so I don't know. Actually, I'm curious. Do you feel like right now that you can clearly articulate what Pisco's position is?
Yeah, I don't know if you got this part, but I triggered the fuck out of him to the point to force him to actually say it.
I think we kind of got. Yeah, we're a little bit past that. Yeah, but if you had to articulate it now, what do you think his position is?
I think that for him, he believed like I don't think it's a steel man, but if I was to say his position in the most coherent way, it's that if you are bringing a lawsuit for reasons outside of the actual like intent of that law to be enforced upon a person for like their behavior, that is unethical if there's not like a sufficient amount of harm in this other area to warrant it.
Yeah, kind of. It seems like that. It needs to be like you need to be able to articulate how the cause of action basically relates to the harm that you feel you suffered, and but like this is just a like if you want to take this position you can, but this is a totally imagined whole new layer of impossible to contend with legal / moral theory, whatever, that like nobody has ever in the history of all of like civil litigation ever said that you like. It's just this wouldn't enter the conversation. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not like I can see how you get to that, but like as far as like being a practicing attorney, I don't see that really. To me, it's kind of a thing. Like whenever I was talking about the being cheated on thing, did y'all see that part where we discussed like whether you can? Oh, okay. I don't want to. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we're most of the way through it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, like essentially, that's a part where I kind of get into hey, there are concepts and things that we want the judicial system, like there are harms we want the judicial system to prevent. And honestly, if you are trying to pursue the a remedy to those harms through any legal means, I'm generally going to find it ethical unless like you give me very specific scenarios. But like there is almost no scenario in which the U.S. government or a state government or any kind of judicial body is going to help you stop somebody from cheating on you. That is like an explicit thing that has been litigated before, and courts have said, we do not fucking care, we're not going to do it, which is why I brought it up. And it's like, this is something that is like, and he's taken family law, he's read that case, he knows that is true. And so like, to me, I get that this might be awkward, that like, okay, he's using IP to do these other things, but here's the problem is that if that's the case, these other people can like endlessly harass and harm him in these ways and go, haha, you can't get to me, right? But then the minute they step out of line, he fucking gets them, right? And shows what he's gonna do to somebody if they do this. And that's kind of where I'm at, where it's like, well, okay, people can like find all the little lines in the laws to like stay away from a lawsuit, but is that really the world we want to live in, where like now he has the ability to
I don't think it is. No. And then I think like the big issue is that the big issue is how much does the cause of action actually connect to the perceived harms? Like that's the issue that you have to connect, because in his mind, get fucked, you piece of shit. Yeah, in his mind, you have to be able to connect these two things, and if you can't, but the thing is that you should connect harder that like it's happening with his intellectual property is like the foundation for their harassment, and then that should serve as Pisco's. That should be good enough for him. But otherwise, this is not worth arguing with him. These arguments are retarded. No. It's an impossible standard. It doesn't apply to any civil litigation. Anytime he makes a comparison to criminal shit, he shows that he's bankrupt in like 20 different ways and try to like do these things. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to listen to the rest of this unless you have another important thing to go.
You go ahead, and then I'll be around, and then at the end, I want to hear your because you're about to hear a pretty good argument, and then the last 20-30 minutes are really hard to listen.
Wait. So justified? Can you answer first?
No, I don't think that would.
So why? Why? Because the causalness of the lawsuit is directly related to the relationship issue. So why isn't it good to address that harm done by that person who did infringe for the purpose of getting them to stop doing that?
I don't think that I think that the interpersonal relationship of those people in the judicial system in the way are not supposed to be acting that way. I don't think that's the proper outlet for it.
But that's exactly my point. This is why I'm doing
I'm
this.
aware of what your point is.
I know, but your
I'm saying we disagree on that point.
No, but the proximity.
We disagree on the nature of the harm that he was facing.
But the nature of the harm does not relate to infringement of copyright. Agreed?
Of the copyright, sure, but that's not the issue.
So what is
the cheating thing?
No.
I think that the judicial system was constructed in such a way to use it so that you can use the IP thing to go after people for the things that they're doing over in this other way regarding his actions in the market and stuff like that.
Wait. Same thing for the relationship example. She infringed.
No. I don't think that there's any part of what part of our judicial system is about helping people enforce interpersonal relationship issues regarding
all of family law, and divorce law, and
if you are married, Pisco, if you are married, you cannot sue your wife over issues in your relationship. That is basic shit. If someone's ongoingly cheating on you, that's not the court's problem.
Wait.
That was really weird. That Pisco would try to say that family court exists for interpersonal shit. in a way, depending on how Kafka leans this, you kind of gave away the whole game. Family court is not there for you to litigate your relationship difficulties. They're there for things related to like material possession of things, or like for like allocation of fund, like material, like if you're divorcing and you're trying to figure out like alimony stuff like that, or for like possession of children, or who has visitation rights, whatever else. But not like like my wife lied to me or she cheated on me or whatever else. These might be like part of a divorce case or part of something else. But again, this is for like material division of assets, not for saying who was right or wrong in some relationship fight. I feel like that was, unless there's some fundamental part of family court that I totally don't understand.
Not sue your wife over issues in your relationship. That is basic shit. If someone's ongoingly cheating on you, that's not the court's problem.
Wait. Do you think that there could be a case in which fidelity bears on a legal analysis in the court of law?
That's fidelity.
No, bears on a legal, like this is such a cheap, because it's a matter of like if there is a divorce statute, and I don't know how common these are in the United States anymore. If there's like an at-fault divorce statute, then you might have to litigate some of these things to try to claim that like, well, when this side cheated because they're at fault, there's some greater material penalty related to the divorce. But they're not really litigating your interpersonal issues. Like you don't go there and assume it's like, aha, see, you did cheat. The court said so. Let's get on with our lives.
Yes. Past fidelity. Yes. So ongoing infidelity.
Wait. So that's the distinction? That's the distinction.
That's the distinction in the hypothetical you presented me.
Wait, no. So the distinction isn't because courts don't ever get involved in personal matters, because that's false, right?
No. The distinction is they don't get involved in ongoing issues in a relationship between two married people.
The hell they fucking don't. The hell they don't. Yes, they do. You know they do.
If someone's cheating?
Yeah.
Okay, when?
So
he's going to say divorce. It's not. Court's not going to help you for cheating. Unless there's something I'm totally not like for cheating. No, if there's a divorce and there's like a fault for divorce, whatever else, and you want to make arguments here for division of assets, then maybe, or for children or whatever. But like, I'm so curious what Pisco's going to say here.
It could be relevant to a domestic abuse analysis. It could be relevant to a sham marriage analysis for purpose of immigration. It could be yes, all this stuff could be relevant.
All of the course can go.
But none of these things are like things themselves. Right? This is like saying, like using Pisco's analysis, you can say, oh, so hate speech is a real thing in the United States, right? It's like, well, no, there is no such thing as hate speech. Really? You don't think the government ever analyzes like racial slurs? What about in the context of an assault? What about in the context of a murder? What about like these are aggravating factors for all sorts of other crimes? Like, well, but it's not like a crime in and of itself. Like they're not really getting involved in litigating your racism. But if you commit a crime and there's racism a part of it, then theoretically, they could. But it's not the same thing as saying they're outlawing making racism illegal.
Like, hey, don't worry, we're going to help you to make sure your spouse stops cheating.
No,
that's what they do.
Wait, no, that's not what you asked. You asked whether or not a court will involve itself in the personal, the affairs of people in the throes of marriage.
Itself as in stop the person from cheating. That's what we're discussing.
No, they'll never give an order like that. But that's not the question.
Which is why it's improper for someone to use an IP lawsuit to get a judge to get them to stop cheating.
Okay, so long as
it's improper.
Wait. You're making this up. You realize that, right?
What do you mean?
So you realize that all these distinctions are falling away, and so now you're left on. And I'm just going to make another example that gets to this, and we'll isolate it. That's not really what's going on here, and you're just inventing new ones. You're like, okay, well, the fact that it's an ongoing thing, and even though courts, yes, will address past infidelity,
you gave me the hypothetical.
No, but it's all ad hoc. It's all ad hoc. It has nothing to do. So I'll give you another example. Okay, so you're going to sue. You do the infringement, all right, and it's not going to order them to stop. It's not going to cause them to stop doing infidelity. That's in the past, but it will make them feel whole, and it will cause them from feeling anguish at the past infidelity. Now what? Proper or improper?
You can't. I don't think you can sue somebody for infidelity. Is infidelity a civil cause of action? This has to do with like division of asset. Unless maybe some states have it. Can you sue somebody? Can you sue your partner for cheating on you?
Say that last part again. I'm very sorry.
The lawsuit is the infringement lawsuit is being brought for the personal purpose, and it's not going to result in any kind of like change in the fidelity. That's all in the past. But it will cause the person who does the lawsuit to feel whole again and at peace with respect to what happened.
No, how does the court make you feel whole for your partner cheating on you? Find a statute. I want to see a statute or a case. I'm so curious. Is this a thing? I need to see this. And it can't just be like part of a divorce proceeding where these are factors that are being considered for division of assets.
Okay.
In that context, justified or not?
No.
I don't think that is a justified situation. No, I don't.
You
but
can't.
That's a situation in which the copyright, the resolution of the suit is intricately linked with the harm. So causally it's related to the harm, and the resolution of the case is related to harm. And you also have the court not wading into the current status of domestic relations. So I've isolated the things.
Okay, so you're saying like they had a past harm because of the interpersonal thing.
Yes, it's an ongoing
IP thing going on.
No, it's psychological harm.
Sorry. Okay, there's ongoing psychological harm, but I don't see it. I don't see how it's justified. No,
I just isolated everything you said, right? So this is a case in which it is bound up in how, like, the determination of the lawsuit will resolve the harm. Will definitely resolve the harm. and it does.
Okay.
Your intuition is telling you, no, I wouldn't like this.
I'm sorry, I'm very tired. I'm genuinely trying to engage this. I think I like. Okay, real quick. They're enforcing the IP. It would result, I could see it actually. I could see it being ethical. And like they don't care about like.
Yeah, they don't care about the yes, correct.
The IP, the money, that really doesn't matter at all.
Doesn't
right?
matter at all.
We're just saying. Just want to make sure. Sorry.
Yep. Because if that were the case, I'd be like, okay, who cares, right? If they care about it, you and I would agree, right? They care about the thing.
Right.
Yeah.
We're saying like we're not right because the IP itself is not even a factor in the psychological harm.
Correct.
Right. Because then
It kind of is, though.
Obviously,
I don't think it should go
always
this down.
justified. Right? Yeah, agreed.
Yes. Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I'm just making sure I'm tying it in right.
Unless there's
I
some,
think
like,
in that case,
some like crazy circumstance, which you would like. If,
yeah. Right. Sure. Okay. I think in that scenario, I'm still coming down. I think I'm still saying that it's not. But like, this is tenuous, man.
No, I agree with you. No, I agree.
We're getting, but this is what I mean when I'm saying we're
But there's an
getting
easy
remote.
answer. No, there's an easy answer that explains everything, right? The easy answer that explains the determinations as to where I agree with your intuition on this one. I agree with your intuition on the last example as well. What explains everything is we feel it's wrong to have no care about the to no care, not like where there's some improper purpose, but like where there is like seriously like no care about any cognizable interest that is motivating the copyright statute from an ethical perspective. That explains everything. Because once we have that, then like obviously that's trivially like not justified. And it predicts the problem is, Kafka, it predicts your disposition on this case. And I don't think you want to. I don't think it
does. Because again, I think that the motivations that I gave you are not so unrelated to the IP.
Exactly. Yes.
You already granted they are.
No, they're not. They're not. He shouldn't have granted it though. Not like no.
Virtue of it being
Go back. Revisit it.
To the disposition of the lawsuit doesn't make it bound up in the IP issues. We just proved that with the last hypothetical. So all the snark stuff isn't related to underlying infringement. It's other stuff, right? It's harassment with the CPS skull. It's harassment with the skulls. It's the kind of snark communities. It's not bound up in the infringement issues. And having the causality turn on the disposition of the suit doesn't make it bound up because we proved that with the last hypothetical.
No, I said I think no, because I'm saying I think these things are of a kind that they are. This is a categorical thing. I think there's a category where IP issues exist such that they're related to the things that I've been talking about.
Harassment? Is IP related to harassment?
No, a fear of financial harm by these people's actions, all right? Which I haven't said this whole time, but by the way, a lot of it is them watching his shit,
yes,
over his shit.
Thank you, yes, yes.
I'm just going to make another hypothetical in which the financial harm is present and will be ameliorated, but it's just a different financial harm, okay? You're doing the copyright infringement because you want to prevent this person from coming out and alleging that you were unfaithful, okay? Because you know that'll harm your business. Go.
Was I unfaithful?
What?
Yes, you were.
Oh, okay, well then we've already discussed the truth issues. If it's
but you don't care about that, right? You don't care about the unfaithfulness. You care about the revelation, the public revelation, because it'll do financial harm. Copyright infringement justified or not?
I don't even know. I couldn't even follow that at all. I have no idea.
To prevent the woman from coming out with the expose. You don't care about copyright at all.
How is she infringing on your...
Okay.
Justified or not?
It's wrong. It's not, because I don't think you should use a copyright suit to prevent a true statement from coming out. No.
Wait, no, who cares about that? It's financial harm.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
I don't know why
I'm going to change it to be a lie.
I'm getting the holistic issue
because you don't want
these things that are happening, and you were saying, well, here's one piece. If I take it to one piece, then it's wrong. And I'm saying, well, there's a collection of things
it's not what you're saying.
Together.
It's not what you're saying.
Gestalt of reasoning of why he's suing people.
Because it's not what you're saying. Because when you bring up another consideration, which is, well, it's financial harm, and I'm like, well, no, that's not it. Because here's an example where your answer is no. When you're like, oh, well, it'll resolve the issue if the copyright thing, happens and the harassment will stop. I give you another example. No, well, it's family issues. Yeah. So we can just keep adjusting it. And the latest thing you said doesn't help you either.
Oh, I'm dead.
Why not?
Shotgun.
I'm telling you, there's all of these things that add up to these things that to me make it similar enough to
the last thing you said,
trying to resolve an IP.
The last thing you said is, okay, new rule.
I thought that guy had a perk. I didn't know how the fucking body set on fire. I guess the guy threw it fucking flamed it.
Anything related to a true statement doesn't follow.
That's not new.
No, okay.
It's not new. We said at the beginning of this.
No, it's new to this framework. Okay, let's just adjust it, all right? We're going to adjust it. You're suing for copyright to prevent your wife from lying about an extramarital affair. Go.
I'm trying to prevent her from lying?
Yes.
And doing it? Okay. I have probably, I'm probably going to find that lawsuit ethical over the other one that you mentioned.
Well, not over. No, sorry. It's not relative. I'm not asking a relative question.
I'm saying it's relative.
I don't care about that.
I'd probably say that that's ethical to bring that.
So to sue someone, even though you don't care about the infringement at all, you can shit about it. To resolve an issue about her lying,
financial, that would result in financial harm to me. Yeah. I think the prevention of those kind of I think so. I think it's probably ethical.
So litigating lies about your relationship through copyright usage.
That would result in financial harm.
Yeah. How do we connect the copyright usage to the? Okay.
Yes.
And why?
I think that our judicial system exists in such a way that we're trying to prevent unjust financial harms to people. It's like a basic. That is a fundamental aspect of the American legal system.
Why wouldn't that be true of the true statement? And that you could say that, yeah,
Because I
it's true,
think that
it's
our
true, but it's no
system
one's
is-
business. It's true, but it's no one's business, and she's trying to take me down. That's unfair. So says the person.
Womp. I'm sorry that feels that way to you, but we do
So
not.
whether it's a
has an interest.
In this context, let's say for whatever reason the lie is lawful to say. It's lawful to say. She has a different view on what constitutes infidelity.
Okay, I'm telling you, for me, I do not view lies as having some kind of. I don't view lies as having the same protections as truth.
Okay.
I don't believe that.
All right. Final hypothetical. Same facts as before.
We can do more. I don't mind, by the way.
Okay,
Like, I'm not upset with you.
Same facts as before, with respect to the not caring about stuff. Someone says that they're lying, and they're saying, in your mind, they're lying. Okay, they're saying that you support fascism, and you don't support fascism.
Okay. And this is a lie?
It's a lie. Well,
okay.
It's based on
in this scenario.
Yeah, in this situation.
No,
he's calling you a fascist, and that's a lie. I never said I support fascism. I'm not a fascist. Copyright, same thing.
Okay. And I'm suing him. It's just. I'm sorry. And there's no financial interest here.
There is. If people believe you're a fascist, I'm assuming you get less support.
Well, then I'll make a ton of money because we have to work TPUSA, right? So no. But no, yes. If there's a financial issue there, then yeah, like I would find that lawsuit to be ethical in my mind.
Okay. So
like if we're gonna extract it out this far, I could see. Yes, I would probably say that.
Let's go one level deeper. It's kind of an interpretive question.
Oh my
they say
God.
you support genocide because you support Israel, therefore you support genocide, and that's doing real tangible harm to your business. All these allegations. Now they don't say any untrue statements, but their interpretation is a little whack.
So like I make some public statements. Maybe I say like what's happening in God is horrible. 30,000 people have died, and they're like he's saying the wrong numbers.
No, but you support Israel. You support Israel's war.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, we go further. Israel's right to defend itself. Hamas, God, what a bunch of bad guys. And they're like, that means he supports genocide. All right? And that's going to harm me financially. Right?
Yeah, it's their
interpretation. And they infringe on my IP.
Yep.
According to their interpretation. Okay. And they infringe on my IP. Now, and I'm very sorry that I had to ask this question. I promise it's not a weasel. I just want us to make sure we're understanding the full extent of the hypothetical. Okay? That is not the extent of everything. I'm doing some kind of please retract the statement, reaching out beforehand before I do the IP infringement lawsuit or anything like that. Am I doing any of that or am I not doing that? I just want to know.
Let's start with not doing that.
Holy shit. How much longer, please? I'm at 5.5 hours.
I think you do before you do these lawsuits. The IP lawsuits on these bases, you would need to reach out beforehand, demand retraction of the statement, tell them the behavior they're doing that they need to stop, and if they don't, you're going to proceed with the other thing.
Yeah, but
I would say
how would that look?
I'm getting this.
Apologize for CPS or apologize for what you said about me, and I won't bring a lawsuit because that's just telling us what we know, and our intuitions are that's wrong. That's wrong. If you want to sue him for copyright, sue him for copyright. Don't sue him for this other stuff. That doesn't relate.
No, I don't think. Well, I'm saying you could. I think that without those, beforehand, the ethical that you're approaching it could be wrong. I think it's possible to still be right. I'm saying like I would be less sure of it.
But I'm asking. You can say you don't know. So this is a situation, right? It's the ambiguous kind of statements. You support Israel. You support their occupation of Gaza, but you condemn the genocide, right, or something. Or you want to see. And then they're like, well, that's still genocide. You could be against it, but you're still to support genocide, and it's hurting you financially. Right. And you're asking them to stop. And it's kind of a ridiculous interpretation, almost. I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying in the context you feel it's a ridiculous interpretation, and it's hurting you financially. In that context, do you know that it's justified or not?
In that context, I would say. I would still say I would say it's justified. I think the subjective aspect of that is that yes, it would be justified in that sense.
To resolve the issue about whether you support genocide through a copyright infringement law.
I think that in that scenario, the issue is whenever I'm thinking about the justification of it, it actually has to come from the perspective of the person bringing the lawsuit. And I would say that person is justified because he thinks those people are lying about his position of being a pro-genocide. I would say if he does not take any measures to try to ameliorate it outside of the court, I would have a harder time saying that it's an ethical situation. I think in that case, then it is an abuse of the system, and that he should not have done that as an ethical. If he made no attempts to resolve it outside of the legal system.
I'm changing a little bit. Hassan Piker sues Loanerbox and says.
I was going to say, Hassan's a personal friend of mine. Can we not use him?
No,
he's like so close.
We're using him. Hassan Piker sues Loanerbox for copyright infringement. He doesn't care about it, and the rationale is because Loanerbox is accusing him of being a tanky fuck, and he doesn't consider himself a tanky fuck, and it's hurting his bottom line. Go. Justified or not? You just said, by the way, it was justified for the genocide ambiguous ones. So just keep in mind. Go.
Was it? Loanerbox is this IP infringement Loanerbox. He's called him the tanky loser fuck. Hassan's being harmed by it monetarily, and he doesn't think that he's a tanky loser fuck.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd probably maintain that. I'd probably say that's not justified thing.
Justified lawsuit for Hassan to sue Loanerbox, not because of any copyright thing, but merely because Loanerbox called him a tanky fuck. You would say that's good or that's ethical.
It's good or ethical. Again, with the.
No, man, no. We would say that's bullshit. We would all say that's bullshit. We would say that's fucking. Yes, you fucking would.
Why? Why does he not have the right to do that?
We're not asking whether he has the. No, we're not asking about.
Why is it unethical for him to do that? I don't understand.
He's not. You do understand. You do understand.
I'm not sure I do, because I think to me it's a thing where when a person feels it's like if I'm looking from the outside in and someone's like acting in self-defense, right? Unless someone's coming at him with a knife and then the guy shoots him and kills him. It's like, Jesus, you're gonna take out your own knife and fight him? And it's like, well, he thought he was gonna die. And so he took out a gun, he shot him dead.
Everyone would rally around Loanerbox. They would say, this guy's trying to resolve and you know what else we would say? He is a tanky fuck. That's what the other thing we would say. And we say, you shouldn't, if you don't want to say you're taking fuck, maybe you shouldn't say all these statements. That's what we would say, right? And this shouldn't be resolved in this infringement suit that you don't care about. You let everyone look at your shit, and you don't give a fuck about copyright. You're only doing this to fuck with Lonerbox because he called you a tanky fuck.
Well, I think for me, what I could say is like, let's say the lawsuit played out.
Hold on. The fuck did those nades come from?
Hey, Raider!
Is he trying to kill me? Oh, Jesus. Fuck! I know these motherfuckers aren't teaming in solos, hunting me down. Are we being real right now? This is the peak of unethicality. Bruh. Major bruh moment. Do you think that guy that was swinging with the axe at me, do you think he dropped anything? No way, right? Oh, fuck me.
Out, and then like they like go to summary judgment. The judge is like, "You're obviously a tanky fuck. Get the fuck out of here." Then I'd be like, or it's like a motion to dismiss. Then I'd probably be like,
you have to assume a valid case.
Like,
you have to assume a valid
no,
case.
I think no. Well, a valid case is different than a winning case.
No, a winning case.
The point of initiating a law. We're talking about
Kafka. This is so fucked. No, come on. I'm not gonna let this happen. This entire time we're assuming a strong case, dude. Don't try to do this now.
No. Okay, this is different then. I'm assuming a person's state of mind at the point of they initiate a lawsuit, and whether or not it's ethical for them to bring that lawsuit. That's what I've been talking about this entire time.
No, but
that person is
whatever the hypothetical. Wait. Whatever the hypothetical is, this entire time we've been assuming a strong case.
I believe this person has a prima facie case that can.
No, a strong case, a winning case.
I don't know if I've been assuming that this whole time. I've been assuming a case.
What do you think we're doing?
Probably survive a 12v6.
This is so. Do you really think we haven't been assuming the strength of a legal argument this entire time? We've been assuming that.
I don't know why that's material. I don't know how that is. As long as the case can survive. I mean, like, even survive, like a non-frivolous case can lose at 12v6, but like, let's assume they survive 12v6. Why does it being a successful case after that matter for the state of mind of the person filing the lawsuit?
I'm just keeping it strong to keep it consistent with the Ethan example because they're strong cases.
Oh, okay, sorry. I mean,
so don't try to change that. Don't try to change that.
Merry Christmas.
Fair, but I'm just saying, like, I guess
for the $100.
But what I'm saying is, whether it's strong or weak, that would not change my perspective. Here's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so you would be in support of the Hassan lawsuit.
Support. I don't know about that. I said I would say that it's not an ethical.
Wait. You don't support things that are ethical?
Oh my god, the word games, bruh.
No, in the moral sense.
In the moral sense.
No, just because something is moral does not make it an ought. Sometimes doing nothing is better than doing something.
Wait,
sometimes there's better reasons to do something that's moral. There can be things that are more moral to do than another.
What is something like ethical that is? What does it mean other than something we ought do? What ought be done?
Sure, but you can have multiple oughts, and one ought can overcome another ought.
Oh no, but if some course of conduct. Hang on a second, I put a different influence. You're killing me, dude. You're killing me.
Can I actually grab some water? Is it okay? I'm just going off and grab some. Be right back.
Leave. Where is he?
No, I'm here. No, I was gonna say, can I go grab some water real quick?
Yeah. Okay. We're so close and yet so far. We're never gonna get.
Get me the fuck out of this fucking map.
I know. I'm like Doctor Strange. I can see all the different possibilities.
Yet you can't make anybody understand your fucking argument.
Reverse, it would be entirely different positions. I know this. I just can't prove it. I need to be able to like create an AI so powerful that it can perfectly replicate everyone's state of minds.
The reason why he's not able to convince anybody, and the reason why he's getting so frustrated, is because there is something that is like substantively different between what the point that he's trying to illustrate and the point that he believes to be true, or intuit to be true. That's why the reason why this is failing so hard, is so difficult for him, is because all of the examples that he's using are not. All of the examples that he's using just aren't completely analogous. He's using like random criminal stuff. He's using other causes of action that are totally unrelated. Like it's just so stupid. Like if I were to try to, I don't know if I could spin one up right now while I'm in the middle of the game. let's say that a police officer, I'll make it criminal even. Let's say that a police officer knew he got off work at 5 and he knows that you get off work at 4:30. But if you drive fast enough, he knows that you can get to his house and fuck his wife before he gets off shift and gets home. He knows that. He knows that if you fucking speed, he knows that you're going to get to his house quick enough, fuck his wife and dip, and he's not going to be able to catch you. Let's say that knowing that, to prevent you from fucking his wife, he sets up a speed trap outside your work and he catches you speeding. In this case, Pisco seems to be logically committed, and he might even bite the bullet on it. Pisco would say, is it ethical to pull the person over for speeding? I go, no, you weren't trying to pull him over for speeding because you thought he was genuinely doing bad things. Hi, what's up, buddy? Because you thought he was doing bad things in terms of driving and bad outcomes related to driving, all this bullshit. No, you were only pulling him over for speeding because you didn't want him to get home and fuck your wife or whatever, right? But like, the speeding is kind of part of the getting home to fuck the wife. It's not like necessarily a direct thing. Like maybe you could get off work early or whatever else. But like it's kind of like the speeding is the thing he's doing to go and fuck his wife. Much the same that the infringement on intellectual property here is kind of the thing that's happening. And it's the vehicle that's being used for harassment. None of Pisco's analogies are fitting one-to-one. They're like, well, what if somebody could sue you for having too big of a dick, and they were suing you because they were upset that you violated the Abraham Lincoln Monument by using the Lord's name in vain back in 18... It's just like, none of these connect in any way. That's why they also feel so unintuitive. You can't convince anybody with any of these fucking arguments. What's up, buddy? Oh, okay.
And then get that scientifically validated.
Hello?
Till I do that, I can't.
Hi, what's up?
I can't tell. Something that keeps getting missed.
Make it real quick, because I don't want this to draw out for 20,000 hours, because it's the dumbest fucking argument in the world. But yeah, go for it.
Yeah, it's a quick thing. Something that keeps getting missed, and it was whenever I talked to him the other day, before you joined that VC fucking shit. Something that keeps getting missed, Pisco thinks it's bad, because Ethan's inflicting some harm on them, that isn't about the actual cause of actions, right?
Go spaceport, I'm farming mushrooms.
As a society, we've decided that the legal consequence that they could get, like whatever monetary for copyright infringement, is warranted based on the infringement, right? So whatever, even if Ethan has bad motives, whatever, any harm that befalls them is still, we as a society have decided, warranted or justified or equal to the amount of harm that was done. So who cares? I don't know.
Sure. Well, he's going to say we care because you shouldn't sue people, because he's created this secondary layer of ethics that nobody else has ever considered or gives a fuck about, generally speaking.
Yeah, but the second is irrelevant, because we've already decided as a society that any harm that's befallen is justified, warranted.
Sure.
So.
Are you cued?
Okay. That's all.
Oh, well,
You're
I'm
not
not.
cued, retard.
I know I'm not. Be careful, because I'm making ammo. You fucking... Okay,
Oh,
go.
you want to call me a cock?
Yeah. Spaceport, I'm ready.
Slash me, Ben. I'm already queued, brother.
Prove it. I debated through an entire AirPod. Oh!
Let's check.
Who the fuck is Logan Productions?
Okay, I guess I'm honest with
Eat it out of windows. Or more.
Where we're at is
Hi, what's up, buddy?
we're questioning the fundamental notions of good and bad, ethical, bots, and whatever. Do you say, are you saying that you stopped short of saying it was good for Ethan to file his lawsuits? Do you support Ethan's lawsuits?
Good question.
All of these things could mean different things or could be the same thing, and it's so stupid that we're playing fast and loose. Like, ought could be... You could be using it ought as saying anything that's not morally, like a vice or morally bad or dubious or whatever. Or he could be saying that, like, it's something that you are, like, preferentially support. Or he could be saying it's something that you are... that you just think is acceptable. Like, all of these things are kind of sort of interchangeable. It really depends on the conversation. I think you need to be really, really, really careful with how you're using these words here. Like, again, back to the example before. Is it ethical to watch TV for 12 hours? I mean, I guess it's not a bad thing. And it's like, oh, so you ought to? Well, are you talking about a moral ought? I guess if it's not like an ought not, does that automatically make it a moral ought? Or is it morally neutral? Well, do you support it? Well, I probably wouldn't support it. Oh, so it's unethical. Well, no. Oh, so it's ethical. Yeah. So do you support it? Well, no. Then what? Like, this is so stupid. It's just so cringe. I
think I would say I do not support them, but caveat, that's more of a kind of apathetic thing in the sense that, like, I don't care about them, so I don't support them. I think in the sense of, like, yeah, I don't care about them enough to support them.
Should he have brought them? Do you have a view on that?
Should he? Or,
Yeah.
That's
is
a
that what you
moral
said? I'm trying to
question.
cut
Yeah,
there. Should he have brought them?
Yeah, so Ethan comes to you as a friend, and he asks, should I bring these lawsuits? Your answer is?
Oh, see, like, those are two different things. I don't know if Pisco realizes this. It's like he picked up some debate terms or some philosophy terms, but then he totally changes them. So when he says, should you have brought the lawsuits, that almost makes it sound like a moral imperative. Like there's something that is morally compelling you. Should you save a child from drowning? Yeah, you should. If you have the access, the means, and everything else, yeah, you should. You have a moral responsibility there, right? But then he's like, let's say Ethan comes to you, he said, should I sue him? Well, now you're not asking about a moral should. Now you're just asking, like, preferentially, do I think it's a good idea? That's a totally different question. I'm gonna show you. Do you know the goated room in this place?
I've never been here.
Oh, there's a goated room. Except we don't have breach, but it is a goated room. And it's gonna take me a minute to find it, but once you find it. Yeah, adding as a friend is also... I think it's over here, maybe? Oh, if we had the breach moot, this room alone almost makes this whole place worth it. Okay, in here.
Okay. So is he not baking in what he's talking about, like, ethically or legally? Is he just, like, is he conflating both?
It's just, sometimes it's a conflation, sometimes it's really important for him to distinguish. It just depends on what this fucking argument is.
Holy shit.
Yeah, this is a goated room. We need that breach, though. Okay, playing this again.
Hmm?
I'm trying to answer this in the way, and like, I would probably say no. These seem like a lot of trouble, and something that's not really worth time.
Oh, Jesus. Dog collar, here you go.
He should not bring...
Oh, thank you.
But it's like more like as a personal, like, he's my friend coming to me, talking to me
Oh,
about
and
it. Like,
Kafka's
this seemed
even
like a lot of work.
teasing this out, yes.
Maybe not really worth your time, but maybe they are. I don't like know what his goals and
Like,
motivations necessarily are here.
Pisco should be cutting him off right now. No, sorry. I'm confusing it. When I said should, I meant, like, morally should he. Not like, would you recommend it? This is a totally different thing, and Pisco's not even stopping him.
It could be. So, but I feel like this all seems like a lot of work.
Oh, shit.
And a lot of effort and time.
Yeah, they're right in front of us.
So the summary is, you think that you don't support his lawsuits. You think...
I have a fucking thing. Pharaoh. Was that you that threw that?
Yep.
They're not in there with you, right?
No.
Okay. I can't believe we survived that.
I'm running.
Fuck. Wait, what? Is he down there with you?
Nope.
I can't see shit, bro. I'm sorry. I kind of
One's
failed
down there.
you.
It's fine. You're good.
One's down? Or one's down?
No, one's down there.
Oh.
You're good. Just run.
Dude, is it two teams? Okay, I'm just free dropping and we're looting, and I'm not, because I need to finish listening to this shit, and it's gonna kill myself trying to be, yeah.
I think he should not have brought them, but you don't say that they're wrong to bring.
I got the dog collar out at least.
That's mostly because, like,
That's good.
my reasoning for not supporting is because I'm apathetic, and the reason for not, the should not is more of a just like, I think this is going to be emotional. I think from a personal level, like, he will be the one to suffer from the lawsuits.
Okay, that was
the amount of gain he will get.
That is your position, right? So I did accurately say you don't support him due to apathy. You don't think he should.
I think he reduced them to, yeah. I think that is an accurate reduction of my position.
Okay, and then the third one is you don't say that they're morally wrong to bring yet, correct?
I don't. Yeah, so I haven't seen the reason to call them morally wrong.
But you don't have a reason to say they're morally right to bring either. You're morally neutral on them.
Yes, I do not have a. Yeah, I don't know if I would say they're morally right now.
Okay.
Like, to be clear.
You know what? Finish
I can change
without me because my wife wanted me to go check out
all
the
right.
Christmas tree. So I'll be back.
Be vindicated.
This will be better. Does Casey Tron deserve to get the lawsuit?
I don't know how to leave the fucking party.
Does she deserve it?
Does she deserve to be sued? Did she?
Did she? When did she deserve to be sued? This is. I think we're approaching an area of like a fact.
Like, deserve is such a strong fucking word here.
Thing that I just don't have the facts to state that.
Do you know whether she deserve to be sued?
I don't know.
She fit the prerequisite actions to be sued?
Maybe just from some of the stuff I saw about Denims, maybe Denims did deserve it.
In virtue of what?
In virtue of something that's not going to be connected to the thing, and he's going to get mad about it.
I feel like the
malice part.
Right, wasn't there? I thought I saw something on her where she was before the lawsuit. She was making a bunch of public statements against Ethan Klein and things like that. And I thought she was already doing a bunch of this like IP infringement stuff before the nuke even happened. Just it wouldn't have been strong enough to bring a case on its own. But I could be wrong about that. I thought that I'd seen some people discussing it. I saw some stuff, but that was back when at the beginning of the case. So I like there's things like most of the things that I saw as far as like evidence or facts of things was before the case. Recently, I have not seen anything really new with it. I saw like a page of one deposition, I think, or something like that. And other than that, I haven't seen much else.
You don't have a strong view on the morals of it. You're not in support of them. You don't think he should have brought them. So what are we talking about then, I guess?
Well, we were saying whether it was ethical for him to bring it, and I'm saying
I guess I don't understand then what you mean by ethical, other than morally what ought happen or what we ought do.
He's playing. I just think he doesn't understand the words. He's trying to play in the philosophy of world, and he just doesn't understand. Like the reason why again Pisco is so confused here and why he's getting so frustrated is because he's dancing between this like the moral ought. Like, ought you do a particular thing versus just like, is it acceptable to do a particular thing? And he's playing fast and loose with both of these. Like, he's interchanging them, and they don't really mean the same thing when we say these things, right? Like, ought you do a thing? Like, you have some kind of moral compulsion to, or it's like a virtuous thing to do versus like, are you just allowed to? Is it morally permissible versus like morally like obligatory? And he's just like playing fast and loose with some of these, and then he's getting frustrated that the other guy is like not picking up on his internal use of the word at the time.
Is this intentional, or do you
I
think he's actually just like fucking up here?
I can't tell. I don't know.
Separate from morally good, then maybe we'll, because if I can't understand what you mean by it, then the conversation I think has to end, because then I can't do anything because I don't understand it.
Sure, like I think it was ethical in the sense that I think that he was, it was ethical for him to bring it in the sense that I think that there was a like he wasn't acting improper.
Improper with reference to what? Not with reference
he
to
wasn't
law?
improperly. He wasn't improperly utilizing the law or the judicial system. One.
Well,
two.
No, with respect to the obligations of attorneys and with respect to what's allowable under the law.
Uses the law for.
Okay, so if all you're talking about, if all you're talking about are the ethics of the legal system itself,
a numbered list here, Pisco.
No, I'm just saying, if all you're talking about is the ethics of the legal system, I will grant that.
Sure. Okay. Great. Two. I think as far as the ethics of like his personal justification going into it, I think that based off of the harms that he faced, it is an ethical move for him to say.
No, I'm asking what you mean by ethical.
Just end it.
Other than morally good.
It is justifiable for him to.
I need to understand. Is it moral justification? What kind of justification?
Yes. Oh my God.
Like, I guess almost a utilitarian one.
I understand.
This is the correct method. This is the correct
with respect to what?
Like, I don't know. Like,
let me give you some options. Right?
He's failing. He's failing to do an immoral act. Essentially.
Okay, that is moral justification. Wait, that is moral justification.
I don't know. Like, I guess, but the thing is, like, I don't know if I can put a like. I mean, maybe I'm being too easy here. I guess, but like, I guess we can. I don't know. It feels to me like.
Okay, so I understand justification. I understand justification. I understand. Justification. Justification can mean legally justified. Justification can mean morally justified. Justification means some other sense of justification that I don't understand, but you just got to make it clear what you mean by that, because it sounds like by ethical you mean moral judgments and moral ethics, like moral justification.
Well, to me, it feels more like it's a question of like, okay, did he do this in a way that is like with the least amount of harm to other people, right? He didn't abuse anything. I don't see any abuse on his part. I don't see any
abuse with respect to what? Abuse with respect, wrongdoing with respect to morality. Or law.
Right, like he could have chosen to do an immoral, or he could have chosen to abuse things in a way for his advantage. And
I'm asking in what you said that part of this is ethically justified. I'm asking in what sense? In the moral sense? In the legal sense? In which sense is it justified?
Ethically justified or ethically virtuous? Like what it is?
Yeah, yes. So then, and beyond that, as far as like the moral stuff, I think there's. If I saw enough facts, I could maybe make a moral distinction here. No,
I'm asking what you mean when you say it's ethical in some sense. What does that mean?
And I gave you the legal sense, and then I said, otherwise, I will need more facts to give that to you. So right now, I see nothing that is legally immoral.
All right, so when you say it's ethically justified...
Well, because you're asking me to make a much stronger statement than I made before, and I'm saying, right now...
Where's Kafka? Are you still here? Are you listening?
It's not immoral. I can say it is neutral.
You say you don't have a view on it. You don't have a view. You're not saying that...
I need more facts on it.
Yes, so you're agnostic as to whether or not it's immoral. You don't have a view there. And the only sense in which...
Right now...
Yeah?
No, I'm fine with saying something is not immoral. I'm fine with saying right now, I don't think it is immoral. Right now, I've not seen anything make me think it's immoral.
So it's permissible.
I would need more facts for me to say.
So that means he's going to say it's ethical.
Right now, I think that for me, no. I said I don't have enough facts to say that it's immoral.
No,
I said.
No, I know that's agnostic as to it being immoral. So
oh my God.
You can be agnostic as to whether it is immoral, but you said that you have a view about that it's not immoral, and that's a view as to whether.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Oh, Kafka. Okay, listen to me. Okay, he keeps playing fast and loose with all these words. Okay, so hold on.
No, I just came in at the call.
Hold on. I know. I'm about to murk this mushroom raider. I know this guy took my mushrooms. You motherfucker. No! Oh my God. I know he's got him. Okay, when you say like somebody ought to, or something is morally permissible, or something is morally virtuous, Pisco is playing like, he's playing different games with all of these fucking words. you have to like make, if you ever argue with him about this again, tell him to just stop using these words because he doesn't know what they mean, or tell him to clarify what he's talking about, because you keep, I did 92 damage, so cringe.
That's what I've been saying.
Because if you like, he keeps playing this game of like, is it ethical? And I don't know, and you don't know, I don't even know if he knows. When he's saying, is it ethical, is it permissible, or is it like a virtuous thing that one ought to do? And he even like fucked up in his own phrasing of this, where he asked you, should Ethan sue them? Which made it sound like an ethical question. But then he said, would you tell Ethan as a friend that he should sue them? Which, even though it's using the same words, it totally reframes it as like a personal preference question that is almost completely divorced from the ethics of it. So when he's saying these things like, should you do this? Ought you do this? Is it ethical? Any of these things could theoretically mean the, like, is it morally neutral, or like, is it a moral virtue or an obligation that you like ought to inspire to? You have to, or aspire to. You have to make him clarify this, because it's cluster fucking up like all of this bullshit.
I agree, and I literally predicted this really early on whenever he started using the word moral on me, and I said, I don't want to use those words. I don't like it. It turns into this personal language shit that doesn't get us anywhere, and I don't like talking about it, because I'm not very good at talking about that kind of thing. I usually do fuck up my words when I say it and stuff like that. Like, I literally early in the conversation said, can we not talk about that? And he still went there.
Sure, but like, if you like,
also,
here, if I were to ask you, if I were to ask you, okay, like, is it ethical for two 25-year-olds to play tennis with each other, right? That's a confusing, I don't know what the fuck that means. What I'm really asking is like, is there like a moral harm here? Or is it like morally permissible for two people to play tennis with each other? Can you answer that question? Is it morally permissible for two people to play tennis with each other?
Without us defining anything further, I could say yes, but there could be a possibility that you have some definition I don't know.
Sure, but just in common pilot, you understand what I mean? Is it morally permissible, right?
Yes,
yeah, is it morally permissible, right? Sure.
But that's not what was happening.
No, I understand that, yeah. Is it acceptable? Is it acceptable for somebody to call somebody, to call someone an asshole? Is that morally an acceptable thing in society? Is it acceptable for somebody to do that?
No. I mean, like, it's acceptable. I don't know. I'm not sure what we're getting.
Sure. Well, when you say no here, right? It's like, it's kind of immoral to be an asshole to somebody, right? It's immoral. So that's, yes. But like, if I say like, is it morally acceptable to donate to a church? Then you can say yes, but you're not really saying. But it's like, yeah. And then if I say, is it morally acceptable to watch TV? Right? All three of these things are kind of getting at, like 1 and 3 are getting at the same thing. Is it a vice or a virtue? Is it morally acceptable to be mean to someone? No. Is it morally acceptable to donate money? Yes. But if I say, is it morally acceptable to watch TV? We're not really asking if it's a vice or a virtue. We're just asking if we are violating some moral norm. It's a totally different type of question. But he keeps doing this thing where he's saying, like, is it morally acceptable to do this or morally acceptable to do that? And the first thing is just like a thing where he's asking for like a neutral, like, can you do this? Is it permissible? And then the second thing is he's asking, like, is it virtuous? Do you have, or even like stronger, do you have a moral obligation to do this? And I'm just saying all of these things are different. And when he keeps using the language in like a very like interchangeable sense, it's hard to keep track of what the fuck he's even asking. I don't even think he's keeping track sometimes of what he's asking. But that's all I'm saying. That's why this conversation is so confusing. It's not because you can't discuss ethics. Like Pisco was correct when he said, well, no, you have an intuition or an ethics. We all do. Of course we do. But like he keeps using all these words so interchangeably, it's hard to know what he's even fucking asking half the time.
Well, yeah, and he's like, I don't know if you heard it, but at one point he was like, well, what ethics? Is it morally ethical? And I'm like, come on. Like, because I just said, talk about morals and stuff. He's like, well, is it just morally ethical? I'm like, you're just, I feel like he's just trying to force that question. And also, it's just, at this point, we were so far away from anything we were fucking talking about. It just seemed stupid for me to even keep going. But also, like, I don't know, like, the two things for me, like, one, really early on, I don't know if you caught this part or whatever, whenever I was saying, like, if you as a lawyer, if you were Ethan's lawyer and he brought this to you, would you take the case or not? That, for me, set the tone. I was like, oh, this is going to suck for the rest of it, because he said no to that.
Which is like, crazy. Like,
an insane
I think that there are lawyers that will stay away from like particularly egregiously vindictive or vicious people, for sure. And I think that there are lawyers that will specialize in some forms of, like with regards to my case, there are law firms that specialize in defense for certain types of crimes, and there are, or for certain types of civil actions, there are some that specialize in plaintiff work for it. But like, if you have an IP lawyer and you're like, I think these guys are violating my IP, like prima facie, it's all laid out, it's super clear. I even registered this Library of Congress, and the guy And the guy's like, I don't even know if the lawyer would typically ask you, why do you really want to sue them, though, right? Assuming all the other conditions are met. Like, why the fuck would you even ask? Who the fuck cares? Like, file the fucking paperwork, you fucking legal monkey. File it. I don't care what your personal opinion is about my fucking case. File it.
Kafka, did he explain if it was morally or because he thinks it's a bad case?
He was
morally. He said morally.
Yeah, he was like, if something went beyond my ethics, I wouldn't. He kind of waffled and just kind of said it in a more.
He said morally because he said later on, he's like, assume it's a strong case, not just prima facie. Assume it's an actual strong winning case. He said he wouldn't file a case like this because it's so heavily unethical. Which is like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Which also, like, to me, like, outside of like fraud or like a gross violation, like a very obvious violation of a person's moral or ethics or something like that, like outside of that, a lawyer should not be so close to a case that this kind of consideration is happening. Like, you really shouldn't, in my opinion, you should not be thinking about your cases this way, because that is not your job to kind of like think about those considerations.
Yeah, forget the lawyers.
In the way that he's talking
Clients are fucking retarded. A client might not even know why he wants to fucking sue somebody. He might misstate a purpose, or he might not fully understand, or he might say some fucking retarded shit. And it's just like, yeah, it's just so stupid. If the elements of the case are met and all the thing is there, you fucking file the case, you do the paperwork, and you follow through on that. This whole, like, we need to have a therapy conversation about, like, what is the personal agreement you feel from this person that makes you want to sue them? Maybe we should address that.
Why do you want to sue?
Yeah, like, that's some shit. Like, save it for therapy. Like, that's crazy to me. Yeah, again, like, if you're like fucking Mr. Beast and you want to sue some like bar that showed like a family-owned pub in Amish territory that showed like one of your YouTube videos and they didn't pay a license fee for it, like maybe a lawyer in that case, like, bro, maybe we're going a little bit too far here. But even at that point, I think he'd be giving you PR or legal advice. He'd be saying, this probably doesn't look good for you. He's not going to be like, we need to question your intentions.
That was what I was saying too. Whenever he's like, if Ethan came to you personally, I was like, I've got a lot of reasons to say why he shouldn't do it. None of them have to do with whether or not like it's ethical to bring this case. There are a lot of good reasons for him not to take this case and not bring it. But if you know what, he made that calculus and he thought it was fine. Outside of what I said, like, this is probably going to be a lot of stress, a lot of money, and a lot of time that you're going to put into this. But if you think this is the only way you can get what you need out of this, okay, then so be it.
Yeah.
But like the hard part for me too was whenever he was like, whenever he got on him, he's like, oh no, we have to assume it's a strong case. That fucked with me a lot for two reasons. Because one, I don't like, the whole point of this is like, to me, the only way you can judge this from an ethical perspective is like the person's state of mind when they're going to file the case and what their intentions are. That's what we're talking about. So it's like, we're assuming it's non-frivolous. So whether it's strong or not, I just don't understand. Like, because also that person's not even going to really know if it's a strong case or not. Like, that person doesn't really have the ability to make that assessment.
Sure. Well, the reason why he was saying that is because he was trying to get at the moral thing there. Like, if it's a strong case, if it's a weak case and you say no, then you might just be saying no because it's a weak case. But he wants to know if morally you would recommend it or not. But then again, that's even stronger, the ownership in him. You've got a rock solid civil suit that you could file.
Yeah.
And the people are engaged in all these other collateral harms against you through the vehicle of your intellectual property. There's such a high onus on Pisco to explain why that's unethical to pursue that. That's such an insane standard to have. And then he would personally turn down that case. You wouldn't file this on behalf of your client. What the fuck? Like, you're never like, what type of back and forth are you having with any client in trying to ascertain why they're suing anybody?
Yeah.
Yep, the mushrooms are gone. They're always eating the mushrooms here. It's not cool. Sorry.
It's funny because it's like, I think like whenever he was saying that like, oh, it needs to be a strong case, that also, I fucking hated that moment too, because like the entire time, anytime I'm like, well, like, let's compare this to the Ethan Klein case, he's like, we're not doing that right now. We're talking about my hypothetical. And I was like, yeah, but well, it's important that we assume that because it has to be close to the Ethan Klein thing. I'm like, well,
but these hypotheticals are so tortured. And on everything, and they're all tortured on everything. Like, at some point also, it's like, let's just talk about the case, which I'm guessing, again, we're still not going to get to in this. I'm guessing, but...
Not real. Well, because also, like, to be clear, I don't know that much about... I know I sat through that 5-hour convo for you guys, but I don't know that much about this shit. I don't keep up with it. It's not that interesting to me.
Just talk to Dan.
Like, the reason he's... I don't know if you heard... I know you listened to the G&G podcast, so you probably heard it, but...
Wait, me? What is the G&G podcast?
Like, I went on a podcast last week, a G&G podcast with some guys... And we were talking about legal stuff. One of them was a lawyer. And the Pisco H3 stuff came up for like 5-10 minutes. We just made some like light comments, just even like half joking ones. And like he listened to the whole thing on like his live stream and commented over the whole thing. I didn't see that part, but apparently he was not happy with that section. I didn't realize he was this unhappy that he would start this whole conversation. because I don't have the ability to really discuss this stuff at length because I don't know enough about the particulars of it. And so, yeah, like if I had known I was gonna have this conversation, I would have gone in and looked into everything about it, so I could actually, because then I would have just said, no, I have enough of an understanding of the facts. I can just talk about the case. If you don't want to talk about the case, go learn about it, and we'll talk about it. I'm not interested in getting to a million hypotheticals.
Sure.
But yeah, I don't know. Get ready. The last couple, like you're into the end game. It's gonna get, it just gets worse. But once you get through it, it'll be over.
Okay. Everybody.
Good luck with mushrooms.
That was a mistake. I meant to say that like in the reciprocal way is the morality thing, where it's like I have not seen anything to make it immoral, right? So that's why I'm not saying it's immoral.
Okay, but
that's
you say anything to make it moral? So you don't have a view about whether it's moral or immoral, or are you saying
Oh my god!
I think right now I am at the neutral. That's what I'm saying.
But do you have enough facts?
That's what I meant to say.
But you don't have
Neutral
enough
means
facts to know that it's
permissible.
neutral, right?
He's doing it.
No. Neutral it would be a default state if I don't have enough facts to state if it's moral or immoral. I would default it to neutral.
No, you could just say I don't know, right? You need some facts to say it's neutral.
No, I don't think you would. I would say
Not
I
if
would
it
say
fits.
that.
Not if it fits the case.
If there's a shooting between two people.
Oh my god! And then he goes to shooting, where it's like an obviously bad thing that's obviously happened, that's obviously not good, and that's his example. His examples are so bad.
One of them is dead and lying on the ground. Those are the only facts you know. Are you going to say that's neutral?
I would probably say that my current assessment of it is that it's a
No, you
neutral.
wouldn't.
Why wouldn't I?
You wouldn't say you have the belief that it's neutral. You would say I'm
I can say that I have a
What if it's like a war? What if it's two people at war and one person shoots the other person? Like that's about as close as you can get probably to a morally neutral shooting. But I mean, like what? Like you technically, if in Pisco's world, you could need more facts about everything. What if somebody attacked somebody with a knife and you found out that they killed them? Wouldn't that be bad? And it's like, well, what if they were on an island and they were starving and the person consented to having their body eaten so that they could help the like 5 other people of their crew survive? This arc bullshit. Get the fuck. Just blow up. Oh my god.
I could say like I could give you a guess. I could say that like I need to see what the
right response is. I don't know, right?
The right response is like let's stop and figure out what happened.
Right. So you don't have a position.
I don't know why I need to make a snap decision about morality before I have all the facts.
Right. Right. So you wouldn't say it's morally neutral based if you don't have enough facts. You would need some facts to say it's morally neutral.
Bro.
I don't know if for me the way that I assess these things, that's how I would say this right now. I'm just gonna keep this a morally neutral thing. And so whenever I'm looking at like maybe the ethics of it, right? So like the legal ethics, the fact that those I agree with that makes me think like it's probably gonna end up moral. I need to see more facts, right? The fact that someone got shot in the ground, maybe it's probably immoral, but right now I'm gonna keep it a neutral ground. And you can call me like a psychopath for that.
Yeah,
like,
I think you're a psychopath.
I'm being genuine. That's fair. I'm being genuine when I say
I think the proper response is you withhold judgment. If you don't have enough facts to determine it, you need facts to say it's morally neutral, right? You could take the view that like there's a default state of actions or something.
Yes.
Whatever. But I kind of take the view that if you don't know enough, you know, you don't have a good enough basis to make a determination as to neutrality. I think that you have to remain agnostic as to what the moral implications are.
Well, but I don't know how I'm making some kind of strong statement about the moral implications of saying something's morally neutral.
I'm not saying it's a strong implication. I'm saying that itself requires a determination.
Well, but my determination is that I don't have enough facts to make a moral statement of whether it's moral or immoral. So I'm going to leave it as a neutral thing, and I'm going to continue to get more facts so I can build out whether or not I determine it isn't neutral. It might end up actually being neutral all the way down. That's possible. But it might also, so I would rather just start at the middle and then say, okay, I'm not going to be biased. Like, I'm not like biased towards it being neutral or something. I'm going to say, okay, like I'm sitting here, I'm trying to figure out which side it falls onto. I'm going to stay in the middle until I know where to go on this. Me being entirely agnostic, I guess I could just say, I have no clue what it is and just build my way towards one of those three. But like at the end of the day, like if I get all of the facts of a situation, I'm going to be like one of those three, I would presume.
Someone who's like neutral, fundamentally ignorant about something, like they just show up to a scene of some stuff that happened. I think the right view is, I don't know whether this is moral. I need to get the facts first. And then, oh, it turns out it's morally neutral.
Yes. But if someone said, okay, I've teleported you out of that scene, you will never get the facts for that. Do you think that it was moral or immoral? And they say, I think it's morally neutral.
No, the answer is I don't know.
I don't think it's a wrong.
I don't know.
What Pisco needs to do right now, and he's failing to see, is that like Kafka is confusing morally neutral with having a neutral position, but that's actually not the case. Saying that a thing is neutral, good or bad, all three of those are positive positions, and Kafka is confusing being morally neutral with being neutral on the morality of the thing, which are two distinctly different things, right? It would be like asking, like, between two baseball teams, do you assume that team A is better or team B is better? And then you could make two statements. You could either say, I don't know anything about it, so I wouldn't make a statement. Or you could say, I don't know anything about them, so I would assume they're evenly matched, Well, how can you assume they're evenly matched if you don't know anything about them? Assuming they're evenly matched is not the same as making no assumptions about them, right? That's the issue that they're running into, but Pisco's in dog mode.
I mean, I guess if you want to put it that way, that's fine. I don't know why I don't know is such a better answer than morally neutral.
Yes, Kafka Square is wrong on this particular, but Pisco should know Kafka Square. Well, I don't like to call him wrong. It's just more like moral philosophy or logic that Pisco should just be elucidating like what's happening. Is what he's not.
Like, what are you gaining by saying I don't know versus morally neutral?
Futurama, it's like the powers of neutrality. Like neutrality, determination as to neutrality requires some justification, right? To say something's neutral, you have to know it's not.
Right, me saying that I have not seen anything to make it immoral or immoral.
But it's also really hard because Pisco is also intuition pumping a little bit on the neutrality of this, because I think most people, by default, would assume that a court case brought that prima facie satisfies all of the elements of the causes of action is probably at worst like neutral, if not good. These would be our starting assumptions. To say that you need more facts at that point, well, I mean, sure, but we could always have more facts, right? And like at that standard, you never have enough facts to make a definitive statement. You could say that it seems morally neutral, but more facts might completely change your mind, literally, no matter what the conclusion you have currently is. It's just
To say something's neutral, you need to know it's not good, and you need to know it's not bad, right?
Right.
You can't make a determination as to neutrality if you're unable to make a determination as to whether it's good or bad, because you need to know both of those.
Right, but if neither of those exist. If you got all the facts and there was nothing good or bad, if you got all the facts and you got nothing good and nothing bad, what would you call that?
It depends. If there's an action for which there is, not enough to make a determination as to goodness or badness.
What's enough?
Then I would be agnostic. But if you can say, okay, I know that's not good, but I also know it's not bad, you would need to be able to make both.
Yeah, but if you're saying that you'd be agnostic on something, how is that different from saying something's morally neutral?
Because agnostic is not taking a view. Neutral is a view. It's saying it's neither good
finally
nor
we
bad.
got there.
Okay, I mean maybe we're just using these words differently here. I mean, I don't know. It sounds to me like when I'm saying something's morally neutral, it's saying it's neither good nor bad, and like right now, based off of the facts that I've received, it's neither good nor bad that he's brought this lawsuit.
But to know it's neither good nor bad, you need to know it's not good. You need to know it's not bad, right?
Yes, but I'm only speaking to you with the facts that I currently possess.
Yeah, and the facts
I'm making an assessment based off of the facts I currently possess. It is morally neutral.
So you have facts that lead you to believe it's not good?
I don't have any facts to believe that it's not good, nor do I have any facts to believe that it is like immoral good.
Okay, if you don't have enough facts to believe it's not good, then you don't have enough.
Like, Kafka started off on like technically incorrect here, but now Pisco has somehow become incorrect because Kafka technically satisfied the prerequisite definition for declaring something as being neutral, because he's saying based on the fact, because he does have some facts, not he has no facts, he has some facts based on the facts he's seen, he is neutral. But now Pisco's saying, well, no, hold on, wait. Do you have enough facts? But what does that even mean? What does it mean to have enough facts? Pisco hasn't defined that, and he's not going to have any definition for that because it's an impossible to define thing. Because there's always another fact that could completely flip anything. Please let this be done soon.
A facts to believe it's neutral.
Why not?
Because in order for something to be neutral, it needs to be both not bad and not good.
Oh no, I think that something can be neither and then just be morally
That's
neutral.
what I just said.
It doesn't.
But in order for something to be morally neutral, it needs to be neither good nor bad.
Yes, but it could be neither good or bad by absence of having anything good or bad about it.
Right. You need to know both.
Okay. Right now, I have an absence of it being good or bad. I don't have the facts showing me that this is
okay, how do you know it's... Wait, hang on. You don't have the facts that establish it's not good, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if you don't have the facts to establish it's not good, how can you determine that it's neutral?
I don't have any facts that determine that it's good. So therefore, I default to neutral.
You need to be able to make a determination as to not goodness, don't you?
Yes. And what I'm saying is, if I needed to reach a threshold of 100 not goodness for it to be immoral, I am currently not at that threshold. And I'm the same for the threshold of something being good. And if I've met neither threshold, then it is neutral to me.
All right, one second. I gotta blow my nose.
No, you're fine.
Oh, he says he's...
Hello.
I should just kill these motherfuckers. I'm such a pussy, dude. He's talking to me. I can't kill a guy when I hear his voice. I can't kill a dude whose voice I hear.
Hey, Meryl.
This is the worst conversation of all time.
It's your fault!
Do you think that there are morally neutral actions that you determine to be morally neutral, even though you can't determine whether they're not good, and you can't determine whether they're not bad?
Believe that is what I've said. Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to make sure I'm being precise here. That if I don't have the facts to make a determination one way or the other, then I default to neutral.
Don't you need to have a justification for not good and justification for not bad?
No, not necessarily.
No, I don't need a justification for not good or not bad. I need a justification for good or a justification for bad.
How do I prove something is neutral?
What do you mean proving something neutral?
Yeah, how do I prove
okay, if I was going to prove something was neutral, I would say there is nothing here that would allow me to call this moral, or then there's also nothing here that allows me to call this immoral. I do not possess that, so I cannot therefore call it one of those two things. So therefore, I'm going to default to neutral.
So if you don't have enough information to determine whether something is good, and if you have not enough information to determine something is bad, it's therefore neutral?
Yes, that's what I would say. That's what I would call it in terms of morality.
I don't agree, but
that's fair. This is why I don't like talking about morality, because we get into very weird personal language.
Am I crazy, guys? Guys, tell me if I'm crazy.
Maybe I'm crazy.
It feels like in order for you to establish something as neutral, you need to deny both its goodness and its badness.
No, you don't. What? I don't even know if, in that case, I don't even know if there are like truly neutral things, because he's talking about actions that seem to have some, would you say, ethical content? I don't know if you could truly determine a super ethically neutral action. I feel like you would just have actions of which, this is so autistic. You're basically finding actions for which you try to determine an ethical value, and that ethical value is returning like a null or an undefined. So like a thing like watching TV is arguably a null value. Like there is no good or bad. So you could say it's quote unquote ethically neutral. But in terms of like, I don't know what he means when he says ethically neutral. Like all the good and the bad like wash out, because he's saying you have to collect all the good parts and all the bad parts, and then you figure out if it's. I don't know. This is fucking retarded.
Can you even argue if it's ethically neutral? Can't you just say like you're wasting electricity technically?
Yeah, I don't even know. How would you balance like let's say that I give like $10 to Hitler, and then I give like $10 to a fucking homeless shelter. Like, is that a wash, or do I have to determine this is just like the dumbest.
I mean, that's fair. Like, I respect your position. I don't think that you are wrong.
Someone says hypnosis. Everything is neutral unless you know additional facts. Drinking soda is neutral. Drinking your own soda you bought is moral. Stealing someone else's soda is not moral. Pretty easy. In order to know that drinking soda is neutral, don't you first need to know it's not good and it's not bad?
No.
How do you just...
There's different types of actions. What do you call... Is it actions with what's the philosophy bullshit? Is it actions with ethical content, or would you say it's actions that have some degree of moral normativity? There's a phrase here. I don't know the fucking phrase, but like some actions have that, and other actions are just actions that you give like they're not actions of like moral consideration, or they don't have like moral or ethical content in them. So like, is it ethical
like to drinking, or
I guess, or like, is it ethical to like clap, or is it ethical to like to say the word like couch when you're at home? Like these are not things that you would call morally neutral. They're just like morally like undefined, or there's just no moral content. I don't even know if calling them morally neutral would be good. You certainly don't have to collect all of the good and all of the bad of a thing in order to make any kind of ascertainment of to whether it's morally positive or negative. And I don't even know what neutral would look like in that. I don't even know what a neutral action would look like. I don't know.
Determine its neutrality.
I just think that I'm using the word neutrality here.
You
I
are.
think that for you have four categories of you do not have a opinion about the morality. It's good, it's bad, it's neutral. And I have three categories of it's good, it's bad, or it's neutral.
Okay. Oh my god. I never want to talk about this lawsuit again, dude. That's
fine with me. I'm not coming here to talk about it. I'm not blaming you.
The haters win. The haters win. But this, we really need to be done. We really
That's
just
fine.
Be done.
No worries. I don't mind.
I can't help but summarize though. So you believe it's neutral because you don't have enough evidence to show its goodness or badness, right?
Yes.
You don't support it. You wouldn't have done it, and you don't think he should have done it.
That is yes. That is a reduction of the things that I've told you. Yes.
Hey, want to talk about some fun for like a minute?
I do actually.
All right. Talk to me. Oh shit, Ryan Mullally. Holy fuck.
Oh, get him in here. Get him in here. I'm gone. Get him. Go get him, Pisco.
Fuck, Kafka hypnotized me.
No.
You piece of shit. Oh my god. Oh, I'm such an asshole.
No, Ryan he sent me in here to distract you because he's so afraid of you.
I totally fucked him over.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. Were you supposed to meet him or something?
We were supposed to do it at 9 o'clock.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
I just need to stop this shit because I get obsessed and Jesus Christ.
I'm genuinely sorry.
Jesus.
I know that like.
No, it's not your fault. It's my fault.
Yeah, even still. Look, go see if you can. Go see if you can.
Why didn't he show up in chat? Why didn't you show up in chat?
It's weird.
I got hypnotized.
See if you can go get him back on the horn. Go see if you can. That's a way better combo than what we just had. That's gonna be a way better video that you can make.
Oh, you were trying to tell me? You were trying to tell me? I didn't see it. I didn't fucking see it.
And I apologize.
I was looking at chat. I would have seen it.
How you guys say the color is good? How long is the color?
He's gonna hate me.
I can't do this for another hour.
He's gonna hate me.
Even on 1.5.
I'm gonna leave you to repair the situation.
Hey,
you can pick it back up.
I appreciate you.
They said it was 2.5 hours last time.
I don't think there's 2.5 hours. There's only an hour and 10 minutes left in this whole fucking video. You will. You need this. Oh boy.
I can't believe I did that. He should have showed up in chat. Wait, no. Is he live? There's no way he's gonna hate me. Is he gonna pick up?
Sorry, where do you get mushrooms?
Oh.
What's like your spot?
There's a spot in the spaceport on the east. It's hard to explain.
I need to go to bed at some point.
Okay.
But if you watch where I go, what the fuck?
I'll watch.
Hi, what's up, buddy?
Okay, this is my wake up moment. You need to be done with this. He didn't answer. He didn't answer. This is the end. Okay. God damn it. God damn it. Just say it was not. I can't lie now because my reaction is you guys will just private the VOD say you crashed your car. All right, this case has made me really lose sight of what's important in life. Oh, I feel so bad. Oh, I feel so. Oh, I fucked him up. And then I DM'd him on Twitter yesterday, but then the Twitter didn't show the DMs, and now he can. Oh no! Oh no! Because I told him I would do this. I told him I would do this.
Fuck off. Oh my god.
All right, we're gonna delete the bot, and nobody's gonna remember this. Is you being late more than why are you guys here? That was like the most boring conversation of all.
Why?
You guys are watching mental illness. When you do this, you no, stop. You guys are supporting. This is morally bad.
I don't think I can even make it.
Oh my god. Oh god. Oh god. Look. Stop. No. All right, I'm gonna say I will donate $50 to your stream. Stream for what I did. I understand. I don't deserve a second chance, but I want you to know that I.
You're supposed to tap W. Does that actually help?
Like Kafka, he respects you, by the way. Bye. Never doubt that. Find your place.
Bro, it's on the other fucking side. There's no way I can make it. Oh wait, which side is it on? Right or left side?
Oh god. Just putting his kids to bed. Oh god, what am I doing? All right, let's drag in Pink. Pink, what am I doing? What's going on? Why did I do this?
Oh fuck.
Why did I do this?
Hang on, let me switch. Okay, hang on. Let's switch away from the stream. Can I hear you?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Wait, speak, Pisco?
Yeah, yeah. Why did I do this?
Okay. First, I wanted to ask, are you autistic?
Uh-oh.
I don't think so.
Very autistic.
I don't
you sure about that?
Yeah. Well, can I self-diagnose if I am?
Well, I've been. This is kind of tangentially related to your. I mean, I've seen you argue with this one topic
Some
with
brave
Destiny,
warrior will get
Lona,
this.
and
Good luck,
now
brave.
Kafka, and a little bit of Fudge. Right. So I've seen this argument evolve like more than any human being should probably. But I noticed a couple of things.
Are you a doctor or something?
No, not at all. I'm just. Because I remember in your conversation with Lona, you were like.
Go ahead,
You tried to. You said like I like to be very careful with my words. I don't want to be misunderstood.
Oh boy.
Oh
boy.
Things like that.
Just tell it to me straight. Just give it to me.
This is something that certainly I've struggled with being autistic, and lots of autistic people. I think it's a very familiar experience. Where, like you get misunderstood, and then you kind of overcorrect. Okay. And you're like, okay, let me lay this out from every single.
You're right. Ethan is right.
Element of logic from the ground up. Okay, and then any normal human being on the other side is like, what the fuck are you doing? You absolute lunatic.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And I mean the obsession around a particular topic, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
It all ties in.
How bad is it, Doc? How much time do I have left?
I don't know. It's frankly something to be aware of. I'm like, it was both very understandable and also deeply frustrating to listen to these conversations. Because I get what you're trying to say, and I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I think the thing that probably frustrates many listeners and your opponents is, okay, from my perspective, I think you probably don't do enough to acknowledge where they're starting from, if that makes sense.
How do I get better?
I mean, can I talk about this particular legal case as an example? Because
it will probably trigger my autism, but yes, I'll let you do it as a...
Okay, so in the case of this case, I think in particular Fudge, he's arguing from the basis of, okay, so after fucking Hassan and Ethan had their breakup, okay, Ethan's been experiencing from Hassan orbiting communities a variety of mistruths, mischaracterizations, exaggeration, taking things out of context, turning up at his office, like bumping him, like meeting him in the streets and with his children and asking him, oh, do you support Palestine, and that sort of thing, constant.
They're being really, yeah, all these people are kind of going up to him and being fucking hinged. Yeah, I think that's... Ryan, respond, sorry.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. I'm listening to you, okay? I'm not fixated. I know
right.
what happened. It's
so that your
just waiting for you, and I love you, dog. I don't know what to say. So sorry. I want to do this. I've always wanted to do this. Okay, so CPS skulls. Sorry.
Well, I mean,
They're
that's
going after
the-
him. They're saying what's up. Yeah.
Yeah, like that's a late culmination, right? Like I said, after his actual lawsuit and trap and all that stuff. So Hutch is considering it from a human perspective, not a legal perspective.
Okay.
Not a legal perspective. And most people are not looking at it from a legal perspective. And I think you're kind of getting distracted in this particular case by focusing on the legal minutia and then getting into sort of moral philosophy from there, which is several, like Mount Everest above where everyone else starts, right? If that makes sense. So Hutch, and I think most people are like, okay, how would I respond in this situation? If a community, several communities are like, you're shit-brained, big.
Just as a heads up, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna drop this, and I don't give a fuck now because I met at least 3 autistic people in my life. If you don't know somebody who has like suffered like clinically with stuff related to autism, just don't ever talk about it and don't use it. None of the problems that Pisco's experiencing here right now have anything to do with like actual autism. It has to do with like meme, Twitter, Reddit autism. Like, LOL, I get obsessed with a topic and then I lose track sometimes of like what the other person is feeling because I'm using terms imprecisely. This is not an autistic thing. This is like a bad at arguing and doesn't completely understand or can properly differentiate between some of the new terms that he's picked up related to moral philosophy thing. This is absolutely nothing to do whatsoever with anything having to do with fucking autism. It's fucking retarded to even try to begin this analysis, but okay.
Eating, murdering, Nazi, and I'm like myself and my communities are like ringing up your business partners.
Good names, I guess.
Baby eating, genocide supporting, Nazi, all that kind of stuff, right? And that's going on for a year, and there's nothing you can do legally about it whatsoever. You have no legal recourse. What do I do in that situation? And then Ethan happens on this trap. Some people fall into it. He swings the trap, right? And they're thinking, okay, that's a reasonable reaction and response. And it's not about the people who fall into the trap, in my opinion, at all. And it's not about the trap itself. It's just like he's a guy under attack, and finally he gets given sort of legal recourse on a weapon, and they're approaching from that perspective, and from that moral and ethical perspective, which is not your framework, which is I think starting from the legality and then like looking into the ethics of using certain legal recourses. Okay, like you're starting on opposite ends completely, and you're also speaking different languages. Those 2 things at once. So I think in these discussions, when you're explaining your perspective, you need to first show that you clearly understand their perspective, and then work backwards from that towards yours.
Okay.
And I think that would be more effective.
This is going to confirm all of your prior notions about me, and I think this might be my diagnosis. I couldn't disagree more with basically everything you just said. Not only am I not focusing on the legal minutia, we all just agree that he has a better legal argument. So you're already
Wait. Question. If you're in the weird freefall animation, can you not grab a ledge, or was I not close enough? Is it possible?
I was watching. You didn't look close enough.
Okay. Do you know if it's possible if you're in that freefall animation if you can grab a ledge?
I don't know.
Okay, somebody said you can. Okay, so it's just an animation. It doesn't change your... All right, there we go.
Misunderstand me. I'm not saying you are focusing on the minutia. I'm saying you're arguing it from the perspective of a lawyer and using...
I don't know what that means.
Like, this is why I disagree with this, too. It's not like Pisco is doing, like, a fantastic job arguing legally. He's not. The legal arguments have been basically completely absent. And it's not like he's doing a great job arguing this from, like, a moral philosophy perspective. It's not. He's mixing up, like, all of these, like, morally permissible, morally virtuous, he's mixing these up. Hi, what's up? Like, he's mixing these terms up all the time. Like, to pretend like he's, like, super ultra excelling in some area, but is, just like having an empathy problem or something, is just or doesn't understand what the other person is thinking. This is just like ordinary human being conversation.
Ugh. Yeah, okay, I like that. I'm using language from lawyers. Okay.
And the mentality, right? I know everyone agrees Ethan has a legal case, and you're never arguing that case, but you're still arguing like a lawyer. Does that make sense?
It makes sense that that's your conclusion.
And that's fine, because you are a lawyer.
Yeah, can you explain to me how I'm arguing like one?
It's
I probably agree with you, but can you just explain it?
It's the level and depth to which you go to as a starting point. I would say you're like, and I think in the legal context that's fine. And like I think in your conversation with Capital, I think that was mostly okay. I think there was a few times you kind of talked past each other and you weren't really hearing what he was saying. And he wasn't really hearing what you were saying. It took a while to sort of bring those 2 things together, and that was frustrating as a listener. But I think in general you were more comfortable in your. It's not about
big words. It's about asking questions.
It's like you're looking at atoms, and most people are talking about
molecules.
Yeah. Well, no, not even molecules. Most people are talking about rocks. Okay, and you're talking about the physical composition of the rocks. Okay, that's the difference. And it's fine to get down to that level, but you're starting at that level, and then starting way up there.
Don't you think? I guess I'll ask it this way. If we're not meant to comment on the ethics of the thing or the law of the thing, what in heaven's name we're supposed to be talking about?
I think you absolutely can comment on it, but you need to. And this is also like an emotional thing because everything Ethan's doing is emotional and personal. Okay, and like anyone saying, I disagree with Kafka on that Ethan's doing it monetarily. I don't think there's any monetary motivation, at least not direct. Maybe tangential, like in terms of reputational harm. But I think the primary motivation is.
Yeah, like, what should we be talking about other than whether it's ethical, whether the situation is good, whether it's legal? Like, yeah, I get it. He's angry.
You absolutely can. But I think to get
like, it doesn't even make sense to say. I don't know. Where is Kafka and the other legal guy? Like, I think sometimes people think that like if you're a lawyer, like you're here to argue the hardcore fucking fact pattern fucking cases, no emotions, and it's the T1000, it's blah blah blah. But like I don't know, like I see so many things on like lawyer talk subreddits and shit where it's like, what do I do so that I don't piss off the fucking judge? Or like, how combative are you guys ordinarily with opposing counsel, especially if it's an area of law where you're bound to run into each other again and again? Like, do you guys actually get upset at opposing counsel? Do you guys like, how do you treat, like, what do you do when a client has these, like, managing emotions and all of this shit is literally part of, you're not an actual therapist, although it wouldn't surprise me if some lawyers felt like sometimes they were doing therapy. Like, these are all like things that you have to be aware of and you have to manage. I'm gonna die to these. I'm gonna die and I want to die.
Doesn't a lot of it have to depend on what type of law you're into as well? Like, I would assume someone who does, like, criminal...
Yeah, it really. No, you're good. No, yeah, I mean, like, it can depend, but like relationships are everything. Like, when you do these things, like, if you act like an asshole to a judge, it doesn't matter what area of law you practice, you're probably gonna get fucked. And if you act like a huge asshole or a huge dick to like opposing counsels, like they might be less likely or willing to work with you, in the future on something. Like, relationships are like it's a people related job. If you're just like some clerk and you just file paperwork and you never have face to faces with fucking anybody ever or whatever, sure, maybe. But like, first impressions you make with clients are gonna determine maybe whether or not they even want you to take a case. This analysis is so stupid. Wait, are you in a game right now?
I am right now, yeah.
Okay.
Like, if you're an asshole to one judge, that's gonna get around. I mean,
or even not. I mean, just to anybody.
Yeah.
It's just you just don't like to pretend that like, oh, like lawyers are fact robots and you're analyzing this like a lawyer and now that's why you're having. No, that's bullshit. This is just not true. Just okay.
Get to that point of the conversation, like with your conversation with Hutch, I think there needs to be a clear acknowledgement of where Hutch is coming from. It's like, okay, this is your point. I understand your point. I'm going to repeat your full point to you, and you get to the point where he agrees that's his point, and that should be like step one. And then you go to, okay, this is why I don't think it's ethical, which you take a while to get to. I've noticed. Like, that seems to be like the last thing. You try and construct an edifice to get your opponent to where you are, rather than stay where you are.
Let me bring you to my confidence, all right?
That's how it feels like.
I'm gonna bring you to my confidence. Now my inner circle, okay? All right, bring you to my confidence. So here is my plan. My plan, because I have a plan. Going into this conversation. My plan, first of all, is to get ourselves to agree that we want to have a conversation at all. That's why when people say, well, he wants to talk about this, that's what I'm trying to do in the beginning of the conversation, for which I was fucking excoriated. But we care about this, right? Let's just get us to agree that we want to have a conversation. Once we agree that we want to have a conversation, we need to build an edifice. What I think, like, I'm trying to build a neutral standard that we can apply to the facts. And that's why I'm trying to build it out by saying...
Is there anything else that happens here, or did you guys just think it was epic because the guy's like, oh, you have autism? Is that the only thing that happens here, or does anything else happen here?
Things like, well, do we agree that in general, you ought to look at morality during a lawsuit? Okay. Do we agree in general, like, lying is wrong? Okay. Do we agree that lying about motivations for laws? All of those things are like base principles that we can apply to the facts at issue here. And the reason I start this way is, when all you do is start talking about the facts at issue, it feels like we're just taking turns talking to each other. Or, you can understand how he feels. Yeah, I can understand why. A tiger wants to eat a gazelle. I can understand any manner of different motivations of sentient creatures. Things like I can understand side brain. I'm trying to create that. I'm trying to create a rule by which we judge things in a neutral sense. And the way I do that is by building principles and testing limits with hypotheticals.
Sure, I understand the motivations.
Like, even that whole thing could have just been summarized. I want to make sure that we're coming from a similar foundation when we have these conversations. That's it! Why did that take like 2 minutes to say? It's okay.
I talk about my point. I think it's very effective on an emotional level. I think you're getting too many steps to get to your point. To the point you get lost and will frustrated. Which is why if I were having an argument, I would start by laying out why I don't think equal sources are ethical, and then work from there, rather than I understand why you're going to be fair about the conversation. But I think I think it's
what I want is buy-in. I don't just want to run an internal critique on me. I want some agreements that we can move collectively to have a mutual understanding, a mutual agreement. If I just want someone to run an internal critique on me, I just want to open this one and ask questions. I do a lot of the time. But in times of Hutch, I don't want to just run an internal critique on me. I want us to agree. I want us to see where we disagree. And that's why I do it there. I think it's fair to say.
Do you think it's fair to say that you want Hutch to agree with the lawsuit?
Of course.
I think that's the problem. I think you need to allow for the fact that in life we all agree on this thing. Right? Sure. But I think it should be a secondary goal in conversation. I think a primary goal in conversation should be getting Hutch to understand the perspective. And then we can work on. And that's why I'm saying I think you start with laying out the perspective. So Hutch knows what conversation we're having, or you're having. Because I watched for an hour. And to be honest, the first time I actually heard anything like what your perspective was in today's conversation with Tucker. In total, like 10 to 12 hours. Oh, what your perspective on the ethics of equal lawsuits? Like why you disagree with it? And you didn't think it was ethical, but you didn't get to that point. To my question, I missed it. I don't think you at any point in the listening stated why you didn't think it was ethical. I could kind of infer to a degree in the conversation why you probably didn't think it was ethical based on the questions you were asking them. Like, do you agree with that? But you didn't actually state it. And I should, in an argument where we're disagreeing or trying to persuade, no one should have to wait over an hour to find out what the fuck we're trying to agree on. Do you get what I'm saying? Right?
Yeah, I just find it very shocking. I find it very shocking because, like, doesn't it? I understand some of it might need to be further explicated directly, but doesn't that kind of ask about why does he say like this, like that? Isn't that okay? Is one problem that I have is the lies.
Yeah, like I think thorough. We didn't really get to meet it, and I think you should start with and then you can break it apart. So this is my statement, this is my point of view, and now we think like you state your full opinion on the evidence of the lawsuit, and then like what do you agree or disagree with about that, and then you go from that, right? Rather than assume disagreement. Because you might agree with like the potential of your perspective.
I feel like when
somebody's talking yourself,
I mean, maybe this is more like a lot, but I do think that oftentimes when we get too general at the beginning, with juggling 1,000 different things, people get lost. And how I try to start the conversation is to start at some level of generality, but shared and narrow, and isolated. I think it puts you off. Maybe you're right about that. I think people's ethical brains are often lost in file, and especially where ethics according to will definitely ethics like relative to people are doing lawsuits. In general, even cases lawsuits are really strong. I think that the lies that you can are not justified in themselves. I think that because general lies are wrong, that's a good reason to lie. There was not a good reason to lie about the what's going on with Patrons. All the indications here, there's not a good reason to lie with respect to motivation in lawsuits or lies. And the lawsuit itself is also wrong because it lacks proper purpose, and it has only improper purpose, and there's not a social or like reason to lie lack of purpose or moral ability to lie to. I do.
think it was my first probably.
I feel like this is the first time I've ever heard him actually like clearly lay out from start to finish like all of the different things related to this. I'm sorry, I know this is kind of fast, but I've heard him say these same things like a million fucking times. This is the most boring fucking conversation I've ever heard in my entire life. I'm ready to be done with this.
Yeah. Okay, so nothing in the website, right? To check that, you can explain your thoughts very thoroughly clearly to anyone. You do know the website how expensive I feel. Not saying Hush would provide that.
This is the problem, man. It's like people's kind of I don't know, Hush is button or something. He's
Hush is Hush would understand you. I'm not saying that. And I think it's I would mind you don't have to train yourself to basically understand things. Like I said, the tendency or the feeling like, well, to ask you, do you feel like you need, and not just this, do you feel quite often in conversations, especially people you don't know, that you need to explain stuff, and that you need to answer, and that you ask answer?
In what sense? And it's
like logical. Like that's the thing of being misunderstood deeply frustrating.
Oh, I get frustrated, but I got a lot of times too. But yeah, I get frustrated.
And then you compensate, right? To prevent that. I mean, compensating speech to prevent that.
Yeah, that's good. I don't want to get fucking people flip me.
Yes, that is a good point. I think probably not hard for politics.
Try not to. No, here's the thing. That's what I do the whole time. I'm just having a conversation. You know, I think out loud. But I'm not going to advance what I'm saying. I'm just agreeing with having thoughts, and it's coming from out. That's just happening. Now, sometimes I bring things like a chat, like, those are like typically do any kind of TOS stuff, any kind of like say a shorter too much, stop or.
Okay, I'm done. Don't ever link me in any of these conversations again. I don't care. This is not a good conversation. It's not gonna be a good conversation. Nothing about this is gonna be a good conversation. It's all fucking retarded. Okay, stop. Epic. Autism accusation. Epic. Okay. Holy fuck! What a fucking waste of time. Let me know when you're out of your game.